Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another explosive, exciting edition episode of the Voice of the Call Nation radio show. I got some good news today. My as you know, I have been off the real radio for a while, for like 2 months now, right? But I got a call from my DJ, my segment producer, right? He's like, "Well, what's going on?" Blah blah blah. I just told him I'm just tired. I can't do it. Well, I'm doing YouTube now, and I can't do the show. But they're investing in digital technology. So something like if once we get a digital platform up or not, I think what I'll do is I operate a video show, like a 2 hour segment. I probably won't get prime time. So I don't know how that's gonna work. Should I do pre-recorded from my office and then upload it, whatever like that, or I should do a live show? I don't know what I'm gonna do. If a live show, let's say if I get an 11 o'clock slot, whatnot, that means I could do it from my house, or something. I could set up my shed in my backyard as a studio. That'd be cool. Imagine that, me broadcasting from my shed, my studio, this fall and whatnot, and I'm video live and whatnot on the channel. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? If I have a studio and everything like that, video live, whatnot. And then I told him, I said, you got to get StreamYard, so I could do live broadcasting from StreamYard on my time slot, and then basically I could build an audience like that. He said only thing he needs is content creators. I said I can get you content creators. That's no problem. I can get Dynasty on. I can get a lot of people on to join these platforms. In other words, basically, if you're linked to StreamYard, once that's linked to StreamYard, anybody can just add it onto their thing, and they could do a live show or upload a video for their 2 hour slot, whatever they're gonna do, because the broadcast is live. We only have one channel is basically a segment. Okay, I get a 2 hour, or maybe I might get on an hour show. Who knows? Call Nation shows an hour. But it's a video show. I'll be able to with this technology right here with StreamYard. I can upload stuff when I show videos and everything like that, and that would be really, really great. Because I'll be honest with you, I'm tired of YouTube. I really am. I'm tired of YouTube. I'm fed up with YouTube and everything like that. Yeah, I have a PhD in Negroology, but just doing social media for the last 20 years. When I developed a PhD in Negroology, I understand the Negro, whether it's the African Negro, the Nigerian Negro, the American Negro, any kind of Negro, the Jamaican Negro, the Negropean, whatever it is does with Negroes. I have a PhD. I understand the Negroes, I understand, like, let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, right? When you see Negroes talking about being energy, about renewable energy and stuff like that, well, if you have a PhD or certificate in Negroology, you understand what that really means is this nigga's tired of paying the damn light bill, and he wants an alternative. There's no alternative to that light bill, folks. You got to pay the light bill, or you're going to be sitting in the dark. That's Negroology 101. Pay the damn light bill, So Negroes don't like to pay the light bill. Next thing you know, you have to understand anything dealing with responsibility, obeying the law, respecting authority. These are things that basically you understand that Black people have a trouble with when you study the science, the course in the College Nation course in Negroology, So listen to the show. You'll understand more about Negroology as you listen to the show, I have a PhD in Negroology, I know the American Negro, so that's not something I know. I don't know a whole lot, but I do know the American Negro, He goes, you need credit. I accredited myself. How about that? I got a PhD in Negroology, So occupational cafe. You are a funny person. You are a funny dude, I don't know if the guy knows this is a fucking joke or not. I think he thinks this is fucking serious. You don't know that's I'm being facetious, But some people are low IQ, they're smart. You can't pick that up. Is he joking or just being tongue in cheek, Or some people are slow. That's why those are people who can't get a joke. They can't. They say, "Huh." You tell a joke, and like 5 years later, say, "Oh, I remember that joke. I finally figured it out. That was pretty funny. I get it." Yeah, like 10 years later, they come to you and say, yeah, that joke you told me 10 years ago. And I sat there with my mouth agape, sitting there like, huh? With my mouth wide open. And I'm sitting there like in amazing bewilderment, And I look dumb as hell when I'm sitting there staring at you like, huh? What do you say? I finally figured out what you were saying 10 freaking years later. That's what occupational cachet in the chat room sounds like, Sounds like that sort of person that 10 years later he'll get the gig, he'll get it, So maybe 10 years from now he'll figure out, well, Kala was being fucking what do you call it? He was being what's the word I'm looking for? Facetious? No. He was using sarcasm. He was using sarcasm and satire, So, but I can't help it. People are low IQ, Request for renewable energy is to reduce. No. The request for renewable energy is basically Negroes are tired of paying the damn light bill. That's what that's all about. Renewable energy. Shut the hell up with that. I know black people, maybe with some white beatnik tree hugging liberals. Yeah, I could get that. But when it comes to Negroes, it's all about them thinking one day they're going to get out of that light bill. That's all that is. I remember a clown like 10 years ago, was a clown named J-Dub, whatever. That was like 12 years ago. This guy named Clay J-Dub, right? He was like in his like late 40s. He was like, at the time, he was like way older than I was. I think I was like 39. He was like around 48 or something like that. And he's like, yeah, Colin, man, I live off the grid, blah, blah, blah. And I'm self-employed. I live off the grid. No, when you understand the Negro, right? He living on the grid means he lives in his parents' in a shack in his parents' backyard at his age, and he basically has a generator that he uses for power, right? Or he has a solar panel, in his parents' backyard somewhere, and also his self-employment is he probably collects bottles and food stamps and sell them on the side, and that's a lucrative business for him. He collects old bottles and cashes them in, and so like this, so, you are falling victim to the same dynamic you accuse me of. I was clearly being facetious in my initial statement. I don't know. Sometimes I get a lot of idiots on the show, and I don't know. Maybe you call in once in a while. I can see like that. But when people call in, I gotta assume you're a moron, and you were being serious. Where's your PhD in Negroology, Kala? Show me your certificate, Kala. I don't believe you. Let me tell you something. There's nobody that has give out degrees in Negroology. It's a joke. It's a fucking joke. I'm being facetious. It was a freaking joke. If you don't get it, I'm sorry if I misled you, whatever like that. But goddamn, take a joke. I'm a professor of Negroology. In the Colin Nation. So it is what it is. But anyway, tonight's topic: Liberia versus America. Is America a friend or a foe of Liberia? Okay. Now, when you got a topic like Liberia versus America, friend or foe, you've been waiting for this. It's going to get hot tonight. It's going down. I'm going to have people like Elvira, calling in tonight trying to debate his point, which is okay. You're Liberian. I give any Liberian a chance. I wanted to get my guy Great African on tonight, but I can't get a hold of him. I can't get a hold of none of my Liberians, man. I can't. To back up what I'm saying. Because I'm going to break down the history of the country and all the stuff like that, because our friend Elvis has been telling a lot of lies. No, wait a minute. Let me say, I'm not going to say Elvis tells lies, but he's a typical African. Africans basically omit a lot. I would say, okay, not lies. Africans tend to be untruthful or omit the truth or leave out or misleading. See, when you're in insurance for years, like I said, one thing we have to be careful of when I'm an insurance broker is you cannot be friggin' when you say something, you sell something, a policy to somebody, you cannot. And people say, wait a minute, you didn't tell me that. Well, I didn't say it didn't. No, you have to be clear about what the verbiage is when you're underwriting somebody, whatever like that. So they can come back to you like, I was misled, whatever like that. And you're in a lot of trouble. You're in a lot of trouble. It's your responsibility to make sure that the person understands clearly what you're saying. Elvis doesn't do that. He failed to talk about the fact that his people were engaged in slavery of their own people. So with the Spanish and the British, mostly the British, the crew tribe were sending their boys on British ships. That's why they call them crew. Crew comes from word because they were crewmen. They was basically, the chiefs always made their money and their fortune. What they was called, the thing called Shanghai. The term Shanghai. The word Shanghai means that the term Shanghai means that you put somebody on a ship under a false pretense, right? And you ship them someplace else, and then you make them pay for their voyage. Do it in process of indentured servitude. They did that they Shanghaied the Irish. They Shanghaied a lot of people. A lot of world was built off of Shanghai labor. People say they're going over here to do something, and then the ship takes a turn. Next thing you know, the captain says, "No, we're going over here, and you guys are going to have to work your passage off." Thing that's called Shanghai. Sometimes people are drugged and put on ships and sent overseas. There were people in San Francisco. There were white men who were kidnapped and ended up in places like Shanghai, places like Sydney, Australia. They were freaking drugged up. They'll find people in bar saloons or whatnot, bring them over and say, "Hey, let me take you home." And next thing you know, they're being put on a ship. That's called Shanghai. A lot of the Liberians off the coast were Shanghaied. That's what Shanghai is. That's like slavery, but it's like misleading. In order for Shanghai to exist, you got to have brokers on both sides willing to sell their people out, whatever like that. Once you hand them over to the thing, you get paid. Okay. I tricked these people. They thought they were going over there to do this. And next thing you know, they're on an island of Fernando Po doing hard labor for a period of 20 years, whatever like that, where they signed a book. That's called being Shanghaied. That's what was happening in Liberia for on the Liberia coast for at least 100 years, since the 1830s. So by the 1920s, the Liberian government first tried to stop it, because they thought that was a threat to national security. And so one of the ways that stopped it was they started taxing the crew chiefs and whatnot. That's what led to the conflict between the government of Liberia and the crew tribes, which 50 members, not 70, 56 members were executed, because they wanted to continue what they were doing, off the coast with the British and the Spanish. Elvis didn't tell you that part. He just made it seem like his people were victims of African-American, American Liberian, stuff like that. See, what I'm saying is, when people don't tell the truth, what I'm going to give you when I talk about Liberia, a country that I love with all my heart. I love this country with all my heart. Elvis doesn't love this country. I love everything it was founded on. I love its seal. I love everything. I believe in everything it stands for. Elvis is not going to tell you the truth, because he has hatred, because his people didn't find the country, and because his people didn't find it, he still feels like he's entitled, and he knows that his tribe in Liberia, the most backward tribe in Liberia, the Kra and the Kru people are the most backward tribe. You go to other parts of Liberia, Nimba County, the people are very well developed, they're civilized and whatnot. And I was going to have my great African on tonight. They'll tell you, say, "Look, man, he grew up in Liberia." Say, "Look, man, we never even worried about the people in Monrovia, We were out there doing our own thing up in friggin' thing." No, the Liberia itself was not formed in that mind of a white boy. That's another lie, America only wanted to do was get rid of free black. What happened to them? And also, because you said that occupational cachet, I'm going to play you, and I'm going to basically play you the Declaration of Independence written by the Honorable Hillary Teague about why Liberia was formed the republic and cut ties with the American Colonization Society. That goes against everything you talk about. Liberia was not the creation of a white man. It was created by free black men. Liberia, the idea of Liberia was born in the minds of black people from the first Africans that were brought to the New World. They were thinking about having a country in Africa that they could bring what they call Black Christian civilization and development. Liberia was like 200 years in the making. It didn't just start with Liberia, There was also Freetown that happened before. This idea of returning to Africa and building a nation or building a new reality was in the first Africans that were brought to America. They got education. They were like, "Man, this is a white man's manifest destiny, This is a white man, a red man's life. So let's go to our ancestral homeland. Stop slavery." That was the main thing. Stop slavery, and basically build a civilization, a safe haven for Black people in the world. That was 200 years old. Black people were debating that in Black community for 200 years. And then in the 1800s, when they finally, the right forces came along with help of some white people and everything like that, it became a reality, you know? So the bottom line, this idea that white people created, no, white people didn't conceive that. That was Black people. White people helped it, because it was already in the minds of Black people in America for hundreds of years that we should return to Africa and build our own nation ourselves. So the bottom line is this, it's white culture executed by beige people. I'm about to get rid of this guy, occupational cachet, because I don't like people coming to my chat room. If you're going to have a serious conversation, occupational cachet must be this pan mulatto clown and whatnot, executed by beige people. There's no such thing as beige people, fool, So the bottom line is this. So one more stupid remark and you're gone. I'm not going to put up with it tonight. I am not going to have it tonight. This is an education. No, okay, you're serious? Guess what? You're gone. You're gone. Goodbye. Goodbye. I don't have to listen to you again. When I tell you, when I say I'm not playing and I'm serious, you're gonna come to my chat room. This show is about education. Because people are seriously looking at our history. They want real facts and everything like that. I don't know if I could get to Charles Taylor, and when I don't know about Charles Taylor, Chucky Taylor, his son was a thug, whatever. I understand that. I met his youngest son. I'll show you pictures. I met his youngest son 4 years ago in Liberia. He came to my house, I was staying at. I got pictures. I'll show you. He was a spitting image of Charles Taylor. His youngest son is like in his 20s, He was like a baby when Charles Taylor went to jail, So he was like his son. He was a newborn when his father went to jail, So I know the Taylor family in Liberia, So I'm somebody that knows this country. I've been through the country many times and I know the country. I know the history. I have a lot of Liberian friends. My wife is Liberian. Her family, now, which is not my family, are Liberians or whatnot. So we know the country. I hear what they say, real people, not online, not fake fraud people online. I know I'm talking about what real Liberians say among themselves, about their country and stuff like that. They talk about, how good it was back in the days and all stuff like that. How Liberia used to be on top in Africa and everything. Liberia was the one who brought modern civilization to Africa and stuff like that. They were proud. They're proud of that stuff. So most Liberians are proud of their history from America. Their ancestors came from America. They embrace both of them. They say they're like the average Liberian nowadays. Young Liberians basically do Black America. No, if you want citizenship in Liberia, you can have it. Yeah, African Americans can get citizenship in Liberia automatically. They're probably the only group of Black people that can do that, And also, if you're Black African American, even with a U.S. passport, you have all the rights of a Liberian citizen except for holding office and voting. It's a very, very accommodating country for African Americans. So like I said, Liberia might be our only chance left. It might be the only country left for us. All these other countries are massive debt. They're compromised by the West and France and all this other stuff like that, So Liberia might be the only chance we have left of building anything on the continent. Probably the last chance we have, And I'm not going to sit here and let people like fucking Elvis, somebody who basically can't go to his own country and live, try to spoil the name of our great people that came from us, our people that went to the country and built something, a reality for us. The people like ancestors of Liberia built that for us to go in, to have an alternative to America. That's why I always say Liberia versus America. Liberia was our America. That was our America. That was our story. So was it a perfect country for everybody? No, it was never set up that way. You had to have a place in Africa for descendants of slavery, and that's what Liberia was accommodating for, Did they neglect the natives or whatever? Like, of course they did, But when you talk about people, it's just ridiculous, Yeah, I'm an American defending Liberia against a Liberian white worshiper. What America a fucking America-loving, pathetic Negro like Elvis or whatnot. So how pathetic that is? I'm defending a country that he was born in. He should be representing, But these people are so fucking primitive and tribal. They don't even understand Liberia is a republic. Like, people embrace America. The same thing is he can embrace America, a country where people who look like him were slaves or not, but he basically can't embrace Liberia where people who look like him built. I like I said, there's nothing anybody can talk to me about, There's nothing anybody can talk to me about. I'm just done with people trying to argue with me about this topic, I want to move forward on that because I want people. I'm making the case that Black America needs to focus on Liberia. I mean, that should be the number one thing in Black America, just like any place else. If we basically do that, our sovereignty, our sovereignty and our manifest destiny do not end with the borders of America. It extends now in South Africa. We got an African American community in South Africa. We got an African American community in Ghana. We got African Americans now in Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda. We got African Americans all settling all over the damn planet. So we are not bound to the borders of America. And our manifest destiny and who we are. So Liberia is just one example of Black people, African Americans, this people of African American heritage being able to live on their own and build a nation. So that in that spirit, that's why we say Liberia, that spirit has to be preserved. Because if you don't believe that you can build a nation, you're never going to basically say, what's out there besides America? Is there something else beside it? You got Black people scared to even move to Canada. Oh, what are we going to do? They really don't think, some Black people really don't think they can survive without the borders of America, without the United States. And then we feel out that there's Black people doing well in countries like Spain. You got a growing African American community in Spain, Portugal, Italy, Germany. African Americans are going all over the damn world and finding jobs. As a matter of fact, I was looking at one thing. I forgot what country it was, right? I forgot which country it was. This country basically put it out there, says this. I'm gonna play a video. The top 10 Black countries in the world that want African Americans. There's countries that want African Americans. They understand that we have a high level of education. They like the music we bring, the culture, and everything like that. They're just, Black Americans are very popular. So there's a lot of countries in the world that are reaching out and trying to recruit Black Americans. South Korea is one of them. And another country, I forgot what it was. I thought it was Asia and Europe. They really want African Americans there. They give there's job opportunity, business opportunity all over the damn world. We are not beholden just to the borders of America. So we want to talk about that tonight. We're not just, like I said, these ADOS FBA people. All they want to do is stay in America, and they don't do anything. Okay, that's fine. If you want to stay in America, but at least be doing something when you're in America. Create something, build a business, build something. Don't just sit there on your fucking ass talking about I'm an American and you fucking not benefiting from America. If you find like my brother Mark Blanton, him and his wife rebuilt their life. They got a nice house in Sanson, South Johannesburg. She sold her practice. She's a doctor. She sold her practice, a medical practice. And he was a Secret Service person in the military, president. He was a Secret Service agent with Barack Obama. These people were upscale people from Culpeper, Virginia. I met him at Virginia Beach. He basically told me, he said, yeah, I want to live. He saw Blacks Without Borders. He said, I want to live in South. I want to know what it's like to live a middle-class life in South Africa. Now he's completely, not only that he found a new lifestyle, a whole new way of life. He's not worried about racism and all stupid stuff Black people in America are subjected to. He's over in South Africa in a Black majority country, living his best life. Yeah, there's racism and problems in South Africa, but it's not like the thing. But Black people are the majority. It's a different thing, So he and a lot of African Americans are now building whole communities over there. Really nice communities on that, where they're basically around their own people, their own churches and stuff like that, their own social clubs. They completely transitioned into a life in another country. And that's what the spirit of Liberia is all about. It's about liberty, the love of liberty. It wasn't just Liberia could be built anywhere in Africa. Liberia is the Black community in South Africa. Liberia is the Black African American community in the Dominican Republic. Liberia, there was also a Liberia in Costa Rica. Liberia just simply means out of bondage, we are now free. You know, we want to take it as freedom. But if you don't know what it's like to be in bondage, how can you appreciate a country that's founded on liberty and freedom? That's what our friend Elvis don't seem to understand. This is a country founded on liberty and freedom. If you was never a slave, you don't know what it's like to have your agency and your humanity ripped from you. You don't understand it and appreciate what Liberia stood for. You know, so like I said, we're going to basically talk about that tonight, you know. So we're talking about Liberia tonight, you know, versus America, you know. Friend or foe? Is America a friend or foe? Is Liberia a friend? America the foe or not? And the bottom line is this: I have to go with Liberia. I'm sorry, I'm going with Liberia. You know, when I look at the Constitution, the seal, everything, that's me. You know, when I see the Liberian Lone Star flag, I feel proud. You know, I feel patriotic. I feel patriotic towards that country and everything. I feel what I should be feeling about America, but I don't. And I know only thing keeping Black people here in America is the fact that Liberia was destroyed and does have opportunity. Liberia is rightfully our homeland, you know? So we're going to talk about that tonight. I want people to debate me on that. I want you people to call in, you know, because we're going to rumble tonight. You know, it's actually my Sunday night sermon, you know? You know, it's not even a rumble night, but it's a Sunday night sermon, you know? Yeah, I love you guys too, Abraham. Thank you, you know? You know, all I do is provide real leadership, you know? What do you know about Kalagenesis? You may not like me and whatnot, but I'm for real. One thing you know about me, I'm for real. You know, I'm not here trying to milk you for money, tell you everything like that. I'm just here to tell the truth. You know, that's all. You know, take it for whatever you want. If you like what I'm saying, hey, look, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine too. You know, I love you just the same, but you know, like this, you know. So Liberia is my homeland. You know, that's my home. That's what I love. You know, if Liberia is not your homeland for Black, hey, that's fine with you. Yeah, we can have it all. I'm not taking nothing away from you. I'm just saying this is why, like I said, yeah. Abraham says, sounds like African Americans are the cure to a lot of infrastructure needing built if they bet. Yeah, of course. If we would have the real leadership piping us into Africa, man, we'd solve the problems of development and everything. The problem that you're a goddamn grown man talk about how you feel about America, Liberia. Oh, wow, man. Okay. We only care which aligns with our interests, and our interest isn't poverty. You know, look, you could basically look, first of all, poverty is a mindset. You can go to any place in the world, right? Let me tell you something, Ralph, how wealth is created, how people that are poor and people that seem to be lucky get. Wealth is created through the control of land. And then basically wealth is control of the production capacity of the land. You need land, you need labor, that means human exertion, and you need capital, right? And you need consumption. Now, what are the basic things that create wealth, right? What are the basic consumption that everybody needs? Food, clothing, and shelter. You produce what you need, right? And consume what you produce and produce what you consume. Now, if you can get to that model right there, you will create wealth, no matter where you are. You can go anywhere in the world and basically produce wealth if you could do that model. Land, labor, capital, have your own domestic markets, you know, trade, and you could basically like this. So basically, if you want to go if you want to stay in poverty has come through ignorance and people being disorganized and not functional. That's what causes poverty, you know? So when you talk about poverty, it's like the poverty is man-made. Any country in the world could pull themselves out of poverty overnight if they had the right leadership. The problem is, you know, you cannot have leaders. That's why democracy doesn't work. You know, because if the leadership's ignorant, you know, you're going to be in poverty. You know, but if you have a strong central government and everything, that a technocracy that know how to build industries and whatnot and say yay and nay, boom, 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 that's how it is, You'll have a China. You'll have a Hong Kong. You'll have a Singapore. You'll have Malaysia. You'll have all these countries, Vietnam and everything like that. But if you have a country where everybody wants to have a fucking vote and a voice and everything, nothing will ever get done. You know? That's why I say this idea that everybody has to have a voice and all this kind of stupid stuff like that. No, you need to have people up at the top making decisions, the smartest people making decisions. You know, that's how a country creates wealth. And then over a time period, as the people get enfranchised, right, and they get educated, right, you enfranchise them by giving them voice, like America was. America, for 200 years, America wasn't freaking, people weren't voting. It got to a certain level of civilization. Then it says, okay, it's time to succeed from the English colony. It's time for us to become a republic. But they didn't just overnight become a republic. They had people, you know, that it wasn't easy either when America became a republic, because you had people that didn't want to recognize the government. You know, the Whiskey Rebellion. So I said, well, you don't know this stuff about history. You know, you'll make some mistakes. You want to try to debate me on stuff that I know. You know, because most of these people call my show, don't know history. Yeah, that's it. You know, it's like a dictatorship. You complain about. Look, I don't complain about dictatorship. Sometimes the dictatorship is what the world needs. You know. For like, here you convince Liberians return to Liberia, you know, here and convince, then I'll believe you got skills, Kyle. Return, like, look, I can't convince Liberians to return to Liberia because, like I said, they didn't conceive Liberia. That's why they can't go back there and live, because they didn't conceive that country. That's why no matter what they do, they can never build it, you know, because they can't conceive that country. They don't know anything about the country after all this time. All they know is that's where their ancestors came from. Blah, blah, blah. And the country they destroyed, you know? They don't know anything about the country. So how you going to build something you don't understand why it was created in the first place? But this new government in Liberia is starting to understand its purpose, right? That's why they're reaching out to African Americans. You know, they're starting to understand the purpose of Liberia. If Liberia does reach out and start using people from the West, black people from the West, to come there, build, settle, invest, whatever like that, Liberia has a chance. Other than that, it doesn't have any chance, you know? So it is what it is, you know? You know, so it is what it is. I ain't nobody going to accept dictatorship. That's why we pass on Africa. Most Africa hoping to reign over U.S. and going to, yeah. I don't know what that means. You say Africans want to take over the United States? Oh, well. Yeah. We had a good show on Dynasty Show. That was on Dynasty Show this afternoon. That was funny. About the 14th man, I trapped that dude, that Spanish dude, when I destroyed him. Like I said, that was classic Kalagenesis style, man. Like I said, the reason why people are like, well, how do you always win debates, Kala? Because when you win debates by basically, it's Liberia, the burial of Samuel Jackson. You mean Samuel Jackson, the guy that worked for Elam Sirleaf? He died. I didn't know that. He was my arch nemesis in Liberia, you know. But what you call it? I win because I win because you take somebody's premise away from them. Once you take somebody's premise away from them, they have nothing to stand for. I made him. He said, "Well, Carl, you put words in my mouth." No, I'm just saying what you said. He's in the chat room talking about La Raza and all stuff like that. So I made him stand on that. You know, when I made him take ownership of that, he got mad. Oh no, I ain't what I'm saying. Yes, you are trying to wage a race war, but trying to overthrow America. You guys want to come to black communities, take over everything, you know, put us out and everything under the guise of the 14th. No, the 14th Amendment wasn't designed for that, you know. So it is like this. So the bottom line is, you know, it's ridiculous, you know. So I said like this: the 14th Amendment was designed to give the black community a chance. You know, America didn't do anything for us, but the 14th Amendment gave us a chance, a fighting chance. You know, that was all they gave us. It wasn't no guarantee, but it says, look, okay, you know, you got a chance in America. It's not gonna be perfect. You know, they knew it was gonna be Jim Crow, segregation, blah blah blah. That was just the level of civilization was at. But at least we had a right to be inside the country, you know, and nobody could take that away from us. Well, people wrote the 14th Amendment didn't want to see fucking Mexicans and all these other people flooding the community when taking over and everything. That was a freaking nonsense, you know. So it is what it is. No, because for black, I am fair. You know what I'm saying about that It's the same thing I say about black nationalism in Liberia. It's all the same. It's all relevant to each other. You go to a village in Liberia, it looks like the deep North Carolina crowd have a Southern African accent. Well, some of the villages, it looks like that. Some of the villages, actually, without the villages, you got to go to the old settlements, the upriver settlements in Liberia. Look like you're in the deep South. On the St. Paul, all those communities on the St. Paul River, those towns on the St. Paul River look like you're in the deep rural South. It reminds me of my childhood, in rural North Carolina every summer. When I go to rural Liberia, it looks like I'm in my old summer times in rural North Carolina. It's amazing. All the way across the Atlantic Ocean, I found North Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, and South Carolina, right there on the coast of Africa. It's amazing, the culture and everything is similar, the food, everything is similar to the deep South, so yeah, but so we're talking about Liberia tonight, versus America. Is America a friend or foe? And like I said, I say this topic tonight is because there's this misconception going around that Liberia is some sort of outpost of America. There's a video, there's some white guy saying, well, America in Africa. Why is it that people want to claim Liberia? America had nothing to do with Liberia developing. America was abandoned Liberia. And it's just coincidence that the flags look sort of similar. America has Liberia, you look at Liberian history, it was very antagonistic towards America. Liberia, the only connection between Liberia and America was through Black America, through the Black community in America. President Howard of Liberia said, we got to get our people from America to come in. So basically, the dream of Liberia was to see more and more Black people from the United States come there and settle. Not white people, not America. It was Black people. You gotta go like this, No, American Colonization Society supported what was already going on. Like Black people wanted to return and build and they assisted with that, but they didn't form it, They didn't form it, When people talk American Colonization Society, what they completely omit is people like Randolph Cooper, people like Hillary Teague, people like Elijah Johnson, Joseph Jacobs Roberts, E.J. Roy, Edward Wilmot Blyden, Dr. Drayton, F. Ford McGill, who was one of the first Black doctor in the world, F. Ford McGill was the one who coined the term pan-Negroism, as a Liberia. He was also the head of the Chesapeake Liberia Trading Company. Liberia was not a colony, Liberia, a colony is a property extension of a mother country. America never had any territory in Liberia. No white person, no American ever owned any land or anything in Liberia. America had never had any authority over Liberia. That was a private organization, that lasted for like 20 years and then it went defunct. And the government declared itself independent, as a republic. So nice try for a Black, Yeah. So it's all this nonsense. What we have to do is understand. Once we understand why the country is like this, hey, look, look, everybody's ready to build Liberia, but we got to get organized, Got to get organized. You got to join the Black African Infrastructure Organization social network, You join the Black African Infrastructure, scrolling on the screen right there. Join the Black African Infrastructure Social Network. Download the app. Join the Liberia chapters, Create your own groups and incubate your own groups and everything like that. Let's get together, That's how we get it started, Connect with our members in Liberia, Connect with our Liberia chapter in the Black African Infrastructure, So you want to get this done? You guys want to do this? You want to come together and build something one night? Hey, we need the support, I'm not trying to collect any money. I'm not here for money for a Black. I think that's what I said. These people underestimate me. I'm not here for money. Everybody knows I'm not here for money. I actually believe in what I believe in. I'm not here for money. I got ways of making money. I don't need this to make money. I want to see this movement happen, and I'm going to make sure it happens. It's happening already, but I'm going to push this to the next level. You know, I want to be the number one person in Black America as far as leadership. I want to give people leadership. I'm not saying I'm a leader. I said I want to provide leadership. That means I'm trying to be an example. You know, so I'm not trying to collect money. I don't live off YouTube and fucking cash apps. Hit the cash app. Hit the cash app. I don't fucking do that. I don't need your money. You know. So keep your food stamps for Black. You know. I just listen. You know. All I need is people to do is like, share, and subscribe, and listen to the show. I'm not asking for any money. You know. So you can kill that claim. You know. That just went out the door. Anything else to say? So it is what it is. I saw this one thing. This one girl had a video out today. It was really, really shocking, alarming. She was breaking down, like, you got that 1776 goofball talking about, oh, you see, Donald Trump said that girl. She was a freaking Negro-European Congolese lady, basically with her nose saw fucking Trump's ass and whatnot. Thank you, Donald Trump. And the Congo's thinking about giving him a Nobel Peace Prize. And then one African girl did a video, she was like basically, she was basically saying, man, Black America has been sold out again by Africans. Africans they'll take no shame in throwing us under the bus or not, The people the Congo should be welcoming to Africa is Black America, not Donald Trump and his fucking minions, his nonsense, everything. But we get sold out by Africans all the time, so it is what it is. So there's a lot of Africans upset over that. What the hell is she doing praising Trump for? Trump's going to gain from that. He ain't doing that piece because like that. Whatever he did, he promised Rwanda something. He promised the Congo something and whatnot. And he's going to gain big because he's going to have acted. There's nothing we could do to stop it. The United States, after everything, after all the Ubuntu talk, that Broody talks, all this freaking nonsense, now the white man's going to walk away with our ancestral homeland, Pretty soon you'll see military bases, military bases on the continent. Pretty soon they're going to outlaw us coming to the continent. They're going to take home. You're going to see white Americans building their own communities over there. You're going to see white Americans building their own tall buildings and everything and practicing their racism in our ancestral homeland. They won. The only thing we really got left is Liberia. That's it. That's the one country America can never get a foothold in, because Liberia always see America as the enemy, They play this game about, oh, America's a friend. When Elvis come, oh, yeah, we love America. No, because you're fucking useless, Our ancestors in Liberia that built Liberia, they love Liberia. They didn't come to America, If you go to places like Caesar's Beach, you can see why these people are so happy there, The people that were unhappy, like the Elvis's people, right? Yeah, they're in America right now, and because they had their revolution. Why are they in Liberia? No, because they want to subject everybody else to that nonsense they're not going to be subjected to, which is a country ruled by primitive people and illiterates. That's what Liberia never wanted. They got it with the 1980 coup when now the country's falling apart. And they're in America right now. We got to deal with them in America. It is what it is. Oh, that's what your audience been to Africa. That's the number one. Yeah, I've been to Africa. Yeah, a lot of my people in the audience been to Africa. Yes, I've been to Liberia several times. So yeah, yeah, we've been to the continent. Will the Congo get nothing? Nothing. America has a thing. They know how to take, but they don't know how to give. Yeah, America knows how to take, but it doesn't know how to give. America was in the Philippines for years when they propped up people like Imelda Marcos and stuff like that, and looted the Philippines for years until the Filipinos had enough. And so America, it's almost like America doesn't even know how to do the right thing. It doesn't have, Cuba had enough. That's why Fidel Castro overthrew the Batista government. Sometimes these people had enough of being exploited by America. America could do the right thing all over the world, but it chooses not to. America's so racist, it doesn't even know how to treat people of color like with dignity and respect. That's all people usually ask for is basic dignity and respect. That's what the idea of Liberia. They said, look, we couldn't even get the basic dignity and respect as human beings in America. That's why we're here. You read the letter of Hillary Teague, which I'm going to do, Well, let me look for that letter, folks. I don't know if I find the video. If I find the video, I'll play a video. If I'm not, all right, folks. As next month will be Liberia's is America's Independence Day on July 4th. July 26th is Liberian Independence Day, and we're gonna have a dynamite show on that day. Let's hope it's not a weekday. I gotta work. But we have it like this. So now, folks, what I'm about to play is Liberia's Declaration of Independence by the great Liberian statesman and first man who created the first Liberian printing press, and newspaper publication in the Republic, who kept records of the Republic and its progress. He was a Liberian patriot, came here through the American Colonization Society on Liberia, and he wrote a very fiery speeches condemning America. So this is for all those people who think that Liberia is some American stepchild and stuff like that. I'm gonna destroy that right now with playing the reason for Liberia's independence, right? And this myth about the American Colonization Society and also relate the myth about this special relationship between Liberia and America.
A Declaration of Independence by the representatives of the people of the Commonwealth of Liberia in Convention assembled July 16, 1847. We, the representatives of the people of the Commonwealth of Liberia, in Convention assembled, invested with the authority of forming a new government, relying upon the aid and protection of the great arbiter of human events, do hereby, in the name and on behalf of the people of this Commonwealth, publish and declare the said Commonwealth a free, sovereign, and independent state by the name and title of the Republic of Liberia. While announcing to the nations of the world the new position in which the people of this republic have felt themselves called upon to assume, courtesy to their opinion seems to demand a brief accompanying statement of the causes which induced them, first to expatriate themselves from the land of their nativity, and to form settlements on this barbarous coast, and now to organize their government by the assumption of the sovereign and independent character. Therefore, we respectfully ask their attention to the following facts.
Hold up. I want to get another version of this. I can't stand when foreigners can't freaking speak right, fucking try to talk. I can't stand that shit, Learn how to speak fucking English, people. God damn, Let me see. What does for Queen of Liberia? Let me see. That was a better version of that. I want to see. Let me see. I want to see a better version of the Liberian independence. Hillary Teague. Let me see. Hillary Teague. Let me put Hillary Teague. Hillary. Larry. T-A-U-E-T. Okay, let me find Hillary Teague's speech. Try to find this. Well, maybe this guy can say it right. Hopefully, I can understand what he's saying. Hold up. This is a declaration.
Happy Independence Day. I'm going to read for you the Declaration of Independence of Liberia. The Liberian Declaration of Independence is a document adopted by the Liberian Constitutional Convention on July 16, 1847, to announce that the Commonwealth of Liberia, a colony founded and controlled by the private American Colonization Society, was now an independent state known as the Republic of Liberia. The Declaration was written by Hillary Teague and adopted simultaneously with the first Constitution of Liberia. The anniversary of the adoption of the Declaration and accompanying Constitution is celebrated as Independence Day in Liberia. The Declaration articulates the history of the Americo Liberians that settled the Commonwealth and sets out the aspiration of Liberia to accept it as a free and independent state within the community which marks the friendly intercourse of civilized and independent communities. Listing the injustices committed against African Americans as a result of slavery in the United States, the Declaration notes the foundation of the colony by the American Colonization Society, as well as their gradual withdrawal from governance in favor of increasing self-governance by the immigrated colonists. The noted goal of Liberia is declared to be both to establish a state built upon the structure and principles of the law of nations and the Christianization and modernization of the indigenous people of the region. The Declaration partially relied upon the United States Declaration of Independence, in particular, its discussion of natural law. We recognize in all men certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the right to acquire, possess, and enjoy and defend property. Furthermore, its listings of injustices perpetrated by the United States parallels the charges set forth in the United States Declaration of Independence against King George III. However, the Liberian Declaration asserts no right of revolution, but instead frames its independence as the inevitable and planned purpose of the colony by the American Colonization Society. The society, having surrendered all control of the colony in January 1846, had fully encouraged the independence of Liberia. The Commonwealth of Liberia declared its independence from American Colonization Society on July 26, today, in 1847, as the Republic of Liberia. And Liberia became the first African nation on the African continent to gain independence. On January 3rd, 1848, Joseph Jenkins Roberts, an African American from Norfolk, Virginia, United States of America, was elected and became Liberia's first black American president. On February 5th, 1862, the United States finally accepted and recognized Liberia's independence. From January 7th, 1822, until the Liberian Declaration of Independence from the Colonization Society, Liberia was the only African nation that was a colony of the United States and a protectorate. With the backing and support from the United States, Liberia kept its independence during the colonial era. Liberia was never colonized or controlled by European powers, making Africa's oldest republic on the African continent, the Republic of Liberia.
Only thing is, I think he made a mistake when he said it was colonized by America. America did provide it with protection, but we're going to call that colonial relationship, maybe. But for the most part, Liberia was never governed by the United States. You know, that's the whole thing. And there was a clue was when the British asked America about its status with Liberia, right, before they could declare independence, America said that we do not friggin' it was not a protectorate. It was not a protectorate. America said we have no relationship with Liberia whatsoever. We don't recognize everything. And then in 1862, like 14 years after it became a republic, the United States finally recognized Liberia and basically accepted a Liberian ambassador to the United States. That was John Hanson. He was Liberian ambassador to the United States. That's when the first recognition of that America recognized the existence of Liberia in 1862. So all that time period, Liberia was pretty much on its own, you know, and then it had a relationship of, you know, just like a paternalistic relationship. Like America, basically, I guess America had plans for Liberia. You know, it could be America was, you know, considering exporting a lot of black people over there. That was reason why it didn't want British to take it over. Then when that wasn't really feasible, right? The only thing stopping Liberia from being colonized by the British was America gained an interest in Liberia's rubber potential with Firestone. That gave Liberia political and diplomatic cover for a few more years until World War II broke out. Then after World War II, it was evident that the area of colonialism was gone. So Liberia was no more under a threat. So really, Liberia as a country is only like really like 35 years old. That was 1945 to 1980, you know? Before that, Liberia was under the threat of colonialism. So it couldn't really develop or build the way other countries did, you know? So because it was under constant threat of being colonized, you know? And so the only thing is several international things happened that staved it off for colonization. One was World War I, which German U-boats basically dominated the Atlantic Ocean. And then it was World War II. You know, those two things basically, Europe was fighting for its life. France, well, you know, had to bring troops in and fight the Germans and whatnot twice, you know, so that basically, and the British had to send people to the specific region in World War II, and that basically they sort of lost interest in West Africa. Had it not been for World War I, World War II, I think Liberia probably would have eventually been taken over by one of the European powers. I know it, but America needed Liberian rubber for its war effort. So that gave Liberia some political protection. And Liberia became a de facto protectorate of the United States because the United States needed some thing. It was a protectorate. See, a protectorate is not like a colony. It's just saying that there's only, but it was an unofficial protectorate. Usually, a protectorate has a colonial administration or so in the country, but Liberia wasn't the case. It was just basically, you know, they would tell the British, you know, the British said, well, if they're not a protectorate, you know, then why aren't you occupying it? So what America did was they sent Buffalo soldiers, they loaned Buffalo regiments of black soldiers from America to help Liberia with its thing. So in other words, the problem was the British and the French were like, Liberia's claiming territory because it used to be twice the size of it is right now. Liberia's claiming territory that it's not occupying. So the solution was Liberia turned to the United States, for help. So United States military attachés came there, and they brought mostly African American to help out. It was not like it was white officers, right? But they used African American infantrymen, to occupy the interior and stuff like that, to protect this what remained of his borders that was taken by France and the British, So yeah, so like I said, we're going to talk about this tonight. It's a real good topic, Like I said, I know a lot of people got questions when they ask me about Liberia and whatnot. And the bottom line is, why do I go hard for Liberia? Because I do believe Liberia was our America. 1847 was our declaration. Like 1776 mindset basically talks about 1776. I don't recognize 1776. I have an 1847 mindset with the words of Hillary Teague that you just read. He just read in the thing. Why they like that speaks to me. They were and some of the words. I want to find this one speech by Hillary Teague. Right, he was so damning in his condemnation of America, his hypocrisy. A country that says it, and early Liberia was formed because they called America hypocrisy. They called America a lie. Early Liberians said Liberia was the truth, while America was a lie. And that was really evident in Black America, right? Liberia was always our truth. America was always a lie, So I don't know where 1776 gets that from, right? America was never ours, was never ours. We're here in this country, yeah. But the bottom line is this: America was always a lie when it came down to it, And the real men, those real men, Hillary Teague was a real man. J.J. Roberts was a real man, The Liberian founding fathers were real men, not cowards, A coward lives in somebody else's shadow, in somebody else's dreams. A coward dies 1,000 deaths in somebody else's reality, somebody else's dreams. He never has anything of his own. He always dies for somebody else belief. He has no beliefs of his own. He withdraws from the world. He just says, okay, it is what it is, and just goes along with the get along, But a real man freaking finds his way in the world, He says how he has agency over his life, his agency over his future, agency over everything like that. You understand where I'm coming from, Yeah, African Americans, the Liberian government now is working to make it easy for African Americans. And also, if you come on my tour with us next year, if you want to apply for citizenship and residency, we can help you do that because we have a consulting business company that partners, African American couple, Cynthia Blanford and Val Thomas. They're consultants with the government. They help you get established in business over there if you need anything. And also, if you want citizenship and anything, they'll show you how to get your path to citizenship in Liberia. Citizenship in Liberia has to be, you have to live there for 2 years, on the ground for 2 years, right? Continuously. Then after 2 years, you're granted citizenship. That's the real citizenship, You can't just go there and get citizenship and come home, say I got Liberian citizenship. No, you got to be committed to really investing and saying you want to be part of the country, because Liberia basically, they do take allegiance to the country very, very seriously. It's not like, I don't know, Sierra Leone, whatever like that. You got people, oh yeah, I got a passport. And you're back in America. And Liberia basically, they want your allegiance, That's what they're looking for in Black America. They want Black America to switch their allegiance from America. It's where we're going to come down to. It's going to come down to America versus Africa. As Liberia grows and gets more powerful, Black people in America is going to have an option, a country. You may not have the same everything you have in America, but if we could make the country a decent place to live, a fun place to live, and everything like that, with his peace and security and opportunity and whatnot, more of us going to choose Liberia. Because why? Because when you're in Liberia, I'm going to tell you right now, when I'm in Liberia, I feel like I'm at home. I don't know how to describe it, right? When I'm in America, I feel like I'm visiting. When I'm in Liberia, I feel like I'm at home. You know, if only I could basically friggin' do the same business I have over here. You know, if I could be able to get in my car and go to the office and do everything I do in America, I would live there. But I know that's not reality right now, you know, because the country was destroyed, you know. But I say like this: if I like I said, when I go to Liberia, I feel like I'm at home. When I'm in Liberia and I read the words of Hillary Teague, and I'm sitting on at the Kandaja resort, I love that, sitting there reading my novel, you know, taking me back in time. And I'm just sitting at one of the resorts in there, looking at the ocean, hearing that powerful ocean and whatnot in Liberia. I really feel that I said, I'm home. This is my land. This is my home. You know, this is my home. This is what I love, you know. You know, this is my home. This is what I love. You know, so 1776, the bottom line is this. The love of liberty. Liberty was denied to black people, right? Black people that went to Liberia had one thing they take from America is the love of liberty. But they knew that in order for them to have a liberty, they had to create their own land of liberty. America was the white man's manifest destiny. We had to have our own manifest destiny. That's what you don't seem to understand. I agree with the concepts of natural rights and freedom and that, but the bottom line is, I'm not going to live in somebody else's reality. This is a white man's reality. This is white folks' reality. Liberia is the black man's reality. That's our place, land of liberty and peace. And I don't want nobody trying to take that away from us. You know, Liberia is about liberty, you know. So the conflict with the native people, yeah, okay, like that. But I'm not going to let them friggin' destroy what the good intentions, but like our ancestors started off with, you know. So it is what it is, you know. So anyway, I think it's time. I'm going to play some more videos later, but I will open up the chat room. For anybody that wants to rumble, you know, rumble, what they call it, rumble, because like I said, this is Liberia's night. This is like going to be a big show until I do the Independence Day show in July 26th when I do my Independence show. Hold on, wait a minute. Dang, I got to go to Delaware. I got to be in Delaware on the 29th. So, well, and then again, if I'm in a hotel, I could probably do a show from a hotel, you know. I could probably do a show. We were up to Delaware on the 29th, so for business, you know. That's the only thing I love about America is the business I do here and whatnot. If I could ever do this in another country, if I could ever be like the Blacks Without Borders, you know, have a nice office in fucking Johannesburg. Yeah, I live in another country, but I can't go no place and fucking say, what are you going to do in Africa, caller? You can raise goats. No, I'm not going to fucking raise goats. No, I'm not going to fucking grow mangoes or palm oil, you know. I'm a professional. I need real business infrastructure and stuff like that, you know. Hopefully one day we could build that nation where you could have a nice professional job. You can have an alternative to America, you know. Hopefully we can make Liberia like that one day, you know. We can make Liberia at least like on the level of South Africa. We have young people taking professional jobs and everything like that. That's what's going to build a country, you know. Can't have a place where everybody's fucking starving and whatnot, you know. I really don't like what I see in Ghana. All the black people from the West, they either try to open up a business, which is stupid, foolish, or they're just living off YouTube, cash apps. I never see anybody in Ghana with a professional job. I never see that shit, you know, because the whole thing is this. All professional jobs got to go to the Ghanaians. One thing about Black America, right? Yeah, this is probably the same thing in all Africa, but I get the impression that if you're a Black African American, right, if there is a good professional job available in Liberia, you can probably get it. You know, you can probably get it. You know, because the government of Liberia basically includes Black America in its freaking planning. You know, I don't think any other African country does that. You know, South Africa tried to, you know, include Black America in its Black economic program. You know, yeah, but that's all you see is people opening up units, apartment units. What's units if people can't afford to be there? I saw that too. And, you know, the bottom line is Black people got to stop building fucking housing, you know? You got to start building factories. You got to start building industries, businesses, and stuff like that. Houses, anybody can build a damn house, you know? They got this thing called box houses and that, where you could, your house comes in a big, giant crate, and it self puts together. You can put a house up in like 15 minutes. You know, let me see if I can find this video. This is the future right here. We don't need nobody building fucking houses. You know, we don't need that shit anymore. You know, we need people building factories, building industries, you know, trade, you know, commerce, you know. That's what we need. We don't need no damn nobody building no damn housing units, man. It's so freaking played out, you know. Let me see. Box houses. Box housing houses. Box house. Let me see if this is it. I think that's it right there. Box houses. You know, okay. Let me see. Unbox. Yes, unbox. Let me show you this, folks. Come on. Unbox. Let me show you something. This is the future right here. This is how we're going to build communities in Africa in the future. You know, hold up. You know, hold up. Oh, wow. It's right there. You see that, folks? You can, a house right there. You can order a box on a crate, and it puts together like just like this. Boom, boom, boom. And you can buy bigger ones too. Boom, boom, boom. You know, it's called unboxing. You know. These are new housing designs, whatnot. You know, it's like, look, housing is changing. Man. It's easy to build houses nowadays. You know. Houses come prefabricated nowadays. You know, you don't need to freaking. You can build a house, you can ship it over to Liberia, whatever. I plan on doing
it. Create a voiceover using your own voice. Customize with AI to fit any story.
Okay.
And connect with your audience at scale.
Okay, you got the idea. You know, you don't need to build fucking houses like the friggin' I need to build a house. No, it's a territory technique now, man. You can just order a house right there, have it shipped to you, and put it up in like 2 hours. You know, big ones too. You know, big ones too. Man, you got it's incredible the technology that's out here nowadays. You know, all you really have to do is build infrastructure and stuff like that. You know, that's the least Africans can provide is basic infrastructure. You know. So look, there's no damn upscale houses in Ghana. You know, upscale in what in a poor country? That's ridiculous. You know, upscale. What's it? Like I said, oh man, I don't know. People are stupid. You know. What's up, Abraham?
Yeah, hi, Kala. How are you?
Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying? You don't need to freaking. Everybody say, "Oh, this person built like a bunch of housing units," but if there's nobody living there, right? They don't have no jobs or anything like that. What's the point?
Yeah, and, who can afford a big house?
If you live in Ghana, who could afford to live in a fucking brand new house that costs like $500,000? Who the fuck can afford that? You know,
right?
The dumbest thing I ever heard in my life, man. I thought I was crazy, man, but I was like, there's something not right about all this, you know?
Yeah. There's no proper infrastructure in these countries like there is in America, and it's a heavily financialized America.
Yeah,
and it's actually going back now to a real economy like China, and that's why they're eyeing Africa where all the resources are, and like you say, they're going to go over there and turn it into another white colony like they've done everywhere else.
like I said, the bottom line, the Congo is done for, you know? Congo's done for. You're going to see white Americans there.
Carla, that's why they're going there, because the resources are there and they ruined what they had in America.
Well, the bottom line, white people basically, like Donald Trump wants, he didn't publicly say it. He wants Greenland. He wants the Panama Canal. He wants Canada, right? So it makes him think he doesn't want the Congo too.
Well, white people want everything. First of all,
So they want everything. They will. They try. Look, they tried their best to take over Liberia. They tried by discrediting it. They wanted Liberia so bad. That little piece of territory on the coast of Africa, they wanted that country so bad because it was there.
Exactly.
They really wanted Liberia so bad. Liberia survived colonization. That's why I love Liberia so much. The fact that it's a country you go to, and I, as a black person, particularly from America, I know that look, you look at Liberia, there's no colonial fucking history. There's no. You see all that vast land going up to the Gate Mountain area right there. There's no, this owned by the French, or this some French company owns this or not. Europeans. No, that's all free land, and every white person knows it too. They don't have no colonial history, conquest. White people try to act innocent, like they don't know what they're talking about, but they know. They know that when they go to Africa, they're in their mind, yeah, we conquered you. We ruled you. And we're letting you, and this is really ours. That's what they think. But they don't think like that when they're in Liberia.
Right. Yeah. And to top off what I was saying is these central banks across the planet are saying that the dollar is meaningless, we're not interested, and they're proving it by buying a whole lot of gold reserves, which is going to be the staple currency of the world once again, like another Bretton Woods.
I got plenty access to gold in Liberia. Ask Dave.
And that's why whites are going to Africa, Kala.
Well, they can go to Africa all they want. They know they can't get nothing in Liberia, so that's all I care about.
Right. But the
the Congolese and all these people are stupid. Let them be stupid, But one thing for sure, they'll never have Liberia, over my dead body.
Well, let's let them be stupid, but at least benefit as a black person and black people instead of these white people who are going to exploit it and not even reinvest.
Yeah, well, like I said, if we do exploit, it's our land to exploit. And also we have a track record of investing in the continent, putting our money in the continent, and being part of the continent. When Lebanese, they come and they take. Chinese come and they bleed the continent dry. And I tell Africa, I tell people, I say, look, they're making money off shit you should be doing yourself. And they all they do is go make money in these countries, poor countries. Suck them dry, because money circulates to these countries, Suck them dry, and put the money in their banks and ship it offshore. That's all they do. Come in there and they give you stuff, their bad food, their bad imports, whatever like that. And the bottom line is this: as long as that's the case, and Africa is never going to get any place, because Africans are too cowardly to freaking stand up for themselves. They're too scared, But let me get Dave on. Dave, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, good evening, Carla, man. The topic, it's crazy, man. They're trying to recolonize Africa.
Yeah, they are.
I
So
mean,
they're trying to.
they're not gonna use the Europeans this time. They're gonna use the Americans.
Yeah, and the bottom line is, you see that speech that girl gave before Donald Trump, that Negro-Pean Congolese shake. We thank you, Mr. Trump. I'm like, yeah. And then Africans like, this was so embarrassing. Yeah, it is embarrassing. Here's everything we were saying for a long time. Africans love kissing white people's ass, and that's dangerous, because the bottom line is this.
Man. They about to get the Congo, the richest piece too, Carla.
Yeah, so it's like, you mean to tell me that you guys
want
to solve your problems, you got to rely on Donald Trump? I mean, it's just
they're gonna take all the mineral out of the Congo and put it into the new humanoid robots, the new AI robots. Man, it's crazy.
Yeah, well,
they're gonna have new electric cars.
What do you think about the topic I was talking about?
Yeah,
I was saying Liberia versus America, friend or foe, And I said,
but most Liberians don't know that America never been Liberians' friends.
I know, but Liberians basically, I think Liberians know that, because I've been seeing some comments by some Liberians. They're like, why something happened recently where America said something. I said, why is America always in our business? Whatnot, So there's always that rumbling now. I know you heard it before. They're like, why the hell are the Americans always telling us what to do? And sometimes for bad reasons, because remember when Nathaniel McGill was sanctioned by the U.S.
Yeah.
There was a
Oh,
lot
yeah,
of
they
Liberians
hated
saying,
that.
"Well, America
Oh,
shouldn't be like this," you know.
they hated that.
They hate that. But the whole thing is this nowadays, right? But the thing is, there's so many Liberians that live in America, right? And they understand they got to have some sort of, and I understand that you got to have some sort of relation with the United States, because if Liberia goes under sanction from America, it's finished. You know, I understand
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Oh man.
But
Oh
the
man.
thing is, what I'm trying to say is, when people, you got white Americans trying to rewrite history, like, oh, some white guy got a video out now called "America in Africa," and you and I know Liberia had nothing to do with no America, nothing. Yeah, the Constitution, the Declaration sound the same and whatnot, this annual thing, but Liberia was a black republic. You did you hear that words of Hillary T when he was
Yeah, he was reading it earlier. You had
yeah.
it reading
So,
it
but there
earlier.
was another one. Somebody did this, but mine, I can't find that one, right? Where he basically was even more verbiage. He was saying, we were damned in America, and we look at you celebrating independence while we were in bondage, and those of us who are free had no rights, no liberties, or whatever like that. So but he said, we are on this shore right now in this area. We will have what everybody else has. That's the purpose of Liberia. We are going to be free. This is the one spot in the world where no one's going to take our liberty away from us, you know? And so a lot of Liberians thought that the only threat to them was America, really. That's what they thought. America was a threat to them, you know, because there was an incident that happened in the 1920s. I don't know if I told you about this. The Santa Monica and the Worley incidents, two incidents that happened in Liberia that put Liberia and the United States at odds, you know. Okay, let me talk about the Santa Monica incident first, right? I have it on my Call Nation blog, right? And this incident right here. I wrote this like 15 years ago, and this really has set me on my path to where I am right now in Liberia. Right, when I read in this one book that I had called Black Colonization, right, I read this incident, right, buried in history. What happened was there was this U.S. During the time period where the Liberia asked the United States for help in its frontier force, you know, organizing this material and bringing peace to the interior, right, because they couldn't control the area outside of Monrovia, right? So they relied on the United States. Well, anyway, there's this guy named forgot what his name was, right? White guy, right? He was from Georgia, and he was a U.S. ambassador to Liberia, right? And he stuck up residence there, and so therefore, he went into the interior, and the Liberian government says that he was incompetent. He made the situation there worse, whatever like that. So anyway, to save face, right, he went up there and investigated because there was reports of American Liberian officers abusing the natives, right, and keeping some of us house slaves, whatever like that. He went up there and found out it was true. They were up there. Some of the officers were abusing natives, you know, and the natives would listen to their grievances and complaints and stuff like that, right? So one of the guys named Sanamani was arrested, right, in there, right, and he was told that he should present himself to Monrovia, right, for charges, right. So Sanamani was like, well, okay, I'll go to Monrovia, I'll be there, like that. This guy basically took the opportunity with his contingent and chained him, right, and a 12-day journey. He went from way up in Nimba, somewhere up there, Lofa, Nimba, there to Monrovia, 12-day journey. He was chained. He said, Sanamani testified that the natives were like, yeah, see, the white man's in control. He's coming here to take these people out of here, whatever like that, you know? And that enraged Liberians, you know? It enraged them in Monrovia. Like, the natives like, well, we know the white man's in control right now. You know, we're saved, you know, something like that effect, right? So when he got back to Monrovia, several high-level Liberians like, wait a minute, how could a white American, you know, chain a Liberian? I thought that we left this behind in America, you know? How is he going to chain a Liberian and bring in a Liberian? Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about this, how Liberians thought of themselves. They said being humiliated by a white person is something that black people in America go through, not here in Liberia, you know? Think about what I just said, you know? Black people complain to this day of
That's crazy.
humiliation, you know? By white people. You could be humiliated anytime, even in 2025 by white people. But in Liberia, even back in 1920, said, no, that should never happen to America. even though they admit that he was wrong, he deserved to be arrested and punished, right? They said the fact that a white American brought him 12 days journey, from the interior, right, in chains, and made a mockery of our republic. So anyway, the news, it hit the Liberian newspaper, right? And then that guy, I forgot his name, George something, I think his name was Bowley. His name was George Bowley. He basically, a mob formed at his house to try to burn his house down while he was in it, right? And then he suck up residents at the Liberian consulate house, something like that. His country's consulate house, American consulate house, right? And then he tried to get out of it. Then he was finally arrested by Liberian authorities, right? And he was no, what happened was he was in the street and some Liberian approached him, right? And wouldn't let him pass. And he struck the Liberian, hit him down, and broke his jaw. And that Liberian sued him for, think about it, at that time, $3,000. You know how much that probably is right now? $3,000, right? And then basically they declare him persona non grata. And then like a few months later, he was sent back to America. But that was Liberia, in America that didn't happen. That's what showed you like the difference between having your own country, where you're in charge, and
you set the rules. You set the rules. You set who goes to jail.
Yeah. So bottom line is this:
he get prosecuted.
He had to pay. He had to pay that, or he wasn't going to leave the country, So the American government paid the fine like $3,000 at the time, and he was released and he went back to America because he was declared.
But Kala, look at that situation. Okay, compare it to the situation that happened with the girl and that missionary that came through.
Oh yeah. What you call it?
You see
they let that guy off.
They let the guy off.
Did you see the judge? The judge was some hungry, desperate crime boy. George Weah pointed. The dude looked hungry. He got paid like somebody put $5,000 in his bank account, and he said there's no evidence. How evidence? She testified, the driver testified, all witnesses, right? Say he did it when there was no evidence. I was like, yo, that's Jessica, But that's what the native Liberians done to the country. That's how they changed the country, man, back in the 1920s,
now they know those crimes they could get away with those crimes now.
Oh yeah, they can come to Liberia, almost kill a girl, a Liberian girl, and walk out free.
Yeah, now they know. Now, okay, we could get away.
We can get away with this stuff, Before they didn't dare. Hold up. Back in the Tubman's day, right? There was this American that came there and said something about the Liberian, and Tubman had him arrested. Tubman said, you're going to retract these statements, right? He said, I don't care what you say about me. But the guy said, okay, well, he was basically saying the government's corrupt. They're not using the money, whatever like that. And Tubman arrested him and said, you got to basically clarify your statements, See, they didn't play that stuff back then,
Play that mess, Now, Liberia, it's a playground country,
Or anybody can come in, do anything, abuse a woman,
do anything they want to. Tubman was I had to move him up on my list. To rule a country.
Tubman was no joke.
To rule a country for 27 years, you gotta be strong, man. You gotta.
And all that, he built the country. He built. Tubman built modern Liberia. Modern Liberia built by Tubman. That was his
imagination. He was a statesman and a strong man at the same time. Didn't play no games.
Yeah. So what you call?
And also to rule the country and manage to maintain law and order.
Well, and it had everybody, what you call it was so orderly, he would give his morning messages, the pepper bird, message, Liberia's landed a pepper bird. Pepper bird is a bird that only in one of my chapter 2 of my novel is called Cry of the Pepper Bird, And my novel, and I'm gonna give the novel away if you buy it. One of the boys supposed to be descendant of Talbert, right? Saw a pepper bird in South Carolina. He said, "Wait a minute." Somebody said, "This is the old bird. Only how did this bird make it across the Atlantic?" It was an omen to return to Liberia, to go to Liberia. Mm-hmm. So I was in my put that in my novel. People who read my novel said, "Man, this is worthy of a film." So I got like 2 filmmakers that want to make that into a movie. One day it will be.
Kyle, I want at least a $30 million budget for that movie. Man.
Yeah,
That
movie would be the best movie ever
make it big,
created,
man.
man.
Fuck it, man.
I would give it to Ryan Coogler. The only person I would do is Ryan Coogler. Hey, here's my boy. Let me call my boy Great African. He just texted me back. I'm gonna see if he can come on tonight.
Like I said, a lot of people don't know Liberia. Their best friends was mainly Germany, the Swedes. You know, it really wasn't. You know, America. They just used to use.
Yeah, it was Germany. Germany was
yeah.
the best. America's Liberia's closest ally was really Germany. You know,
really Germany. Sometimes the Brits, but the Brits, you know, they were always trying to take over. But you know, like you said, friend or foe. You know, so
yeah. So the bottom line is, America is about America, right? America doesn't even have it in its interest to freaking that. Look at this idiot, 1776. He can't wait to taste it. No, you'll never taste Congolese car. Something's gonna happen where America's gonna be the fuck out of it. You know. All he got to know how to do is look at the white man, get what's like I said. He's disgusting. This 1776 mindset, you know. But whatever. The bottom line is this: as long as we don't have to deal with that in Liberia. That's all I care about, you know. You know, Liberia is about freedom, you know, liberty.
So I can't wait to get a steak.
Yeah, so he's an idiot, you know.
Kala, how did Kagame turn Rwanda around?
Well, he put his foot down, you know.
Okay.
How long, Kyle, I wanted to ask you a question. How long he been in the president of the country? He's been there for a while, right?
About 20 years.
Yeah, but then I guess that's what works in Africa.
Yeah, well, I'm like this. Each country in Africa needs a technocracy, you know, of supreme people who are very nationalistic, who basically know the country, know how to freaking rule and whatnot, and that's it. You cannot have democracy. The problem in Africa, like a Kagame's situation, right? I looked at the opposition, right? I said to myself, what are you exactly opposing? Everything's going right. Well, I just think it's time about it. So in other words, it's just Africans got this idea that governance is an entitlement, you know? So in other words, you have no new ideas, you know, no anything, right? The country's on a course of development, right? Instead of getting behind the course, you just want to get in power, right? And then what happens is like happened in Nigeria. One person gets in power, next administration comes in, everything that they did was null and void, right? That's why they got so much. Like Nigeria has the most number of incomplete projects. There's no continuity and stuff like that, you know. A country, the political parties are supposed to be on the same page for the most part. And that little slight disagreement is where you have parties. Okay, we're like this. We believe in 90% of what we're the same thing, but we got to do it another way, you know, and we got to do it another way. And this person says we got to do it our way, right? And the person basically who wins has a slightly better proposal or made his case better than the first person, you know. But when you have and like you have in America right now, it's just Africa, right, where the two political forces are so diametrically opposed to each other, I don't even think the idea of the modern nation state is going to survive, you know, because I think what's making it worse is social media. People get into their own little cells and camps and everything. They double down on that nonsense and everything. And there's no room or expression to grow, you know. Back in the days, a Democrat and a Republican in America was pretty much the same on most things. But the most part now it's like, damn, man, Democrats are just socialists and the Republicans are on the extreme right. And so every side is extreme. It's like that in Africa, you know. It's like you see all the criticism of Buckeye, right? And tell me, Dave, maybe you know somebody know. What exactly is people say he's doing wrong?
They don't like the problem in Liberia. It's like you just said. both political parties are supposed to have, most of the political parties are supposed to have all the same consensus. Okay, we all want development, we all want roads. You know what I mean? Or we all want electricity.
That's what I thought.
You know what I mean? You understand me? But they don't. They don't. They know they're not going to want to do that because they don't want the other government that's in power to take credit for it.
They're already now talking about what we did, what not. They're hoping for failure.
They're hoping for failure. You know, you're gonna see somebody like Yaka. Oh, Brocker must not succeed. You know what I mean? Or Edwin Snow. Oh, he gotta fail. He gotta fail. That's, you know what I mean? That because they don't want him to get
what that shows me is that these people haven't reached the level of civilization.
They have not, Kyla.
They have not reached that level of civilization. And the bottom line is this. I would never forgive America for letting them people, that coup happen and these people taking over. You know, that should have never happened, you know? America is like this. So the bottom line, so the country is paralyzed by freaking idiots that's running the country, the primitive people that can't even agree on how to fucking build a country, you know, basic shit, you know?
You know what I mean? Nobody want the next man to take credit for, oh, you in power, so you can't take credit for that. You messed up everything. Everybody got their goons. You got to think about it. In Liberia politics, all of them got their goons. You know what I mean? The minister got his goons.
Yeah, what you call it? There was the former mayor of Monrovia. You heard about he jumped some guy, you know?
Yeah, they all got their street team. They got their goons. They got like
their goons on the street. They'll jump you and beat you up one night. This is
you at night, kill you, set a robe and kill you, and
So the principality.
Yeke actually said, the Boca is gonna fill his cutlass.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the world,
but like I said, remember I was talking about Yeka and Butt Naked. They got tension between them. They going back and forth. You can't overlook these things. Colin.
Yeah. So bottom line is this: at any time, Liberia, much as I love it, right, and there's a lot of African Americans going there. Unfortunately, man, these Negroes in power, they can send the country back in the Civil War. Elvis's people, you know.
Really?
Yeah.
Mafia ruling different areas of their own.
Well, at least the mafia at least provided, and you go to parts of Sicily, it's really peaceful and quiet. They do that shit in the dirt, in the dark, uncovered. You can't tell. You're in America, Little Italy. You see people out there, flower shops out there, and people outdoor cafes. It ain't the Wild West, Yeah. That's a difference, It's a difference, with people of color, man. It's like, damn, when criminals rule, it's almost like they deliberately make the place a
look, Kyla, Yeka, you never see Yeka in a suit or looking, presentable.
The dude looks dirty.
The guy never has a cut, never has a cut. It's just
remember wait a minute. Remember that he showed up in the Congress with his karate uniform on?
Yeah.
Oh, you sent me that. He did some karate moves on that.
Yeah,
on the floor of Congress. I mean, it just but people they don't understand is the world will say, okay, is Liberia's a beautiful country. There's a lot of people that be coming there. Last time I was there, there's a lot of people coming there because of stuff we've been putting out online. People are curious, what this country, because it has a history of Black America and stuff like that. So people are naturally curious about Liberia, right? But when they get ready to make that decision, much as they have the curiosity, they make that decision. We're coming there when they basically look at things like these motherfuckers. Look, did you see last year? I don't remember this, right? The University of Liberia, young dudes who should be getting a trade there are out there with their political frustrations. What the fuck? A little country with an $800 million budget. What the hell do you want? These guys are politically frustrated, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, why are these guys all in politics? Get a job, get a farming skill, get something, Why is everybody fucking trying to be a politician, It's like, and people look at that shit, People look at that shit and say, yeah, I like the country, but I think I'll pass. I think I'll go up the road to Sierra Leone.
Tyler, if I had a foundation, like if I had money, I'll just pay people to go to school to learn how to read and write a lot better.
Yeah, so I'm saying that's what I want to do, man. I want to get people. You know what Liberia needs?
Liberia needs to get everybody on the same page.
Exactly. You know what Liberia needs? It needs a free public library.
They burnt it and cooked bush.
Yeah, I know. What they need is
And
more
they burnt
libraries, right?
all the
Where people,
libraries during the war and cooked bushmeat and butt
yeah,
naked and cooking his heart meat. Yeah, burnt all the goddamn books,
yeah.
Kyle.
So,
George Bush gave the
yeah,
book.
but like I
You don't
said,
know what happened to the books George Bush gave them in 2005. George
yeah.
Bush came there and gave them books. We don't know what happened. They cooked bushmeat with it, man.
So hold up. My whole thing is when you have a library, right? And people can go there. All the stuff people say, Carly, you know a lot. You know how I got a lot of my education? Just going to the library reading. I would get books on everything from shipping.
My father used to buy me Encyclopedia Britannica.
I got encyclopedia. I got
Like
I
each
had
year,
World Book Encyclopedia.
each
I
year,
had a
they
World Book
changed the
Encyclopedia, and I had almanacs in my house. Growing up, I had the African American Almanac, African American Encyclopedia, World Book Encyclopedia. I was always a bookworm reading. That's why I had a when you have a world history, the knowledge is the knowledge, right? What also burns your mind when you read a lot of books and novels, right? I remember Helene Cooper said that she used to read the Nancy Drew novels. You know what that does? That puts your mind in another place and time, so you could think outside of your immediate circumstance. If you got people that they don't even know that there's a world, their world is not the Liberia that they know is not the end of the world. There's a whole world out there, and you're part of it. You do that by reading books. I remember this one lady, this shark researcher. She was in Australia. She said, "Oh yeah, I grew up reading Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer." I said, "That's how people know so much about American culture. They meet American literature. You want to know about a country, you read some of their literature. But if you're illiterate and you don't read about what's going on in another country, you don't know what's going on in another country, whatnot, you have this narrow view of the world. Anybody that was educated properly in Liberia would have known that the progressive people were not capable or ready to run a country. They would have known that, But they would look at the rest of Africa. They would look at history. They would look at their place in history, their time in history, where they're at in history, and say, you know something? I don't think
Got the pros and cons. They want to compare and contrast.
Right. They had no reference. They had no
All of
reference
those things
outside of
come
the
from
world.
literature and libraries and
Yeah. So
history
like
and
when you listen
learning
to
it.
Elvis, right?
You're
You could
right.
tell
Yeah, you're right.
people. You could tell with the people who have been brainwashed that Elvis was nonsense. They had no knowledge of the world.
But that's why I tell you, Colin, it's two different type of Liberians. You got the rebel time, and then you got the rally time. The rally time, that's those old heads like my grandmother, my mom's uncles, and that. They came before the war.
Yeah, my
They
auntie Berlin.
their culture, they literature, reading book. You
You're
understand me?
literate.
You understand me? These guys coming after the war, during the war. You understand me? They got a different mindset. Straight out of the bush, some of these guys. Gotta be honest. So they're not known. They're not too cultured. Before when you come to America in the 70s, you got to go to Monrovia first to get in go to the colleges, see how things work. That's like your pre-America before you come to America. You understand me? But these guys not doing. They just jumping out the bush. You know what I mean? They just jumping on a plane. You know what I mean? That's what's going on. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, like I said, when we talk about Liberia, what we want to know is the truth, because Black people are learning a part of their history. Liberians, but you say Elvis said, "Well, these aren't your people. They are my fucking people." Why did he say shit like that? So I'm like, yeah, these are people that settle. Liberia is an extension of our culture, and that was a part of our culture that stuck in. Our culture doesn't begin and end with the borders of America,
My uncle was mad because that war started. He went to school. He was going to school. He was supposed to come back and work for telecom, but the war happened in 1980. Coup happened, and he was in America. He didn't even come back. Like, man,
Yeah, a lot of people were stranded in America after that coup,
Yeah, a
A lot of people
was
lost their
like,
land, their property. They come back, Liberia, somebody's living on their land, properly driving their cars, vehicles, whatnot. Like, what the fuck, So it is what it is, It is what it is. what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to tell a different story. I'm saying Liberia, and I'm getting a lot of progress here because people they listen to me. They're starting to look at okay, let me learn about this country and whatnot. Because nobody was advocating for Liberia. I don't think black people really know much about Africa to begin with. But they don't really know about Liberia. That black people had a
Know
role.
about Liberia. That's a hidden gem, Kyla. We always
Yeah,
talk
it
about
is.
that's a hidden gem, man. They not.
It's hidden. When people do learn about it, right? Then what happens? They fall into people like Elvis, like, oh, so, America. Do you know any American Liberian or so-called American Liberian that apologizes for their past?
No.
I don't know any either. I don't know anybody. I don't know what the hell is he talking about. Oh, we're like, no, those are actually friggin' native people fronting like they're American Liberian. You know what I'm saying? Most American Liberians knew they did nothing really wrong. They would help these people out. Gave them education, stuff like that, took them into their homes and everything like that. They did the best they could with what they had, They only put in proper context. Liberia was still an African country that was developing, But why didn't the natives have this or that? Well, if you look at the native Liberians, they were actually had a higher standard of living than the rest of Africa. They always want to compare native Liberians to the few people in Monrovia instead of saying, well, Africa has to develop. And when Africa develops and everything like that, then all the rural Africa will come up with it. The rising tide lifts all boats, So they don't even look at it in proper context. Okay, if you say Liberia didn't have this or that, what about the rest of Africa? Yeah, what's that in the background? So is that you, Abraham?
Yeah.
Mute yourself. Let me mute you. So the whole thing is this: when you have people in a culture, right? You always look at the whole entire picture. You put it in proper context, right? I understood that a country is a developing country, right? It's a developing country, and it cannot do but so much, right? Look at the rest of Africa, So therefore, you put that in that context. But if you think Liberia is supposed to be like, oh yeah, well in America, well Liberia wasn't America, How the hell was it supposed to develop and give everybody a high standard of living overnight when it doesn't have the money and the resources to do that, So that's what we're talking about. Hey, Dave, what's on that background? I see you in the background. Yeah, so.
Yeah, that's Dave. Anyway, Kala, listening to this thing about these weird Liberian politicians in power and their little principalities that they're trying to run, it sounds to me like if some kind of, let's say, for example, BAIO organization brought in a lot of money and said, we're going to develop these things so that neither of you can take the credit and you won't have any problems with that. In that sense, so we can take.
You probably would if what Liberia needs is a strong private sector, and what it needs is a neutral private sector. Black America would be perfect for this role, because most of us don't give a shit about tribe, background, political party, and so that would be perfect for some African Americans coming there. Because what happens is, if anytime I noticed when I did my tour last year, right? The Liberians were at each other. I thought the Liberians I had two different groups of Liberians, right? That I was working with, right? They refused to work with each other. They refused to work with each other. They also Liberians are good for trying. And I didn't.
Was it tribal? Was it tribal, Kyla?
Well, something. Now tribe has morphed into, people
Political party or
political, social. Who you hang out with, your clique and stuff like that. It's like if you're not in somebody's clique or know somebody, whatever like that, they don't want nothing to do with you. He's an outsider and whatnot. Like, let me give you.
The country's more divided.
It is. And so let me give you an example. I have friends in Liberia, right? My wife, sometimes she gets on me because she goes, I don't like that. I said, well, that's my friend. When I know him from Facebook, I like that, and she don't want to. She just don't like a lot of people I like. She hates a lot of people I know, right? And then she learned to start liking a couple of people I know, and after a couple of years, she started saying, "Oh yeah, we're going over to Sinead's house, whatever like that." I said, "You didn't even like Sinead the first time, because that's how they are. They just naturally, if you didn't know each other since you were babies, whatever, you won't, you don't get to know anybody. You're just against them. You always think the worst of them. I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Is that a
I
Black
thought it
African
was gonna
thing?
be. I thought like me, the Liberians treat me like God, but the way they talk about each other is like, oh my God, man, you guys should be working together. They don't believe in that shit. They're in their little camp, their little clique, whatever, and that's it. If they ain't in their little camp, their clique, they don't care. There's no sense of Liberianness and everything like that. There's no sense of nationhood or no sense of
It's no nationalism, Carla. There's no
there's
nationalism.
no nationalism, something like that.
What caused that?
What causes that? I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I say stuff, man. I don't like people get upset when I say stuff like that.
Man, you open tonight, man. Open up tonight, man.
Yeah. So
it-
my observation is, I think a lot of times, a lot of Liberians will not feel humiliated in history. They feel they got low self-esteem. They feel humiliated in history, because they feel like, this is what it is. A lot of Liberians, basically, when you talk to them, right, like my driver, right, they'll tell you, okay, hey, boss, they really resent the fact that, in their village where they came from, they got these special names that means you were born on this side of the star, blah, 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 the world is yours, blah, blah, blah. Then when they come to the reality of living in Monrovia, and they got to provide and get jobs, and then nothing but a lowly paid worker, that's really damning and humiliating to them, Whereas black people in America, we're used to being on the bottom, feeling like we're nothing in American society, A lot of Liberians basically feel like Liberia is oppressing them, They're really,
that's true. That's true, Carla.
they feel like the whole idea of Liberia is holding them back. They want all the stuff, right? Like, oh, they like the party in Congo Town, like that. But the idea of submitting to an idea, when they look at that, what really bothers them? When they look at that seal and says, for the love of liberty brought us here. I never thought it was the right. And I hear them talk when I was already here. I don't care about the people. That's somebody else's flag. That's somebody else's. I'm like, damn. Why? Because they feel that flag and the seal puts them in second place or second class, And I don't know, like you said, Dave. So maybe we might have to just take.
But how? But you're already in power. You're running everything. How?
Yeah, but the whole thing is, hold on. Like I said, I told you, the power, the political power, did not change the social status of Native people. It didn't. It did not change the social status. When you go to Liberia, just the same thing they talked about, the Congo people in power. It still exists, It still is. Even though you got their guys in
kind of
power.
true. Yeah, died, right? Because right now in this situation, look at Liberia right now. Right now, the only people that could save Liberia right now is the Congo man.
Yeah, black and their connection to Black America.
Yeah, and Black America. That's the only thing that could save. And it's like, damn.
Did you see that thing, that conference they had? I put the thing. I had a couple of days ago. There was a big conference.
It's like you gotta run back to the thing that you hate the most.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly it right there.
That's the only thing
like Elvis. They resent the fact that when it really comes, like Thanos said, "Where does that bring you? Back to me." Remember that?
Yeah. Where's that bring you back after the 14-year Civil War?
After all these years,
you still gotta go back.
You got what's that bring people right back to me, right back to us, and they hate the fact that I'm a living embodiment of everything they fucking hate about history.
Even because Kala too, look at it too. The Congo man in America, the war happened, everything happened. The Congo man flee to America. You know what I mean? You got everybody else fleeing to America.
Yeah, you're coming to America. Oh, yeah, I saw this one lady, obviously indigenous, talking about she was about to get deported. She was like, and then she had these human rights lawyers say, no, her ancestors come from. She was clearly a Basso lady or something like that, or a Grebo lady, whatever. So like, my ancestors came from America. I don't say nothing, right? I'm like this. I'll extend my grace to Liberians, right? If you're a Liberian and you live in America and you want to claim your American heritage from us, all cool with that. You know, I'm cool with that.
Oh,
No, I'm just like this. African Americans established Liberia, right? So therefore, the trade-off is that I believe out of all the groups of Africans, Liberia do have access to Black America. You know, I believe that in our heritage. You know, what's ours is theirs. You know, since we share a country together. You know, that's what I will say. You know, so I don't really say nothing. Well, okay, Liberians, they want to claim Black America. They want to be claimed like this. So I'm like, you know, hey, look, you know, you can. You know, I know a lot of FBA people don't like when I say that, but that's the way I feel about it, right? So look, we have a history with this country and whatnot. You can't just say, "Oh, you're not American." No, no, no. We went to that country, established. God gave us the 16 tribes. You know, we love our 16 tribes. You know, we go over there and whatnot. You know, we're not one of the tribes, but we're there. We're not. We're
right now, who can eliminate all these tribal bans and sanctions? That's Black America, man.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, so long as Liberia is tethered to Black America, they'll be all right. You know. Yeah, that's one thing is keeping them thing. See, look, for Black, I knew she was going to say something about this. She goes, "No, that's only if you majority believe this. They aren't us. Sorry, yes, they are. Yes, they are. The Liberians are us, bro. You know, that's the way it is. I accept the Liberians. They're part of our culture. You know, they're part of our history, part of our culture. So they're one of us. You know, our ancestors never left. Yes, some of our ancestors did leave. Dave, do I have to break down the history for her?
You know, they don't want. She don't want to believe it. You know, it's just going back and forth. She don't want to just believe it.
So bottom line is, oh yeah, it is. You know, look, for righteous, you gotta get things. Yo, I'm gonna have For Righteous on Michelin Street, man, out there, man, selling mangoes and whatnot. She's gonna become a market lady, you know. She's gonna become a market lady, you know. Yo, hell's Elvis, man. Elvis is a freaking clown. Yo, is Elvis the biggest clown you ever say? For like, you are right.
Yeah, I can't hang out with Elvis.
Saying something to fucking extend something, because I know a lot of Liberians, they're not like Elvis, right? They want that protection of being near Black America. You know, they want that protection of being near Black America. And I like this since we both share a country.
I understand, man. He's a rebel time Liberian, so there's no problem.
I would love to get rid of the people like Elvis. You know, I would like to send them back. You know, send them back. They ain't got no attention. They have no ties to us. And whatnot. You know, people like Elvis. You know, I would love to send back. You know. Here goes Elvis up here and whatnot. Should I let Elvis up there? You know, should I engage us?
You know? Let's hear some nonsense for like 30 minutes.
Yeah. Let's see what he has to say. I'll mute myself. I want to hear what this clown has to say, you know.
Some nonsense for like 30 minutes. You gotta
like I said, they call me the ringmaster for a reason, right? Because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns, you know. Speaking of which.
Oh, God.
Okay. You know, I wanted to come on earlier, but I was eating, so I had to wait until I got done. But I agree with Fort Black because she's smart enough to understand that she can trace her ancestors to their homeland down south. Those are her ancestors. You think people who have no relations to you are your ancestors, which is ridiculous. So she's smart enough to realize that her ancestors never left.
Hold up. There's people right in my area, Windsor, North Carolina, stuff like that, settled in Liberia. How do you know someone were my relatives?
Are they your ancestors?
Look, ancestors. Hold up. If they came before me, right?
Nope, that's not what ancestry is. That's what you don't understand.
Hold up. The bottom line is this. Look, if in America, right? There's George Washington. Is he the founding father of America?
Yeah, he's a founding father, but not a biological father. Ancestry is through biology, Colin.
When people basically say ancestors, I know that biologically nobody in my family descended from.
There you go. So they're not your ancestor. They're not biologically related to you.
Hold up. But these people, we have a common heritage. They're part of my tribe.
Okay, yeah, you can say your tribesman, but not your ancestor.
Okay. Just put it like that. Okay, they're my tribesmen.
Yeah. Okay,
tribesmen. Is that good enough for you?
No, I mean just agree with Fort Black. She's right.
I don't care. I don't care about the word ancestor. I'm just saying they are my tribe people.
There you go. I'll give you that.
They're my kinfolk. You know.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
I go to Liberia and whatnot, and I'm talking to them and whatnot, I say, yo, kinfolk, whatnot, and they understand me. I understand them, whatnot. It's particularly my wife's family, We're like, yeah, we're long lost cousins and whatnot, We're like this. All my people in Liberia, whatnot, long lost cousins and family and kinfolk. They have strong connections to their people here in the South, in North Carolina, Georgia, and stuff like that, Matter of fact, some Liberians, like the what's his name? God damn, Hogarth. The Hogarth family is in Virginia Beach. They're one of a large Liberian clan, right? They founded Arlington, Liberia, right? And the patriarch of the Hogarth family is buried here in Virginia Beach. Every couple of years, I get invited to their house and everything. They have a big family thing. The Hogarth clan is in Philly. They're in Monrovia. They're now also in places like South Africa and everything like that. The Hogarth family, DNA connected them. Somebody did a DNA test and said, well, wait a minute. Later they found out, oh yeah, we're from Liberia or whatever like that. And they found out the whole history of the family and everything through deep genealogy. And so the Hogarth family have been meeting for 5 years now, 5-6 years now. Like that. They say, yeah, these are our kinfolk, our tribesmen, our people that went to Liberia and built the country. They learned about the history of the country. The people in Philadelphia and stuff like that meet with people from the Hogarth family in Monrovia and Liberia, throughout Liberia and stuff like that. So, yeah, the connection is growing. A lot of black people in America.
Tyler, why those Hogarths and those other great people went to Liberia and was funding the nation? Your family, your ancestors was probably sharecropping in the South.
Whatever.
You have no relationship with Liberia.
Hold up. Yeah, that's true. But the whole thing is the Hogarth family come from the same area my family come from.
Don't make you related though. Not by blood.
It doesn't matter. There's still
you're trying to tether yourself. That's what you're doing, Carla. You're being a tether to that form of Liberia.
I'm not trying to tether nothing. I'm just saying
that's exactly what you're doing. They live by me, so we're related. Nah.
Hold up.
By community.
African American because they leave America.
By community.
Yeah, they're still African Americans by blood, and I'm an African Americanist, That's what I'm saying, That's it. I know they're not my blood. Just like the people, I say the black people, African Americans of, let's say, Texas, I go down to Texas. I'm not going to say these are my ancestors that celebrate Juneteenth. My ancestors weren't in Texas. Actually, I did have a relative from Texas. But I'm saying for the most part, these are the same people that basically forged themselves as the homogeneous culture of Black America, so they're like this. So wherever that culture goes to, I'm a part of.
And let me tell you a secret, Carla. Had the American Liberians been in power today, right? Somebody like you, if you want,
I think personally, to tell you,
1 second, let me make the point. Somebody like you, if you left America and went to Liberia, you would have no power. They'll look at you as an outsider. You wasn't one of the families that settled. You won't have the prestige that they had.
Elvis,
that's a secret.
Elvis. I do not care about that. When I go to Liberia, I'm not looking for power. I'm looking for power. I say it like this: I'm not American Liberian. My wife is, family is. I'm not American Liberian, right? I think you got me all wrong. I am not trying to be part of some American Liberian like that. In fact, most of the people in Liberia I'm friends with are native. Most of the people I know in Liberia that I'm cool with.
You always say we when we built it. You're not part of the we.
Hold on. I'm saying my ancestors, right? Not my ancestors, my kinfolk, my tribe, my group, my lineage, right? Liberia is an extension of Black America. That's all I'm saying. It's an extension of Black America, just like the community, the Black African American community in the Dominican Republic. There was an African American community in Baja, California. There was an African American community in Costa Rica. There was an African American community in Sierra Leone. There was an African American community in France. There was an African American community in Russia. I celebrate all those people. They're my people. They come.
We don't hear you talking about them.
I'll say no. Dave, you remember when I did the show, Black America Overseas? Do you want me to play the show?
You talk about Liberia on almost every show. You don't talk about the people in the Dominican Republic and other places like that.
I did 5 shows in a row called Black America, History of Black America Overseas. 5 shows, each of them like 6 hours long. I covered this.
Look, Fort Black is saying something here, and I think it's profound.
That's what she said.
She said maybe the ones who went to Liberia remembered Africa. My
Okay,
people
hold
weren't
on. Check this out.
interested.
Hold on. First of
The
all,
vast majority of African Americans wasn't interested in going to Africa.
Hold on. First of all, she's ignorant. The people who went to Liberia initially were not free slaves. You know, they were black people who lived in the United States for hundreds of years. But when the country was founded, they found themselves stateless and citizenshipless. You know, and so the idea was that they said, let's friggin' put into practice what we've been talking about for 200 years. Let's go and build our own communities on the ancestors of our colony of our ancestors. Some went to Nova Scotia, they ended up in Freetown. Some went to Liberia and whatnot. You know, so the idea was free blacks, right? Later on, slave masters began freeing some of their slaves, right, and setting them free, or they die, or whatever like that. You know, and or the government will like get rid of unwanted black people who couldn't work, whatever like that, and set them in Liberia. And those people became the people they sent upriver to farms and whatnot to work. You know, those were the slave descendants, right? The Liberians were not slave descendants initially, you know. Is what it is, you know. So,
Tyler, that's not even true. Tubman came from a plantation, I think, in the South.
Look, I said that yes, some people came from the plantation, right?
Okay, then. So when you say the Liberians, you put that in.
Initially, the people who lived in Monrovia all came from well-to-do, mostly Presbyterian.
J.J. Robert was a descendant of a slave.
No, he wasn't. J.J. Roberts was a free black person in America.
That's not true.
Yeah, J.J. Look. You can
How did his white father have?
He was not. Check this out. J.J. Roberts, basically, we have Roberts Park in North.
He was a mulatto, wasn't he?
No, he was. Check this out. J.J. Roberts was I know people that descend from him live in Norfolk to this day. You know, J.J. Roberts Park is named after him, whatnot. J.J. Roberts was a octoroon black man, right? His father was a businessman who shipped goods up in from Norfolk and area Elizabeth River up to the Potomac, whatnot, between it. Then he ended up going to Petersburg.
What is an octoroon, Carla?
Well, octoroon means you're quarter black. You know?
So he was almost white. He was 75% white, which is even worse than a mulatto.
Hold up, but you understand how Black America works, right?
Nah, Carla, a person who's 25% black, you think that's a black man?
Hold up, you don't get to define that. In our culture,
oh, okay, all right.
People who are 25% black were considered black.
That's our okay, Carla. All right.
So your culture is different. Our culture is different. You know, our culture is 25% black. My great grandfather was an octoroon. You know, the bottom line is we always accepted these people as one of us, and we're not gonna let you change that thing. So yeah, he basically went to he could have stayed in America. He was a prosperous businessman. He could have stayed in America, but he wanted to be part of this new republic. You know, and he said, okay, these are his people. You know, we had all different types of shades, whatever like that. These are the same thing in America. We had all kinds of shades of people or not that became one people. You know, we're not divided over color like other places in the world. You know, so it is what it is. So trying to tell you something, you know, for your history, learn something of us. You know,
Tyler, you say he was 25% black. I don't consider him black.
Yeah, so I know, but you don't consider. But it doesn't matter what you don't consider. You know. Yeah. So how much do you consider Adam Clayton Powell black?
You guys consider them black. I consider someone black.
That's all that matters. We consider
that's what I'm saying. But
we consider him black.
He was an octoroon, 75% white.
Elvis. It doesn't matter.
Why do you do that, Carla? Why do you keep calling my name, bro? Stop calling my name like that, man.
I'm saying, Elvis. Look, the bottom line is it does not matter what you think. In our culture, right? In our agency, we have agency over who we think is black.
First was black. To us, he's black.
To us, he's black. Something like that, you know. It may not be black to you.
Who is the us, Dave?
Black. Right. J.J. Robert look like one of my own.
Oh, okay, Dave.
It don't matter to you, like you said. Like Colin said, it doesn't matter.
Culture, you know. You guys
are not gonna understand it.
You know,
you're not gonna understand it.
Dave, you don't look no kind of white. You got a big old Liberian box of hair. What are you talking about, bro?
My father look.
I'm telling you, I ain't saying nothing about your father. I'm saying you.
You don't know me, bro.
I say you. I've seen your picture.
You don't fucking know me.
We see your picture, Dave. You standing there by that wall.
On my father's side.
You don't look anything mixed.
It don't matter. It don't fucking matter, man.
I'm gonna talk about you, bro. Your daddy might be white or even octoroon, but looking at you.
might be white.
I don't think any of that white blood passed to you, bro.
Hey, it don't matter. It don't fucking
Bottom
matter.
line, Elvis. Bottom line is this: in our culture, somebody like J.J. Roberts,
JJ Robert look like one of
he
my
was like
own.
he was basically black. In our culture, my grandfather and great grandfather was like that. They look white, whatever. But they
You
were
proud
black.
of that, Carla? You proud of you got that white blood in you?
I'm just telling you that's just a fact. I don't have to explain that to you. It's just a fact.
You're explaining it to me right now.
Say, hold on, look. All I need to do, all you have to say, is if people just left us the fuck alone, and just said, look, okay, that's the way they think, whatever, like that. It is what it is. We can't just go back. So in other words, basically, should we get rid of Booker T. Washington out of our history, Elvis?
I could take Booker T. He's half and half.
Booker T. Washington.
He's not 75% white.
Hold on. W.E.B. Du Bois. Should we get rid of him?
Is he 75% white?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
He looked like he was white. He was very light skinned.
Yeah, but he's not 75% white.
It doesn't matter. The bottom. It's not even what you're on the outside, because that's why you're superficial. Is what you say on the inside. Adam Clayton Powell was a black man because it was in his soul. His soul was black. You're going by the superficial outwardly. You got people like Clarence Thomas. He's black as the Ace of Spades, and I don't consider him black. It's what your soul is.
Baruti is asking you a question, Carla, and it's a smart question.
Yeah.
Baruti said,
Look. If Angola reached out, it's too late.
it's too late? Why?
Yeah, hold on. Angola is cutting a deal with the Trump administration to build a railway to the thing. So I know history plays out. America is not going to let anything get in the way of its looting the Congo.
Carla, you're finding excuses to look for defeat.
I'm not excuses, nothing. I'm just saying the fact that it is what it is. Had we moved on this thing 5 years ago, like I said, when I tried to send a group to Angola and whatnot, and it fell through because of COVID, we probably wouldn't go through this. But now Angola is letting America build a railway through its territory and whatnot, and that cuts into any sort of territory that we could probably build a nation.
That's not even true. Angola is a vast country. What are you talking about?
Well, I know that, but I'm saying is the area that Black America come from, northern Angola, right?
Who said you have to settle in the area that you come from, Carla?
Hold on. We're trying to return to our ancestors started. That's northern Angola, southern Congo. And Donald Trump has his eyes on that area, So
okay, go to southern Congo if you can go to northern Angola.
No, it's the whole area. The whole area is going to be under occupation of the United States, so they're probably build a military base there. I don't know anymore, So it is what it is. So the Pan African movement might be just dead. It is what it is. We sat here and whatnot. All I needed was like 400 or 500 black men like me, and we could have did something. But I'm cursed with being the strongest black man in the fucking world. So fucking weak. I got Greek giggling Negroes like Elvis. And
that's a chuckle, Colin.
Well, chuckle, whatever. The bottom line is this. All I know is I'm the only one that can stand like this when I say what I say. Everybody else too scared to say what I say. And also I say like this. My ancestors, good or bad, established, not ancestors, my tribe, my kinfolk, my lineage, my story.
Not your lineage.
Hold on. My people from my heritage, my bloodline.
Not your bloodline. What are you talking about? It's not your bloodline.
African American. Look,
your kinfolks, your tribesmen. That's fine.
Look, if you're African American, right? You settle in Canada, you're part of my heritage.
Yeah, fine.
If you settle in France, you're part of my heritage. If you settle in Alaska, you're part of my heritage. You're part of my family. You settle in Mexico, you're part of my family. I claim all people.
Of course, you just want to attach. You just want to tether yourself to other people.
Tether myself nothing. I'm proud of being what I am. I'm just saying that black.
Kind of is a reverse tether. That's what you are.
No, it's not tether. Black America does not begin and end in America. Black America, the African American community, built the first black community, modern community in South Africa. People don't know that history, So what am I supposed to be ashamed of that? No, I take that. So the only thing is we're supposed to do is just sit back and just take our losses. No, I'm taking our wins too. That's remarkable how we was able to settle outside of America and build shit, So there's an African American community in Russia to this day that helped the Russians with their farming sector. So I should abandon that and say, no, that's not us. No, of course not. But they're African Americans, so they're part of our heritage,
Tell me something great that people in your direct bloodline has done, Colin.
Well, they produced me, you know.
Oh,
So,
okay. All right.
so bottom line, hey, look, so it is what it is, I'm telling you, I'm proud of my heritage. I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of thing. I wouldn't want God to make me anything else but Black America, and I'm proud of my history. I'm proud of my music. I'm proud of everything we created and everything like that. Next thing you know, they'll tell me, well, you had nothing to create with the music. No, but it's still my
No,
culture.
I'm
You know?
not telling you that. That's not what I'm saying.
And so guess what? I guess
Words have meaning, Carter. Just use the right words, and we'll have no issue.
I'm just saying, look, look, the bottom line is this: if it's Black America, I know my people, I know my culture, I know what Black America. Like I say, I can go to parts of Liberia, and I go upriver and stuff like that, and I'm saying, these people are freaking doing the same thing our people do. They eating watermelon, frying catfish, frying fish, doing fish fries, stuff like that, and they're basically being this feel like kinfolk in the deep south, So I have a connection, So yeah, I had some people try to give me some pig feet. I said, well, I don't eat pig feet, but they brought that from America, So, but it is what it is, So it is what it is. The church, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, I embrace that because it comes from our people, our culture. I grew up in the AME church, and the AME church in Liberia, all over Liberia. There's an AME church in Brewerville, and so I see the AME church in Liberia, and I see one in North Carolina, I see the Zion church and one that, so I see a connection, Black people, Black America. So it is what it is, I know you probably don't like that, but I'm not saying that the people in there are my direct.
For Black people, you're proud of imaginary people, Carter. That's
But
crazy.
she's somebody who, hold on. Speaking of imaginary people, you're quoting her. I know you agree with her, right? She's somebody who believes that she's fucking indigenous to America. Now, who's more lost? She's a whole ass Black woman, right? On welfare, a typical stereotypical on welfare, getting government assistance and whatnot. But she believes that she was born in, she was native to America, that she has no connection. So who's more of a who's more crazy? Somebody who knows their heritage and everything. I know my ancestors came from Africa. I know some of my ancestors went back to Africa. So bottom line is this: so who's more crazy, me or her? Somebody who doesn't even fucking want to acknowledge her fucking the truth about herself.
But Rudy says most Black people in Africa don't live in an ethno state, Carter. So why can't you blame it with the Angolans? You got to live in an ethno
It's
state.
like this. It's like this. Okay, the same way that Liberia failed, right? You cannot bring two ethnic groups together and try to build a state. You can actually do it, right? But
That's not why Liberia fell. It's that you
no.
felt
That's Liberia
one
failed
group
because
felt it was
Liberia
superior and it
failed.
can oppress. Had they brought in other people and incorporated them fairly, it would have been a success.
Hold on, Liberia failed because there was two different cultures, right?
No,
We argue about this all the time. We see you cannot have two different people with two diametrically opposed views of seeing the world. It's not going to work. Now, would have worked, right, Elvis? Would have worked, right? If Liberia had a bunch of libraries, right? If they had a literary culture, I bet you any amount of money. Like I asked your friend there, have you guys? Yeah, I bet you any amount of money. This guy that you had on there is your Liberian guy, that whatever like that was a progressive. I bet you he never read The Animal Farm. I bet you
Carla, that man is a teacher, a high school teacher, a chemistry teacher.
Hold on.
He got a university degree. You don't even have a university degree. You're not on the same level as him, Carla.
That's the whole thing is if people got degrees but they're not really learned.
No, they learned. How do you think you get a degree? By being an idiot?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you think he's ever read Hawthorne? Has he ever read?
I don't know what books he's read, Carla, but I know he's smart enough to be teaching high schoolers chemistry in this country.
Hold on. Did he ever read Richard Wright?
I don't know. I don't know what he read. The point is, he's smart enough to be a teacher in high school in the United States, in Philadelphia.
Hold on. So, has he read James Baldwin? How does he know that he has
I don't care.
a world view? If you
I don't care, Carla.
You
You always think that you're better than people that you have no academic parity with. You have no academic parity with that guy.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. What was his doctrine? that he goes by? Who? Tell me what writer. Usually, when people call themselves educated, they got people say, "I'm a rock doctrine of divorce. I'm a book."
No, you being educated don't mean that you read books. It means that you have a.
Only in Liberia.
Listen to what I'm saying.
You know,
It means that you went through a rigorous,
no.
regimen
Look,
of courses,
there's people that
and you passed, and you got a degree from it.
There's people that could put a car together, that know everything about mechanics, ignition, all that stuff like that are freaking illiterate.
They're high school, they're drug dealers who read books in 9th grade and 10th grade and drop out of high school. Does that mean they're educated because they read a few books?
The whole thing is this. When you have people who read books, who know the world, know history, you got a better frame of what somebody like Four Righteous never read books. That's why she could believe, actually, in her mind. She's uneducated.
I don't know what Four Righteous is read. You don't know either.
You were just caping with her. So
I'm telling you, I agree with her on that point. I don't know her entire worldview.
You agree with her. So I'm lumping you both with her together.
Whatever you said, Carl, you just...
she believes she's indigenous. How could you be?
No, she said in the comment her people were here at the foundation of this country.
No. She said she was here and that before slavery, and she was here before slavery. That's what she said many times.
She ain't said that in the comment. She said it was here at the formation of the country.
Well, Righteous, do you believe that your ancestors came here during slavery, or do you believe your ancestors were here before the Europeans got here? Let's not answer. He'll tell you like this, So the bottom line is this: when people try to freaking argue me and debate, like I ate that guy, whatever his name is, whatever his name is, on Dine's show today and whatnot. You can't debate me when you don't have your premises off. Your premises.
Who are you debating, Volvo or the other guy?
No, I was actually agreeing with Volvo. I was being this stupid Mexican guy, whatever he is, talking about the 14th. I exposed him. You're a racist La Raza type who want to invade the country and take it over, and you're trying to use the 14th Amendment, and you want to come in here and get our sympathy, but you got exposed, and it's not happening. We hope you get deported. Simple as that, End of story. He got destroyed. Anybody watch that show and say, yeah, Colin destroyed this guy. You're putting words in my mouth, Colin. You put words in my mouth. No, I'm telling you what it is. So I believe I have ancestors from here in perhaps Africa. Okay, But indigenous people, nonetheless, before the concept. Oh, so in other words, basically, she's denying the Ma'afa. That's blasphemy, I'll say, low-key said, you went too far, Colin.
You know what indigenous means?
Indigenous means you're from here. You're not from here,
No, she said before. She clarified. She said before the Constitution, she was here.
Her ancestors. Oh yeah. My ancestors were here before the Constitution.
And that's what you're saying. No, so before the foundation of the country, her ancestors were here.
Don't play me for a fool, bro.
That's what she's literally saying. Am I wrong?
That's not what she's saying. She's saying that before America was established or anything like that, she was here before the white people came here. That's not what she said. Read a comment. Let her comment. That's exactly what she's saying.
She said, I believe I have ancestors from here and perhaps in Africa, if proven. But indigenous, nonetheless, before the Constitution.
You're going to be, indigenous means you originated here. You can't.
That's not what it means, Carla.
No, see. Now you just
the indigenous Americans didn't originate here. They came across the bridge from Russia and came here.
Made you out to be a fool. She just said we were here hundreds of years.
Indigenous don't mean you originate there. It means that people met you there. People that came and met you there. Doesn't mean that's your origin.
You understand what I'm saying, Dave? She just said right here, we were here hundreds of years before America was created. That's a lie. She was not here hundreds of years.
She was here before the country was established in 1776, Carla.
Before the
This is what she's saying. We're indigenous here. We're indigenous.
America as
she's saying hundreds of years.
We're relative to the Constitution. America wasn't America until the Constitution in 1776.
That's a lie. That's not what she's saying. America was created by the term America Vespucci in the 1500s. So America always been called America, right? But it didn't become the United States of America till 1887. She's saying that she was indigenous to this country prior to America being established in the 1500s. That's what she's saying.
No, America wasn't established in the 1500s, Carl.
America, 13 colonies.
Yeah, the colonies were not America, Carla.
Oh, yeah, the 13 colonies was called, the New World was called America.
Okay, Colin.
You know,
The,
that's
United,
true. The
the
New
United
World,
States had their independence in
the person,
1776.
the person came to the New World were called Americans. You know, whether you were Spanish, Italian, French, whatever you were, English, Dutch, whatever like that. If you settle in this hemisphere, you were called Americans. You know, that's what Americans.
You putting words in her mouth like you did earlier today. She keeps writing and clarifying her point, and you're running to a different point, Carla.
She's saying that
she said we were born in America, and the foundation of the construction of the Constitution and the wealth.
The Constitution. She says the Constitution.
She's using that she was here before the Constitution. She's not saying she was here.
That's a lie, Elvis. You're just trying to fucking talk shit.
So black people wasn't here before 1776, Carla?
That's not what she's saying.
That's what she's saying. The Constitution came 1776. Black people were here before then.
A lie. The Constitution had nothing to do with black people. Black people were not.
You're not hearing what she's saying. She didn't say they had something to do with black people. You just galloping, Carla.
She's black.
She said her people were here before the Constitution, which is a fact.
We all know we were here before the Constitution.
Okay, then. So what are you arguing with her for then?
No, I'm saying that she's saying that she's not African. That's what she's saying. You know,
she didn't say that. She said if.
Ask her four righteous. Are you an African person?
Ask her. You can ask her.
You know, so the bottom line is all these people they can't. Everybody wants to claim America because they fucking hate their own country. When that, that's sad.
1776 want to come and tell you how great America is. Put the link.
So I'll give it to him in a minute. I don't feel like hearing his mouth. You know. Anyway, the bottom line, our DNA blood shows that vast majority of black people have some same percentage of DNA. I'm multiracial. Now she's multiracial. She's a fucking lie.
You're multiracial, Carla, aren't you?
No, I'm not multiracial.
You literally said your grandfather had a bunch of white blood.
I seen her freaking fat fingers when I.
But you said your grandfather had a bunch of white blood. That means it passed down to you, Carla.
I have multiracial ancestry, but I am not multiracial. I'm black. You know.
So some of that blood didn't pass down to your blood, Carla?
But I don't care. Look. The bottom line is, I live in this world, in this life. I am a black man. You know,
okay.
So I don't claim to be multiracial. You know, I get no benefit from that. So if I'm not gonna benefit from it, what the hell am I claiming it for? You know, so it is what it is. You know, so
no, you don't have to benefit from your genetics. It's just your genetics.
I don't worship Africans either. I'm saying, but that's what I am. You know, I'm not gonna change what the hell I am. As dusty as Africa is, and as much of a failure Africa's been over the last 500 years. Hey, it's only right that I still identify with it. You know, simple as that. You know, I take the L with it, take the good with the bad. You know, so I take the good with the bad. Africa, and bumbled history, and we didn't do a whole lot, whatever like that. But it is what it is. I'm not gonna go over saying I'm a fucking Moor. I'm not gonna go saying I'm a Roman. I'm not gonna say I'm a freaking Viking. I'm not gonna say I'm something else to make ourselves feel better. I'm not gonna say I'm an Asiatic. You know, I'm gonna say I'm a Hebrew Israelite. You know, I'm a fucking black African. I'm a person of black African heritage. Simple as that. With some fucking European admixture, but I'm like 85% black African. You know, that's what I am. You know, that's what I feel like. That's what my family is. That's what my culture is, and that's what I am. You know, that's what I represent. You know, so when people can't admit that what they are, you can't. There's no. You know, if you gotta be like, oh well, I'm something else and stuff like that. No. You're black. You know you're black. You know, so it is what it is. You know, if people get to that point where they go like this, you ain't no $5. Now she's saying I'm not African. What the hell am I then? You know, hell am I? You know, my ancestors came from Africa, the Congo region, northern Angola, Congo region. What the fuck does that make me? Fucking Jewish? You know. That's what it is. I'm African, whatever like that. That's what heritage. I ain't saying that. I'm not saying that with pride. I'm just saying as a matter of fact. That's just what I am. You know, I ain't gonna run away from that. You know, it's just what it is. And when you basically know who you are, you're clear about what you want. You're clear about what you need to do. It's the people who don't know who they are all over the place. That's why they never accomplish anything. That's why I'm gonna be successful in this mission I'm carrying out because I know who the hell I am. The Art of War says, know your enemy, but you first got to know your enemy. You got to know yourself. If you don't know yourself, then you're never going to know what you're fighting for, whatever like that. I know who the hell I am. I was honest with myself, you know. I would love to basically be like, oh, yeah, I got Native American blood in me and all stuff like that. I could easily say that shit, and try to get away with it, but I'm not going to do that, because I know it's a lie, it's a lie. Your admission of American with a lot of races, of course, so what? I'm Black African, that's the majority of my DNA, Say, Bruce said, Carl, you're wrong, Carl. Okay, Bruce trying to be funny. I got a PhD in Negroology. You should respect the scholars you met. Shame on you. They're probably smarter than his professors. I am smarter. I'm smarter than you, Baruti. Always still waiting for Baruti to call in. I'm much smarter than you, Baruti. So it is what it is.
I don't think so, Colin.
Well,
I don't think you're smarter than Baruti.
Well, that's your opinion. It doesn't matter.
Baruti have the mind that can learn multiple languages. You don't have that brain that can learn multiple languages.
Why does Baruti have a show then?
You think having a show means smart, Colin?
Well, somebody listens to me. I look at me. Look, I got what?
Colin, most people just come in and laugh at you, Colin. It's not because you're so smart.
Yeah, okay. So they come in and laugh at me, right? It's if I didn't respect somebody, I would not be on this show. If I didn't take what they said seriously, I would not be on the show. Your only show I go on is Diane's show. So I take Diane seriously. I take him seriously. You don't come to somebody's show and listen to hours and talk about you just looking for your respect. If somebody I don't respect, I'm not going to sit there and listen to your show. I don't care what you guys say. I got other things to do. So don't give me that crap about people just listening.
That's you, Colin. Other people just want the entertainment and arguments.
That's bullshit. You're bullshit. Elvis, I got people emailing me all the time from all over the damn world.
Okay, Colin.
Ibrahim just up here from the UK. I got people listening to me from all over the damn world, emailing me saying otherwise. Thank you, Colin.
Okay, Colin.
So look, the other night show, I got a guy from Burkina Faso inbox. Look, read the comments. All you do is read the comments, right, for my show. He said, "Colin, much love from Burkina Faso." So people are listening. Poor Right says entertainment. No, it's not entertainment. You're learning something here. If you're entertained, that's fine. But I ain't here to entertain people. I'm here to teach. So I'm teaching the truth. You take it. If you want to take it and receive it, that's fine. If you don't, you want to take it as entertainment. Hey, that's on you. But I put it out there. I'm not changing the course or nobody. Kyle, they never talk about that they trace their bloodline. Yeah, I know. They're a bunch of self-hating people. She ain't worth discussing, These people are discussing, So these people are talking this nonsense and whatnot. The people can't even admit who they are. A person who knows who he is always going to beat somebody who's in denial about who they are. It's just like a freaking woman who wears fucking a blonde weave. She has nothing to say to a white girl who's in her truth. She's wearing her natural hair and she has blonde hair and she's sitting there talking about, because you look like a fool. But you're not supposed to say that because you're not supposed to tell black women about themselves. Yes, sister, you look like a fool with that blonde weave in your head when I argue to a white girl about who looks better and whatever like that. That white girl is in her truth. You're in a lie. You're living a lie.
Colin, post a link. Other people wants to join the conversation, man.
You're living a lie. Full Righteous is living a lie. She knows she's not no Aboriginal. That's some ghetto shit she heard online, about these ghetto ass fucking people, that she's around, these ghetto uneducated black people going around, these ghetto ass black people. It's not enough that they destroyed the community, not enough that make us look bad online and whatnot. You should be worried about all these black people that are freaking making fools out of themselves online, particularly black women going out in public acting foolish and whatnot, So the bottom line, you should be worried about that instead of me, for Righteous, That's your crowd. Do something with your ghetto crowd. Fighting in Chuck E. Cheese every night, So these ghetto ass people freaking lambast a little white boy for blowing out a damn candle, a little kid, and talking all this stupid shit towards a little white boy candle. You got to get your house in order, So maybe it's 776. I don't know what it's all about, but I had to delete one of his comments. All right, what's 1776? What is on your mind? What are you calling for?
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Hey, we have to stop this insanity of talking about we're indigenous. There's no indigenous black man to America. Most African Americans really don't even have Native American blood. I think is about 4% Native American blood.
I'm 2%. That's
it's pretty much 70% African and 30% white. If you're light. then some if you're dark skinned, you're pretty much 85% or 80% African, and 15% other.
However, I seen this one red bone chick, man. She did DNA, and she was like 90% African. I was like, holy shit, man. She was like 90%.
Yeah, Kala, that you right. Some of their DNAs come up high 90%.
No, I was like, damn, she was on a real red
Yeah.
bone.
Yeah, just like I seen one black Native American. He lived in Oklahoma, man. He had like
In
two
Oklahoma, you
ponytails.
have a lot of Native American black. I knew a lot of black people who were native here in Virginia Beach, right? You do have black people who have native. You can tell by the facial features, the cheekbones, and that
You could tell
straight hair.
they
You
kind
could
of
tell
look like Scottie Pippen with long hair. And
Yeah.
if you have to wear a weave, you ain't got no goddamn Native American blood.
Native American. Native American blood. You got Native American blood, your hair comes out straight. I know
Facts.
one of these two sisters out in Virginia Beach, right? They grew up in Atlantis in the projects, right? They're fine. They got white, but they're in the white boy. They're really dark skinned, right? But they got long hair all the way down to like their ankles. I was like, yeah, that's not Native American. They tell me you can look in their face, their eyebrows and whatnot. You can tell, they do look Native American, but they're real dark skinned.
A good example of that is a good example of that is if you ever seen some like Trinidadian people, like blacks and Indians,
yo, 77.
Yeah, black skin, but they
You
got
getting in the skin now,
you
man.
got narrow features when I know I see some Trinidadians like that, So
you getting in her skin now, man. Talk about the Native American heritage, man. We're getting
but it's just I mean, you gotta be honest, man. Like most African Americans, if you're light skinned, you just have European in you. It's only three.
Kala, they got mad at Beyonce for wearing a Buffalo Soldier shirt, the Wabos, the fake Native Americans. They got mad.
They don't like being reminded. Hold up, they don't like being reminded why the Buffalo Soldier came. They don't even like that term. Hey, yo, black, you're a Buffalo Soldier.
But if
Buffalo hair, the black skin, you're a Buffalo Soldier. That's what the natives called you.
But if you listen to Donald Trump, he said the 14th Amendment is for the descendants of African slaves. He didn't say Indians. He didn't say Europeans. The 14th Amendment tells you that you're from West Africa.
Donald Trump says that doesn't mean it's true.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
Nah.
Okay.
Because then, why are they giving citizenship to people who are not, the descendants of African Americans?
Hold on, Elvis, like this. Let me tell you something, right? And take this to heart, right? The 14th Amendment, right, was only given to black people in America because they knew that black people in America, after they're free, would be stateless. It's not like other groups of people like yourself that come from another country, have allegiance or affections for another country, a kingdom or stuff like that. The 14th Amendment covered people who were basically born here, do have no ties of affection, or like that described black.
I hear that, Kala. So what in the Constitution gives somebody like myself citizenship?
Well, look, I know it's not about citizenship. It's
okay, then there you go.
It's birthright.
The Civil Rights Act of 1964 pretty much extended that citizenship to people outside the country.
Right. So
okay. So either way, that point is moot because the Civil Rights Act.
Now, the only thing that could overturn that for black people, right? The only thing that could overturn that for black people, right? If they basically reinterpret it or amend the 14th Amendment, right? If somehow black people, some foreign state declared through international treaty of law that black America is part of, like, let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. When people talk about black America being the 6th region, right, the 14th Amendment nullifies that. Black America have no legal obligation or rights or recognition outside the United States, during the United States. So black people are not the 6th region of the African Union. Now, the African Union era became law, and they said black people in America are the 6th region, and black people went for it. Yeah, black people in America could lose their citizenship, their birthright citizenship. Yeah, But because this African Union is a joke, like I said, and the African Union 6th region is a bunch of nonsense that I told people all the time is bullshit, and people debating me on it, right? Now the implications is if you keep saying that, then somebody like Donald Trump could say, well, the African American community It's part of the Sixth Union of the Arab. They have that's a foreign entity. You know, that's one of the reasons why they went rid of Garvey, right? Because J. Edgar Hoover said Garvey he didn't think anything was wrong with Garvey until he found out Garvey was negotiating between black people in America and a foreign state, Liberia. They consider Liberia a foreign state, and so any black person in America who has any sort of allegiance to a foreign state, it was a threat to American national sovereignty and security. You know, that's why this is so dangerous. You know, the Pan-African movement is dangerous. You know, because you're actually me even saying this about Liberia is dangerous. You know, because that's the way I feel. You know. But the bottom line is this, so people understand. So before you criticize me, I'm taking a big risk in saying what I say. Because I said, look, I just honestly say when I go to Liberia, and I look at some of the architecture and stuff like that, and I know people who come from my culture, right, built this place, right, I feel like I'm at home. I don't feel like that in America. America, I feel like, okay, I'm here. I'm in a country that everybody claims, and there's no sense of privacy. And I think everybody have a sense of privacy. Privacy means something exclusive to you. You know, and when I go to Liberia, I feel like that. I feel I'm in a place where white people don't belong, you know, and like that. So I feel that in Liberia. I don't feel like that in America. I feel like America belongs to everybody because they open the borders up and whatnot. And I'm like, what the fuck, man? Who's American? And this guy today on Dynasty Show, man, this guy clearly got an axe to grind. He wants from Costa Rica. He wants to flood America and take it over with his people. You know, and I told him, I said, you guys are playing with fire with Black America, man. You're cornering us. You guys are already regentrifying our communities, overtaking. They're literally taking over whole Black communities and pushing Black people out of traditional Black area. Compton is now Hispanic. You know, Englewood is Hispanic. You know, all over California, Black people are being moved out of their communities. And like this, I said, sooner or later, you keep cornering Black America, they're gonna strike back. I know my people; they're gonna strike back, and it's gonna be bloody. It's gonna be ugly. You know, really. When Black people feel like they got no place to go and push to the wall, I'm telling you right now, it's gonna be a war in this country. You know, it's not gonna be something they can't be able to go. It's LA riots. You know, it's gonna be something you can't control because that's what's going on right now. Black America is being pushed to the fucking wall. You know. We're being squeezed out of America. We're not culturally. Everything is this, and and we have no way into Africa. You know, so it is what it is. So it is what it is. So all right, 17 said, go ahead, finish what you're saying.
Nah, that's pretty much what I was saying. Is like this whole notion of being indigenous to this America. That's just a fallacy. You know, the only people who's indigenous and really they came through the Bering Strait is the red Native American. You know, they're indigenous to America. Everybody else.
I saw. You see the movie Sinners when they had real Choctaw Indians or whatnot.
Yeah, they was chasing the vampires.
Check this out. Some Black lady, on TikTok said, "See how Ryan Coogler did us? He had these Polynesian people playing us, the Choctaw." And I was like, it's so bad, This is what you have illiterate people,
But you had the 5 civilized tribes, and they actually, I think General Sherman had to force them to give up their slaves. They
also people don't understand when they say, "Oh, the Trail of Tears," when that they don't understand the Trail of Tears. The Indians were bringing their slaves with them, carrying most of their stuff. They don't tell you about the Black people that they basically like this, But lucky for me, you don't care what I believe. You can eat it. Oh, she said you can eat a dick, bro. Woo, man, it's getting tough in here. But somebody who just take this as entertainment, she's so emotional, right?
Listen, man. Listen,
just entertain.
Man, she's getting touchy. 1776. I was telling you, bro. She's getting on you, bro.
Listen, I can't see the chat, but I have family that live in Kansas, Oklahoma, man. Like when you see someone Native American, you can see the distinct feature. That person is mixed with Native. I've seen a reservation before.
I had a guy one of my clients, and he was from Oklahoma, right? And I just looked at him right now, and you could tell he was a real light skinned dude, right? Red nigga. They'll say, but you could tell by his high cheekbones, that arched nose, and stuff like that. And that wavy hair and whatnot. Yeah. Okay. He didn't even say it, but I knew he was Native American. You know,
Even like someone like Scottie Pippen, you could tell that he has native blood, those high cheekbones and everything like that. But I mean, I know, you know me, I'm not big on, you know, being African or Africanism, but man, the truth is the truth, you know.
so he talks a lot, but doesn't say anything. Who you feeling? You know. Well, for righteous, you can always come up here and join the discussion. You know, we always look for different opinions.
I mean, weave sale is a big business, you know,
Yo,
a
it's like
billion
yo,
dollar business, man.
black women basically made we selling Indian people's hair a $5 billion a year industry. I mean, it's like sit your ass down. You
Yeah,
know,
but it's just that's just a hard sell.
all
That's
you
a
have to do,
hard
all you have to
sell.
do is snatch that wig off their head and they go right back to normal. You know, well, I
You,
was
you
talking up, but you snatch that wig off their head, they take all that power away from them. You know.
you got a better chance of saying you're Aryan than you have Native American, man. It's outlandish.
Yeah, so the bottom line is this: everybody's indigenous. When I poor Indians, man, they're like, "Well, TikTok, can we just lease that?" When they took the land from us, man, they're on TikTok pleading with black people, "Stop trying to take our culture." That's sad, man. Black people want to take somebody culture and their identity, man. It's like, damn, you. I heard of identity theft before, but this is ridiculous, man. You know, it's like shit. You know, I heard of identity theft, but it's like shit. You know.
Yeah, I just don't know where that came from, man, at all, man. That's a
Well,
hard
it's
sell.
self hate, you know. But all they do is people. If you're online and there's nobody challenging you, there's no scholarship or academic people talking to stuff. It's just stuff people hear online. You know, they won't hear it in academics. They won't hear it
And
in
another thing that people don't understand when you say you're mixed with Native Americans don't grow to Shaq's level. Native Americans don't hit 7 foot, 6'9", 6'5". That's not even a trait of a Native American. Native Americans stand around
most
5'6",
indigenous
5'8",
people.
5'9".
Most
You know,
Mexicans or indigenous people to the hair, like
yeah. You don't.
Honduras and Peruvians, they're real short. You know,
If
they're
we
real.
were if we were mixed with Native American blood, the NBA wouldn't exist. The NFL wouldn't exist. Like Native Americans don't get to that level to play in the NFL or the NBA. They stand around 5'4" to 5'9". You don't see no tall Native American
Well,
walking
look at
around on a reservation.
this is the beauty. She goes, "We have our own unique identity. All so-called black people trying to hijack it now. Thank God they push it." So, in other words, what is she talking about? You know,
But has she been to a reservation before? Like, I mean, like I've been to a reservation. Like Native Americans don't stand no 6'4", 6'5". You don't see no Kobe Bryant Native Americans, Michael Jordan, you know, Magic Johnson. Come on, man. We got to stop that, man. And
so yeah, Native American. That nonsense. I would like somebody to call in. G, is that you? ZV, are you G? I want somebody to call in and debate me on the Olmecs. I'm waiting for this debate. G, I accidentally deleted him, right? But he said he's supposed to debate me. He never did. So using that excuse to hide from me, you know.
Kyle, you deleted him. You messed it up. He didn't delete
I didn't do
himself.
that on purpose, though. I didn't do that on purpose, though. You know, it was an accident. You know. So the bottom line is this: I want somebody to call in that believe that basically black people, Olmecs or Africans, to debate me on that. You know, I'm
Four
like,
Black is saying that she's not saying that she's Native American. Indigenous and
okay,
Native American are two
hold on.
different
When
things.
you say you're indigenous, that's saying you're native to America.
No, it mean native means
okay,
people
so
who they met on the land.
let
Doesn't
me
mean
give
that they're indigenous to the continent.
Yeah,
It
wait.
she
just
Let
was
me
means
like
that
give
they met them on the
let,
land. That's what
let
native means.
North
let me
America.
give you an example. Like the indigenous people of Puerto Rico or the Tianos and the Caribs. When you say you're indigenous, that means you're from that soil. You know, that means you're like the first inhabitants of that place. It doesn't mean that you was here before the Constitution. You know, I'm 1776. I know we were here before the Constitution, but you're not in a black man is not indigenous to America, man, or a white man, to say the least.
Maybe
White
she's
people.
using the wrong terminology, but
No,
all she's really saying is that they were here before the country was founded, which is
she
true.
can
Okay,
get away with
that's
it
it.
because most of the people listen to her are ignorant like
But
she is. You know,
But if you say that in front of, see, the only way to get black people to tell the truth is in front of a white man. This one guy I was working with, he was telling the Italian guy, "Yeah, I got Indian in me," and that white guy said, "In your ass." You know, black people only say this amongst ourselves. We would never say this bullshit in front of a white man because he'll like, you indigenous to nowhere but a slave ship. You know,
he tried to bait this Italian guy, and Tree like, "Yes, sir. Some of us over here." He goes, "Are you trying to say the transatlantic slave trade never existed?" "No, I'm saying it didn't exist. Most of us were already here." The guy said, "Okay, you have a good day." They didn't with you. Tariq sound like goofy ass, but whoever follows that dude is a fucking fool, you know?
Okay, Fort Black is saying that she was not an immigrant to the United States of America. Her people were here before the country was founded.
You came here via the transatlantic slave trade
before the country was founded. So
it doesn't matter.
Ancestors technically she's not her ancestors were not immigrated.
Her ancestors crossed the Atlantic in the transatlantic holiday.
no,
You know?
every African American became an American through the 14th Amendment. You know, like before that, we were in limbo.
We weren't considered human.
Yeah.
Three faith. But that's what she's saying. Look, you got to look at her words, right? She's using words. She's saying that her ancestors never immigrated to the United States. It's it's a bit of semantics, but it's a fact. The country of the United States wasn't founded until 1776.
You came here as property, as chattel.
So that may be, but they didn't immigrate to the country of the United States of America.
Hold on, that's even worse, because a part of being an American is you voluntarily came here. Like let's say, most people don't understand this. If you voluntarily decide to come to this country, right, out of your own free will, that makes you one step closer to being an American, right? Legally, if you come here legally, voluntarily, and swear oath of allegiance, whatnot, it makes you more of a thing. It's hard for Black African Americans and Native Americans to be fully American because Native Americans had the land stolen away from them, and Black people were stolen from Africa. You know, so it's difficult for Black America and
Native Americans became Americans later on in the 20th century. You know, because like Oklahoma used to be Indian territory, but when it became a state, then those people became actual citizens of the United States. You know, so
actually, a lot of them chose not to be citizens and have their autonomy through the reservations.
Yeah, facts.
So for righteous, I don't know what she's talking about. The whole thing is,
I wish she would come on and articulate what she really means. I mean,
should we come up here stumbling on her words?
She'll come up here and you'll get down on her and start attacking her right away.
Attack her.
That's probably why she doesn't want to come up.
I will mute myself and shut the hell up when I let her talk.
You won't do that, Carla. She would say one sentence, and you would say, "Hold up. Let me say this. That's what you would do.
But
what I would do simply is this: like I did you yesterday, I put the stopwatch on. I'll say, "Okay, for righteous, you got 4 minutes." You know.
But this is kind of why I want Africa to do better, because you know Africa being down bad causes a lot of mental health in the diaspora. You got cats running around talking about their Moors, their Arabs, their Cherokee, Choctaw. They're Hebrew Israelites. You got a lot of mental disorders.
You're right. You know, it's mental illness.
You know, I mean, it's crazy. I seen this guy.
Hold up. I want Africa. Elvis probably thinks I'm a bad person, whatever like that. But all the thing I want to do is see one country in Africa stand up so Black America can be proud. You know, and stop hating,
man.
You know,
you got this dude. He got on a tassel. He got on a tassel.
Black Americans feel proud and stop hating themselves. You know, that's what I want.
He got a tassel on, looking crazy like a Boy Scout, talking about he's a Moor. I'm like, Jesus Christ, you know.
And so he's got, like I said, Black America is mentally gone, man. You know, you cannot build a community based on a lie. You know, if let's build a hood.
I have to kind of give her some. I gotta have to give her some credence on what she's saying.
Let me say this, right? This is another thing I want to put out there, right? When people say we gotta go rebuild the hood, but you cannot have a community if you believe you're a Moor, you believe you're a Hebrew, you got a bunch of crazy people living together. It will not work. Usually, when you build a community, you're of one sound mind. We the people of a common heritage, or out of many, we are one. But you cannot build it on a lie. You are not an Asiatic black man. You are not a freaking Hebrew Israelite. You're not
I
a
seen
Moor.
this. I seen
You're
this
not
brother dark.
a Native American. You cannot build anything on a lie. You
I
know.
seen this. I seen this black guy, dark as the ace of spade, black like molasses, with red beard and a kufi. I said, man, this
Oh
guy's
yeah,
fuck.
that dude that be on TikTok.
Nah. I seen him today. You know, I was out for
Well,
lunch.
there's one guy on TikTok that we look like he has green eyes, he has green contact lenses, dark skin with a fucking red beard. He looks like a fucking freak, you know. You know, he's on TikTok. He
Nah,
probably
it's usually Muslims that does that. They do the hijack on their beard and make it red.
yeah, no, this guy was on some LGBTQ shit, I think, you know. So, but anyway, one point I'm trying to make is this: you cannot build a community or race on a lie. That's what For Righteous is having a problem with me because she knows what I'm saying about black nationalism panel is something rooted in truth. That's why they're triggered by me, you know. You cannot. Oh, look who we got, Bentu Mandinka. I wonder if he get his reparations check yet. You know, let's see.
But
I was thinking about him the other day. I was like, what the hell is Banter? I don't hear him on the platform anymore.
Bentu Mandinka, man, he come back up. He just dropped off, man. What the hell, man? Come on, come back up. Man.
so when people say they're indigenous to America, was the Buffalo Soldiers fighting themselves?
No, they basically want to erase that from history. That's why I said that's a mic drop for me. Who are the Buffalo Soldiers? They can't answer, you know. They can't answer, you know. Who are the Buffalo Soldiers? And also, I'll play a video. The Buffalo Soldiers, basically, they call them Buffaloes, the black men Buffalo because they fought hard like buffaloes, and they had the dark skin, like and they were the same color, and they got the woolly hair like the buffalo, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
More Righteous says, I worship Africans. Why is it that some people say I worship Africans, then I hear people telling me I attack Africans? What is it? You know, what is it? Oh, that just attack all black people? No, I got a PhD in Negroology. You know, so anytime I'm dealing with Negroes, you know, it just happens. You know,
I mean, if you look up that Henry Louis Gates documentary, you know, he proved that a lot of people who think they have Native American don't have an ounce.
Yeah, a lot of people look like them, but you know who had genealogy with Native, with Don Cheadle? That one, look, because he's like dark skin, right? But he has Native American. His name Cheadle's actually Native American. You know?
Nah, they said he didn't have any.
I know, but I say, but his name is he was owned by Native Americans. You know,
yeah, Don Cheadle looked like he's from Senegal or something.
No, no, he's actually from I think South Carolina.
No, he looks like he might be Ghanaian. He's real dark skin, wide, broad nose.
Yeah, so but
look like a real Negro. He don't look nothing Native American.
His ancestors were owned by the Cheadle family clan in some.
But why do people want to identify with someone who actually owned them? Like they just like glorify Native Americans.
Somebody's giving you a compliment, Kyla. But Rudy said, "I'm all by Kyla's intelligence level. He posits of strength, superiority, and intellect is far greater than mine. The panel and yours.
He's being facetious.
You've done well to battle him."
He's being facetious. Hold on, check this out. He's being facetious. You know, Brewer's just being a clown. Yeah, anyway, check this out. The reason why is because let's look at history, right? When I watch some pictures, I play you some videos of Native Americans, right? Native Americans and European American culture is always seen as beautiful. You will see old Western shows where a cowboy would fall for a Native woman or whatnot, played by a white woman, whatnot, you know. So they always, or Native American, a white woman would go off to run with a Native American man, join his tribe, whatnot. So therefore, there was some sort of romantic thing of Native American black people in our culture in America. We're always seen as not human, you know. And so us identifying with Native American was basically trying to force our humanity on white people by saying we're Native American. We want the same love and respect that the Native Americans got, because they did get respect from white people. But
if you look at Kansas, there's a statue of the Buffalo Soldiers in Kansas, I think in front of Fort Riley. I mean, the Buffalo Soldiers decimated the Native Americans. When they went out there, they killed a lot of Native Americans, like, you know, like.
Yeah, but Carla, is black people claiming to be Native American a new thing, or has it been around for a long time?
Look, black people have always thought that they got Indian blood in them. You know, that's what we always thought. But basically, nowadays with social media, you got people like Dane Calloway pushing the narratives that, oh, slavery never happened and we were already here, you know, and stuff like that. That the whole idea that we're already here is a convenient way of not dealing with the pain and the humiliation of slavery. And
Well,
slavery.
most people say they're already here before the founding of the country, which
Oh
again
no,
is an actual fact.
when they say we're already here, they're trying to say the slave trade never happened, that they were here for thousands of years. That's what they're saying. You know, they're saying they have no connection to Africa. I said, well, where do you get your nappy hair from? Oh, I ain't nappy. What not? Yeah, look in the mirror. Your hair is nappy. You know, that's only Africans that have hair like that. You know, and then they'll show you pictures, fake pictures, they'll doctor pictures of Native Americans with dreads on and whatnot. You know, and we know it's Photoshop. You know. See, look at his collar, man. You know, Native Americans got dreads on or whatever. No,
But if you read like Civil War history, never one time did they say the black troops were Native Americans. Like I never seen like an article that says these black troops or the 54th were Native Americans. That's just crazy, man.
yeah. So the bottom line is this, they understood that Native Americans also were good slave catchers, slave hunters. So they knew the land. You know, they were really good at helping the southern states track down runaway slaves and whatnot. You know,
Yeah, that was a big time job.
yeah. So bottom line is this: so people that want to be Native American, I don't know why you want to be Native American. I have no idea. You know, so I'm not. Forex says, thank God y'all not in position of power. I know. Yeah, if I was in position of power, you would be in re-education camp right now. You know, Forex.
If you go, if you had a chance to for righteous to go ask Trump if she's Native American or indigenous to America, he's gonna call the Secret
All these
Service.
people have to do is call into a white. I would love to see some of these people go into a white person's chat room and say this shit. You know, see what the hell happens. You know, they'll get their feelings hurt. They only come here with us because they think we're just gonna go along. Because too many black platforms let this stuff go on. I don't. You know, I don't like I said. I don't let a bunch of FBA people wobbles. We were already here. I don't want to have a conversation with these people. You know. Because when you have a conversation to them, you legitimize them, you know. Anybody who denies the basic thing of the Maafa, that's our story. That's our fundamental story of who we are, you know. The transatlantic that were brought here in the transatlantic slave trade. That's our story. That's our genesis, you know.
But even like whites in South Africa, they've been there 400 years, but they're not indigenous to South Africa.
You know, some white people are now trying to recreate history, say that they were in South Africa before the blacks was. They were coming down and saying that's a lie. That's a myth, you know. The Cookboys in the sand are actually Africans, you know. They try to say, oh, the Cookboy sand was in the Cape. No, those all kinds of. They were still part of the black race, you know. So everybody's trying to people have been trying to rewrite history for their own convenience, you know. And I'm realizing now how how tenuous history is, because if you're not really educated, that's why I said, well, libraries are so important. I read so many books on histories, right? Now I read different people, but they'll say next thing you know, when you read it all together, you come to a conclusion. Okay, this is what happened. Because when people come together, the truth is the truth, you know. So therefore, you can't just believe one thing and whatnot. It has to be challenged, you know. White South Africans built that country. Yeah, they maybe have built the country, but the bottom line is this, you know, okay, I admit the white people built the infrastructure and stuff like that, but it was black labor that helped them out and stuff like that. So, damn, what's For Righteous got against you, bro? She says that you a sorry piece of shit. But damn, man.
Who she's talking to?
Dude, you, man.
Oh, I can't even see the chat.
Yeah, she said you a piece of shit.
Listen, I believe in this country. I love this country. You know, I want to die in this country, live, die. I love America. You know, I love the red, white, and blue. But to say I'm indigenous to this place, that's beyond the pale. That's far fetched.
People want to be Americans so bad. Like I said, at least I respect you. And I tell all these people that want to be here, like Americans, I said, just pull out your Lee Greenwood. I'm proud to be American. Pull out your American flag, your MAGA hat, and just be done with it. Why you got to make up some bullshit thing talking about you already here? And then you know what they say? I had For Righteous, right? I had an argument with her. She said that they were and this guy, what's his name that got deleted? The what's his name? Black Skin is Amazing guy. These guys basically believe that they founded America, that they wrote the Constitution, that they taught white people English. I said, well, how'd you speak English? I said, well, you know, English come from a country called England. No, that's not true. They named it England afterwards.
English is a variant of a Germanic language.
I'm saying, how are you black? I said, well, where were you at in like 700 years ago? Were you on 125th Street in Harlem? You know, were you here in America? What were you doing? What were you eating? You know, we didn't learn to start frying chicken until we got with the Irish. They taught us how to fry shit. What were you eating back then, 700 years ago? I don't know. What were you praying to? What was your religion? You know. You said you brought the white. They said they brought the white man here. You know, taught him English. You know, these people are insane. You know,
Like Napoleon said, history is a group of lies that people agree on. You have to agree on the lies,
they
man.
got their agreements because look, somebody like John Henry Clark. Somebody mentioned John Henry Clark, right? But I'm sorry to say, more people have heard Dane Calloway and Tariq Nasheed than John Henry Clark. So it tells me these scholars that we always looked through in the past, maybe they weren't as strong as we thought they were, you know?
But like Tariq Nasheed, the Hidden Colors, that was all Africana, man.
But
Like
that's all pseudo. It was all pseudo. It was all bullshit.
yeah, but
Most of the stuff was lies, you know, pseudo. When I said like this, something that wasn't adding up, I saw clips of it. I was like, that wasn't true. That wasn't true. Then I realized after all these years, this guy was a pseudo. That was never, Hidden Colors was never about accurate history. He makes his own fucking history up, you know, like the buck breaking thing. That never happened. I proved that on the show. That never happened, you know. And so Kwame said, "Yeah, Dale." I said, "No, you heard it 903." I said, "Prove it." He said he came back. Kwame says, "Yeah, Carly, you were right. I could not find no evidence." Yeah, because it didn't exist. You know.
yeah, I'm sure you had some rogue slave owners, but you know the slave owners were more concerned with getting the black women than they were black men. So
That's what I'm saying. So the bottom line is a lot of that was put out by the gays, you know, sexual fantasies and whatnot, you know, black men. They always want to emasculate the black man by having images of us being, you know, like that. So it is what it is.
Being violated.
I'll say, simply say, you keep the lights off because you scare yourself. Wow. Simply and Four Righteous going at it, man. See, I bring the love I bring to the platforms. You know?
What did he say?
He goes, you keep he said, you keep the lights off because you scare yourself.
No, I'm normally
he called her, he said you built like SpongeBob.
Hey man.
Oh,
it is what it is.
And she says, simply, I didn't land with an ugly man as yourself. I'm good. Ooh, it's getting heated in here, boy. The sparks are flying.
They going back and forth?
Back and forth, boy. The chat room is lit tonight, boy. The chat room is lit.
Jeez. I got to get out, get in that chat.
I love it. I'm loving it, man. This was But yeah, I was talking to that guy, man, on Dynasty Show today, man. I trapped him, man. He fell right into a fucking trap. I said, "So you believe in La Raza?" Well, and then he was in the chat room, basically.
I think y'all KO'd him when y'all. I think the lady asked him, "What's Costa Rica's laws on immigration?"
Oh yeah, that's
and
what
he started stuttering.
He lied. He lied. He said, "Oh, what we do is get to the bottom of it." Yeah, right. You go in any one of those third world countries without proper documentation, see what the fuck.
Yeah, man, they don't play.
All kind of shit up your ass, you know.
Yeah, they don't play.
Account, they'll take everything from you, you know. Shit, they'll take your left testicle, man. You know,
they'll sick the cartels on you too, man.
Yeah, bottom line, you fall into their hands and whatnot. See what happens to you. You know, talk about that shit. Well, we won't just arrest people. Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, man.
Serious cash shit. Basically, you just want America to open its borders up so your people can flood in here, and you want to reach out. I told him, I say, dude, you did not build this country. Well, you sound like an Anglo-Saxon, Kala. No, it's not that. I'm just telling the truth. I'm no big fan of America, but I'm like, right is right. You did not build, your people did not build this country, you know? Hispanic people did not build this country. You guys
At
are
all.
relatively new to the scene, you know? You didn't have the black America and white America built this country, you know? That's
Even when America conquered Mexico in 1848, California was sparsely populated. They didn't even have numbers in, you
California,
know,
Arizona, and there was nothing in Mexico. There's really nothing in Texas, you know?
just native tribes. That
That had nothing to do with Mexico. He was trying to claim that he tried to slickly claim that the native people are his people now, you know?
I was laughing when they asked him like what college did he graduate from. He just moved on, man.
That dude ain't no college educated anything. He's a fucking clown, you know? You know, so bottom line, he was exposed. All these people basically exposed all this stuff like that, you know. And so I'm saying like this: if you're gonna basically fight for birthrights, let it be on. But that's not my fight. That's not my issue. You know, if you guys want to fight for that, that's on you. You know, but the whole thing is this: don't use my struggle. You know,
But
Black Americans, we got our own problems. You know,
nah, they're just finessing the system. You come over here, popping squat and pop. Eight kids out there not legal. That's hard on a.
so a
That's
lot
just
of
hard on the state
people
of California.
underestimate the fucking level of poverty, illiteracy, and ignorance in the Hispanic, the Latino community. You know, it's really, really striking. You know, you got whole generations of people who freaking, you know, don't know how to read and write. You know, just basically all they know. But they're good workers, though. You know, they're good workers. I give them that. But they basically are not living. You can't have millions of people living on the fringe of a society. You can't have
Yeah, a lot of them aren't even literate in Spanish.
integrated into society. Even though they provide bilingual stuff and whatnot, you know, that still don't work. People still don't want to speak English. They don't want to They don't want to do everything it takes to live in a society. Like pay for auto insurance. You know, get private. You know, just basic stuff like that. They just simply want to do their own thing. You know, and
But
so
you like really is a lot of Democrats that have to be prosecuted for that because they gave them that open door policy, man, and
New York
they
State
think they're
gave
above the.
illegal aliens a driver's license. Now,
Yeah,
all of us in Virginia, we got to get a special driver's license every year because of that. In other words, we got to prove that our license is, I don't know, they got a different letter for it. That means because some states let people that uncitizens, I have to prove that I'm a citizen. You know, my license right here, you know, I could be denied a domestic flight. You know, I don't know what some kind of stupid. I just got to get it changed, whatever, like they said I had to do. You know, because there's
yeah,
certain
but they.
you know, you got to be verified that your birth certificate and stuff like that, that you're actual citizen. Used to be driver's license was the most powerful ID. If you had a driver's license, that means that you had Social Security. That means you had a birth certificate. Every other thing was verified. You know.
Yeah, but they don't have an affinity for education at all. They like really a lot of them aren't even literate in their native lantive. That's what I found out.
So it is what it is. So I hate this when this idea that they say immigrants are coming over here. No, they're not. Where I work at, man, my business that I work, I had no idea how many freaking people, generations, even Indians and Asians, right? How many people have lived here for 30 years and never had a full-time job? You know, they have businesses and whatnot, but they're not paying into like the Social Security system. You know, not paying into so they can't. But when they get older, they don't qualify for Social Security because they didn't work enough years. You know, that is really striking. You know, number of people and the illegal aliens, they were giving them Social Security absent paying into it. You can't sustain that shit. You're supposed
Yeah,
to pay the system, you know.
I gotta tip my hat to the Filipinos. They come over and do the right thing, man.
Well, the Filipinos are all right. You know, they do work and they work the hard jobs and jobs like that. They're like Black America, right? They work 5 times Black America in the shipyard and stuff like that. You know, they work hard. You know, these other people, man. Indians, all they do is own restaurants, own hotels, and gas stations. You know,
And
and so,
they've delved into the like Dunkin' Donuts and the hookah lounges. A lot of Indians own those hookah lounges
so
now.
even though they're business people, they say, "Oh, I would not want to trade places with these immigrants that got these businesses, nice businesses." I say, I wish them all luck. That's American dream. But when you really look at it, right? and all the money you may be making money, but if you're not freaking have a 401k retirement, it's being saved towards. If you don't have Social Security and stuff like that, it's useless. You know,
But
I
I
see
would
a lot
like
of
to see.
people like that.
I would like to see a lot more black businesses, though. I really would like to
Well,
see.
what you can have it, but you still got to have the jobs. You might have, let's say, you have a family. One person in the family owns a business. The rest of them have good paying jobs. You know, we will never
But
be
if
that type of community that only owns business because businesses can't support everybody. You know, businesses you like in my thing. We have businesses. My brother got a side business where he does
but
remodel.
like but
Remodel
when you don't, when you're an independent contractor or you own a business, you can get like an S&P 500. There's ways to save for retirement without just a
What
401k.
you gotta do? Hold up. When you have a business, right? What you gotta do is get your own payroll, like ADT payroll system, right? And you basically put yourself as an employee, right?
Okay.
And you pay yourself through that, and you also be deducting FICA and also that. I did that before, you know. And so therefore you're accumulating Social Security, like I think, or you pay yourself. You know, you're paying yourself like this, and it's documented, and you're paying your taxes, and you're paying just Social Security for that. You know, but a lot of
Yeah.
people don't take the time and learn how to do it like that. There's ways you can do it. You know.
But I think business is like the last frontier for us. Like I would love to see
I want to
us
see
own the
black people
hotels.
doing real business. I don't want to see any more hand to mouth fucking paying. You know, I want to see
But
black people with their own electronic payroll system and stuff like that in there. I
yeah,
want to see
but I
real
mean,
legit businesses like that.
all businesses produce dead presidents. You know, those corner stores, those those Royal Farms, those 7-Elevens, man, they make real money.
Yeah, they make real money, but like I said, and I like to see more black families own businesses. You know, you get a family. You know, like I said, when you look at the Jews, right? And a lot of
Hmm.
white people, right? They're all out there. One's an accountant, one's this, one that, but they all own stake in a local gym. You know, or they all own stake in a local burger joint. You know, it's just okay. Just put the money in the bank and cut it up, whatever. That's not the main source of income. You know, that's the sort of business I like to see us doing. When not taking our money, investing in small businesses like a car wash. I had a car wash years ago. I was thinking about getting into the business again. You know, I got this one car wash that might be for lease. Me and my brother-in-law, my brother, a couple of people, we might just put up a few $1,000s a piece to renovate this car wash, take it over, and do it. But that's not our main. You know what I'm saying? That's
What are you
not
talking about? Like an automatic?
automatic car wash. Yeah, but with a few people wash. I had one before. I used to operate. I used to have a car wash back in my 20s. You know, a couple of guys wash, one guy's vacuum, and I did the last. Then the finishing is the
But Kyler,
polish.
you were
You know,
renting that car wash though. You didn't own it. You didn't buy it.
well, no, I said I leased it. You know, I
But
leased it. You know,
I
operate.
would love to see us own a lot more business. I would love to see us like own just businesses. You know, it just seems like we're at the mercy of everybody else. You know, so I would love to
Nah,
see
bro.
us.
They're enclave of black people who own businesses, places like Atlanta, up and down the East Coast, California, in the Bay
We need
Area.
customers though. We need people with good jobs and money for people to spend. As black people start gaining more money, yeah, businesses like that. Virginia Beach is let me tell you something. Virginia Beach is here right here. It's an excellent place for a black owned business because it's a huge black middle class. You know, you could open up. We got several nice black 5-star restaurants here. You know, and the crowd be lined out the door. We got the best Philly
Uh,
sub. It's about
Honestly,
20
my whole life, I only knew one black man to own a liquor store, like once in my entire
Well,
life.
in
I
Virginia,
like
you
to see
can't
us
own a
break
liquor
into.
store. In Virginia, the state owns the liquor stores. You know,
Oh, for real?
yeah,
Yeah.
Virginia. Yeah, the state owns the liquor. It's called ABC. It's a state-owned corporation. You know, they own liquor. You know, that's Virginia. But anyway, we have this one business here from Philly. They're Philly cheesesteaks. I've been there for like 15 years now, and their business is wrapped around the parking lot. You know, they sell the best Philly cheesesteaks in the area when they're a black-owned business. You know, they're from Philly. You know, so
Damn.
we have Virginia Beach has a lot, and what do about Virginia Beach? The black businesses also, white people do patronize black businesses here. You know, we have a lot of black mechanic shops. We have a lot of stuff like that. That it's like white people do patronize black establishments here. That's one thing that's good about this area.
And that's my thing about like Latinos, man. They came to this area. A lot of the jobs the kids would do for summer, like McDonald's, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut. Like you hire one Latino, they take over. They don't hire no blacks. They don't hire no whites. It's just dumb. It's like that mentality is crazy, man. Like where
they push the black people out. Like I said, the Northview area in Norfolk used to be a black community, right? Back in the days. Now, black people let it get bop, 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 blickety, what they call blickety and shooting, whatever they say. Next, after like 30 years of that, whatnot, now white people start moving in, Mexicans moving in. That 5 Points McDonald's, you go down there, there ain't black kids working there. It's Mexicans. It's friggin' everybody else but black people working there. Because the neighborhood's been regentrified, the black people force themselves out. I ain't living in that area. It's too much crime when that Mexicans, whites moving there. Now it's a peaceful neighborhood, So it is what it is. So we let niggas come and destroy our friggin' shit. Like I said, you got black people. Not only do they don't want anything to do with Africa, they don't really want to do anything with the black community, right? They don't even want to identify with their own heritage. They want to be Native Americans. They want everything but a normalized black person, right? That's civilized, that loves that community, that build that community,
Hey, but when I told you about that African American woman who opened up those 400 units, you were saying it was real upscale houses in Ghana.
I'm saying the only thing I'm saying is this, right? I'm not trying to sound like a hater, right? I appreciate the woman doing that, right? But I think she would have done better if she would have went to a country like South Africa where you could have a black professionals, where you got a lot of black professionals from America. You just don't have black professionals going to Ghana, Everybody over there is struggling, really struggling. It's like really, the country is really poor, it's really poor. You don't have a lot of black.
So who's going to live in those 400 units? Like
I have no idea. That's what I said. Or every time you see people building units on there, they're always empty. You should probably have to end up selling to white folks. They ain't gonna be black people,
Yeah, the houses are nice though.
I don't think they do that. You know what I think it is? I don't think a lot of black people really do their homework, right? Okay, you look at a country like Ghana. They're 30. They went to the IMF 30 times. They're in debt. Michael Blackson lost money when he invested in the floating the Ghana's Euro bonds, whatever like that. They took the money they raised to pay off debt, so he lost his investment. There's look, when you go to Africa, you cannot get a professional job, and not everybody can relocate to another continent talking about opening up a business. It doesn't work like that. You got to live in a country for a few years, right? And then find out what's operating. Then you can find an opportunity, right? But that takes years, and you don't come to a country, right, and start trying to buy a house. You rent. You get yourself established in the country, get a vehicle, get to know the country, find out what it is. And also, like I said, if you have a country or an economy that basically the little jobs that they do have, when they pay anything, got to go to the locals. So what are you doing? Why do you build out? Did she say she's building for Ghanaians or she's building for African?
They're already built. Like it's like a 3 minute. It's like a 3 minute video. There's a whole community like that she built, like real nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of those communities popping up, but who's actually gonna live in them?
And she seems like a pretty young woman. Like she don't look like she's above 50. So I mean, that was like audacious.
My point I'm trying to make is nobody answered the question: who is exactly gonna live in these places?
I mean, you got politicians, dignitaries, I guess, well-to-do.
She built them for Ghanaians. Yeah.
For people of diaspora, it's kind of like
hold on. When you say the diaspora, when you go to a country, you got to live, right? It costs a lot of money. You haven't been to Africa yet. You know how much just every day you got to spend in Africa just to live? It's a lot of money. Africa's expensive.
Now she has like planned restaurants. It's like a nice neighborhood. I was impressed that
Yeah, but again, who's gonna live there? Who's gonna live there? It sounds good if she would have been tethered to an industrial zone, right, and a business district, whatever like that. That she was able to attract foreign investment. My plan is to build a community like that in Liberia, but I want to basically attract business people, investors and everything. Before I say, okay, let's build houses, you got to bring the investors first, and then once you build the economy and whatnot, how it's going to go. Then you build houses. We do everything ass backwards. We just build houses and whatnot.
I would hope she has somebody to live there, else that would be a big financial loss to build that many houses. That meant that big of a development, and nobody's living there. That would be a hell of a loss.
Well, hold on. We're gonna say, okay. Let me ask you a question. Who could possibly live there when the people in Ghana already got their own homes? A lot of them already got their land. They already got their place and whatnot. So it's her. Like I said, I try to ask you, who was her target market? Is people from the West?
I just saw a clip of it, and I was just impressed by the houses, like 3-story house.
I'm gonna play it. What's the name?
You can put African American woman, 400 units, Ghana. It should pop up.
400 units. And oh yeah, that's a Woody Meyer. Oh, I should have known. Woody Meyer. Woody Meyer's goofy.
Yeah, that.
Woody Meyer's a sweet kid.
You're right, but that's where I saw that.
I should have known Woody Meyer.
Yeah, check it out. I was really impressed, and I was really impressed by what the sister did.
I'm gonna listen very, very carefully. I want to know who the heck. Like I said, a lot of people. Look, if we were all on the same page, right? The problem is everybody's on doing their own thing, whatever like that, and that's why I don't have sympathy for anybody who basically go out there and fuck up. If we was she should have had counsel. She should have had people with her saying, asking these questions. You always got to have no men. People that tell you no. People said no, that's not a good idea.
Just say fair use. Fair use. It was a pretty.
Hold up. Let me. I thought I had it. Hold up. Hold up. Oh. These things not working. Hold up, folks. I'm looking up for. Go ahead and talk. I'm looking for it.
Yeah, but when you check it out, you bring it up those 400 units upscale. It looks like something you'll see in the States. And the sister, she doesn't look like she's old. She looks like she's around 45. For her to make such a big move like that is like amazing. Yeah. To get people from the diaspora to gravitate towards Africa, you have to have amenities, you have to have opulence, you have to have
jobs. You gotta have jobs.
Yeah.
You gotta have a real opportunity and jobs.
You was able to bring it up?
Yeah.
If you're a web designer, here. 4 Wix Studio features you gotta know.
You won't? expect what you see, and you won't believe the opportunity that's present here. And once you can come, everything is possible.
What do
You
you think
sure
will
she's
ever
African
happen
American
if
or she Ghanaian?
Africans and African Americans start, trading among each other or start partnering to do business together? What do you think will happen?
Oh my goodness.
Well, the short black guy is African,
Watch
the woman's
out.
Yeah, here we
American.
go.
And I
Yeah,
think that's
boy,
what we
Maya
should
is
be aiming
Ghanaian.
for.
Yeah.
We should be aiming for the opportunity not only for Africans and African Americans to do that, but also for what that can mean for the rest of the world.
This is a revolution that is happening, and I'm so glad that it's happening in my lifetime.
Yeah, I've seen these before years ago.
This is Ayumen Sapa, an investment
Yeah,
done
I've seen this
by an
video a
African
long
American.
time ago.
And guess what? It actually excites my soul that all this while I didn't know the person behind it. I believe that you also did not know, or you never met this woman before.
My name is Cheryl Mills, and I am the CEO of Black Ivy, and Black Ivy builds endeavors that matter. And we are standing in one of those endeavors that matter, which is Indigo Homes. And we are at Oyarifa Park, community of 200 homes and families, and has an enormous amount of both green space and other amenities that inspire people to be part of a village.
What really inspired you to invest in Africa?
Well, first of all, it's great to be here with you. What inspired me to invest in Africa was really a desire to inspire Americans to invest in Africa. I felt like when you come on the continent, you wouldn't always see Americans investing the way that you would see so many other investors. And so really for me, it was about how can I inspire other Americans to make the choice to make their investments here of all the places they might invest in the world.
I just want to know, out of all the continent, why Africa?
One, I feel an obvious nexus to Africa just because of my own heritage and my own history. But for me, there's so much promise on this continent and there's so much opportunity. And yet it's one of the things, certainly in America.
Like, yeah, I've seen these houses before. They're very beautiful. That's the style of architecture I love. Matter of fact, they have a community like that in Marshall, in Liberia. They have a similar community. Hey, Dave, you see that community they have in Marshall by the airport? Where's Dave at?
Probably.
Well, anyway, in Liberia, they got the similar community. That's the type of architecture that they have in Africa. I love. It's very simple, but it's like really nice, And so, but my only problem I have is when people build communities, where's the people at? I always see these places they're always empty. There's no you don't see any life there. Who lives there? It's nice to put the thing up, but how do we basically build it so that we have it now? We can actually do that, right? But you do not have the unity in the black race and the thing. You would have to take major infrastructure and industrial development on a scale that's high. That means you could build for every $1 billion that you could raise and build. You create jobs for like 100,000 people.
Yeah, but I think
$1 billion investment in factories, steel, electronic, whatever it is, banking, real estate, whatever it is. If you could build a business community there worth $1 billion, like $1 billion entity, like whatever it is, Ghana's making whatever, computers, whatever it is, you can create $1 billion economy you could bring 100,000 people there,
But a lot of people's doing a lot of infrastructure building in Ghana, like on Dinah's show. You had a brother up there that's building from I think he's from St. Louis. He was building. You got her building. A lot of people was putting a lot of capital into Ghana.
Sooner or later, you got to get a return on your investment. You can't always invest. I always hear invest, but I never hear anybody talk about their return. All the years I've been hearing people go to Africa investing, I have never heard anybody say, this is how much we made. I've never, not once.
But you gotta have a big return, else it'll just be a waste of time.
Yeah,
even
so
if you have
a people do it because we have this love for Africa so much we just want to see something work. We don't see Pan Africa. We feel it's our duty to build in Africa and stuff like that. But we don't think about Africa should be profitable with us. I think black people in the diaspora, they should be given a chance to invest in things like the oil industry, and oil refinery, and oil and gold mining, and gold producing, and stuff like that. That's what these governments should steer Black America into.
And
Then those
should,
people will be able to afford homes like this.
and the citizenship shouldn't be that hard, man. Like, if somebody wants to be a citizen of a
if the main thing is this, there's one thing to be citizen, right? But if you don't really have any real opportunity, what the hell is citizenship gonna do? Because you got Lebanese there that are making billions of dollars and they ain't got no damn citizenship.
that's what I was trying to tell you, Kyle. Some of those small businesses you don't think is like, well-to-do, they make a lot of money, man.
Yeah, they
Corner
make a lot of money.
stores, liquor stores,
But
hotels.
also the small businesses have a lot of overheads. I used to run them. They have a lot of look, most black businesses, right? You got to be prepared to take 5 years loss. 5 years of being in the red, 5 years of making money. I've done it before, and a
Like
lot
the
of
only
black people
business,
don't want to do that. The first 5 years, you're not gonna make no money. It's all go back into business. You're building your business, and then after 5 years, you start seeing a little bit, delayed gratification.
but the only
Indians
the
and
only
all these
business,
people got cheap labor, and they got families that work there for nothing. They can do that. They can get away with that.
but,
A lot of
but the
black
only businesses I've seen that we have is the church and the barber shop, man. It's like
I
you
don't
go to a
see. I don't know where
community.
you look. I don't know where you live at. But where I live at, we do got black businesses. We got engineering firms, construction companies. We got all kinds of stuff here where I
So
live at.
so we have black firms like Dixie, like Dixie
We have.
Construction.
I live at. We have a lot of major black businesses here. Where I live in Virginia. We have a
Man,
lot of. So I don't see it like this. Black businesses aren't the mom and pop stores anymore, and also even the barbershops. Right? They're really state of the art now. My brother-in-law is a barber. He owns part of a barbershop. This state of the art right now, futuristic looking. It's really nice inside there. They got all kinds of amenities. You got black people here where I live at, they got nice mechanic shops, not those little rinky dink. They got real nice mechanic shops that give you full service and whatnot. Waiting room with television and all stuff like that. We got a
damn.
lot of black people that got a lot of professional, real businesses where I live at Virginia. I don't know where you live. But here we got a lot of black businesses that really broken out of the mold. Nobody does the same old business anymore. You got black people doing real complex businesses here. So Lebanese still have citizens. They have been in West Africa for generations. Not all of them have. They don't have African guys. They don't have citizenship in Liberia. They don't have citizenship in Liberia. They're trying to get citizenship, but they can't do it because of the Constitution. So. It is what it is,
Oh, but yeah, I would hope that sister is getting a return on investment for all them houses.
Well, she keeps it there. Like I said, I'm trying to think of. Okay, she sells the houses, but I want to know. Should I watch more video? I want to know did she end up mentioning how many properties she sold?
I think it was like, how long is the video? Like 10 minutes?
No, the video is long. Hold on.
I thought I was just seeing a short section.
25 minutes. 25 minutes. Let me watch some more of it. Let me see what
America that was often not experienced in the same way, right? There were so many times where people might travel to Europe, they might travel to Asia, they might even travel to Latin America, but they weren't traveling in the same way that they now are to the continent. And I really wanted not only to inspire that travel, I wanted them to inspire the kind of both opportunity for community and ownership and partnership. And for me, what better place in Africa? It is the future.
My name is Watermaya, and I'm on a journey to encourage Africans across the globe to make Africa home again.
It is beautiful. It's beautiful when people choose home again, particularly when they choose home after having the privilege and opportunity to bring new experiences, new learnings. And I love that about the continent. So many people choose home again after choosing to go elsewhere.
Yeah, that's the slogan now. Make Africa home again.
Oh, I did not know that. But look at that. I'm right on message, and I didn't even know that was your slogan.
That's my slogan. Make Africa home again. So
well, I would have done a better job if I'd known that. So, but it is what I do think about.
What if recording high-quality content, editing like a pro, and streaming like a star was as simple as hitting...
Oh my goodness.
Those are nice houses.
You came to Ghana because of me. Come on.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I brought my whole family, my mom, my kids. I've been watching you for the past 2-3 years. And I know
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Thank God for sitting. I'm not even dressed properly.
No, it's fine.
I bought
you bought
in the car as well. Because of you.
because of me.
How are you?
Very welcome.
Nice to see you.
And I didn't even dress up.
Oh, you look fantastic. I'm Cheryl. Very nice to see you.
Madam Cheryl, lovely to meet you.
Very nice to meet you. Oh, I'm so grateful.
Mr. Wademaya.
Well, he has been one of our best champions.
He's the best.
Isn't he?
Brought my kids back. We're in the U.S.
Oh, my
I brought
goodness.
everybody, my mom, my kids, watching your videos.
Where were you in the U.S.?
Dallas, Texas.
Are you in Dallas? See, look at you, reaching all the way to the heart of
God bless
Texas.
you.
That's hard to reach.
Yes. All you do. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I think she's a
Showcasing
Ghanaian
Africa. I
that
came
came
back
back.
to-
That's another thing. There's a difference between somebody who's like a Ghanaian, you know, sometimes they got money, they're more established in the country. Yeah, you can buy a house like that, you know? So yeah, I think she's a Ghanaian returning back to Ghana. That's not an African American, actually, you know. But yeah, like I said, those houses are nice, man, really nice, you know.
They're real nice.
So those houses are nice, but I still say, you know, where are you gonna work? Where are you gonna make your money at? And shit, you know, you gonna do. Where's the banking side? Where's the business district? You know, where's the people doing movers and shakers and whatnot? That's why I never understand how every community, right? They could settle in, and you got the Chinese community build an enclave in San Francisco area. They got business districts and whatnot. They're doing multi-level businesses and whatnot. They got manufacturing, they're doing trade, international trade and business, you know. No, Cheryl Mills, I'm talking about the girl, the lady right here is not a African American. I think she's Ghanaian or some Caribbean or something, you know. I think she's Caribbean or Ghanaian. That since where she said the families, I'll bring my whole family, my mother back. You know, where was her mother back from? You know, if she's African American. I think she's Ghanaian, you know. So you know, so but yeah, so
I think she's related to the former president of Ghana, John Atta Mills. So I don't know who says she's not Ghanaian.
But they're gonna show that exterior of the houses are real nice.
Oh, who? That lady right there, or
yeah,
Cheryl Mills.
Cheryl Mills.
Yeah, I knew she was Ghanaian. She has to be Ghanaian. You know, there's no African American. As I said, people basically because they live in America, right? People automatically assume they're African Americans. No, these are Ghanaians, man. It's so freaking annoying, man. You know, that's misleading to Black people in America because you go out there like a fool thinking you're gonna do the same thing, and she's connected politically. You really think an African American can get that much done in Ghana on that level? No. You know, that's not going to happen. Yeah, she's a Ghanaian, you know, but she's culturally African American, you know. But she's a Ghanaian. She basically like this. She's related to Atta Mills and whatnot. That's a president that was there back in the 90s, whatever, you know. So she's basically this. I think she's part half white too. Because Atta Mills, I believe, had his wife was white, wasn't she? I think Atta Mills, his wife was white, or one of them, you know. But so I'm saying, yeah. So we gotta be clear about that, you know. We wish her a lot of luck and everything like that, but let's not make it seem like the average Black woman sitting in Philadelphia is gonna get up one day and say, you know something, I'm gonna do it. No, she's a Ghanaian. She has a connection to the country. You know, she has a connection in the country. She's connected with the major politicians, the movers and shakers of the country. When that's a level of shit you got to. As I said, when it's misleading when people keep saying, "Oh, it's Africa." No, you got to be connected. You know, you ain't connected in Africa, you ain't gonna do shit. You know, because if that's the case, you would have Black Afro think tank and dynasty millionaires right now in Nigeria. You know, so it is what it is. You know, check Wikipedia. She is politics in the state. She's not Ghanaian. Yo, hold up. Elvis, didn't you just say she's related to John Atta Mills?
I say I think so. I'm not 100% sure. She could be African American, is what I'm saying. There's a famous Ghanaian president with that last name. She might be related to him, but I'm not
Yeah,
100% on it.
let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Hey, Cheryl Mills. Cheryl Mills. Ghana. Yeah. She's worth $4.6 million. You know, the Black Ivy Group. You know, Cheryl Mills. What's she? Alicia, whatever. She could be African American. You know. Wikipedia. Okay, Wikipedia says she's an American lawyer. First came to public prominence while serving as Deputy White House counsel for President Bill Clinton. You know, she worked for New York University. How'd she end up in Ghana? You know, she worked with an Ivy Group. You know, let's see.
A lot of African Americans are going to Ghana.
Yeah, well, yeah, I say that's even the number one country. You know, early life. She's daughter of Luke and Arnold grew up in. No, she's not related to Ida Mills. You know, actually, she is African American. You know, she's African American. Okay, good for her. She's African American.
Yeah, but those houses are off the chain. You know, that's something.
Yeah, those
something
houses are freaking good. That housing thing is what you need. But how she could attract black people from America to over there, that's another thing. You know, I
There's
see too many.
there's a
I
lot of
think
wealthy people.
that's a better idea than actually trying to build a whole new community. If I went to Ghana, I'd move in one of those houses over there. But you know, if I had
Yeah.
the means, business and everything, but what am I going to do when I'm there? That's the whole thing. You know, how am I going to do it? If I found out that I could live or work remote, I'd move in a place like that. You know, I would go like that. But as long as I basically got to make my money in America, Africa's a distant thing. You know.
Yeah, but she like it was not all the houses. I was impressed. I was like, man,
Yeah, like I said, I like that architecture. That's the same architecture they have in Angola. You know, they use that architecture all throughout Africa. I think it must be an African thing. You know, that same architecture, the way the buildings, the things look 2-story, they have that all over the continent. Even have them in Liberia. You know, that's the same architecture they use on the continent. It's really beautiful. Those are all prefab houses. You know, they're prefabricated. That's why. You know. They're all prefabricated, put together. You know, they come in parts and just put them together. You know, they'll she probably saw the upper class Africans who wanted solely say locked away from the masses. Oh, that's not a nice thing to say. African goddess. You're saying she's an elitist, you know. I mean, well, you know, so what's wrong with wanting to be locked away from the masses? Well, I don't know. What's the point? What's wrong with that? You know. You don't want nobody. Look, you don't want nobody coming down your street with a goat and whatnot. You know, pooping all over your fucking sidewalk and whatnot. You know, so of course, you know.
look, the roads are nice. You know, you got
And
it's an
Brutus,
eight.
at some time I will. At some time I will. Matter of fact, you know, I would probably have my people in Liberia reach out to her. And so, like, but we're just looking at the political stability of Liberia right now. You know, we're just not. Some of us are on edge about what we see in the country. You know, so
I wonder, like she probably doesn't even know the story of Liberia. So if you reach out to her,
yeah, like I said, yeah, like I said, we could, like I said, Liberia is ideal because it's probably more land, you know, and stuff like that. More land, more like this,
but it look
cheaper, whatever like that. But you know, I don't know. You know, like I said, there's already communities like that in Liberia. There's one not as big as that, right? But the same sort of housing right there near the airport in what they call smell no taste, you know, area by the airport, you know, and it's a brand new community right there, just a gated community like that, you know.
it looks just like this kind of looks like this.
Yeah, it looks exactly like that, you know. But actually, the ones in Liberia actually look better, you know. These are nice too, but these are the ones in Liberia I saw better. Not as many of them, but they were better. And the ground was really nice. I mean, the pavement and stuff like that, you know, and the backyard. They got a backyard with them and whatnot, you know. So yeah, they're about the same thing, but I think the Liberian one looks a little better. You know, looks more, you know, it's more expensive.
Kind of looks like Ghana is going to be like a second first world country in about like 10, 20 years.
Well, hopefully, you know, hopefully all of Africa will come up, you know. And middle class, upper class African is going to South Africa. It's a bit too under. Yeah, that's true. Most of the African Americans who are middle class are going to South Africa. Now, if they built communities like that in South Africa, you have a rush of black people. Southern Africa will definitely get because Southern Africa is just more developed than West Africa. Unfortunately, so Southern Africa is way more developed. All the countries on the grid. Namibia's on the grid. Botswana is. Southern Africa is the first world. Southern Africa is developed. It's the first world. Burundi. Look at this guy, Black Putin, basically start some shit. That Kala thinks the Africans are beneath him. No, I do not. He says they're going to pollute. Look, the bottom line is this: I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're. Hey, do not poop on my streets. It's like I have a song. Please don't poo on the street. Boom, boom, boom. Because we won't have a nice place to eat. Boom, boom, boom. I'm asking you, please. I'm begging you, please don't poo on the street. Boom, boom, boom. If you do, we won't have a nice place to eat. Boom, boom, boom. I'm asking you, please. I'm begging you, please, but please don't poo on the street.
People actually do that?
Yeah. Pooing on the street is a fucking.
Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, that's
no running water.
Yeah, so bottom line, people try to justify. Nigeria is a big poop capital, open poop capital. I seen it one time in Liberia when I first went there. One time, and I was like, "Yo, that's my first time. I'm in Africa, bro." This motherfucker.
You sure it wasn't like a livestock? You sure it wasn't
man, motherfucker was on the beach one night. Motherfucker, I was like, "What is this motherfucker doing?" And I saw him dig a hole with his hand, and next thing you know, he turned around and
come on, nah, man, don't say
that.
that.
And then he covered it up with the sand. I was like,
That
was my first day in Africa, right?
So that's
when it hit me. You're really in Africa,
that's a big business. That's a big business opportunity. We can get like 500 porta potties or something like that.
You don't see it that much anymore, though.
Goodness, man.
I'm telling you something. You get like 500 porta potties and just charge people like
public bathrooms and whatnot. That's a big business.
But taking a shit on the beaches.
Let the state pay for it.
Taking a shit on the beach is uncivilized, man. That's not.
You don't see that much anymore, though.
Yeah.
That was only in like a slum area. But Liberia got nice beaches. They really the people really took back their beaches, cleaned it up and whatnot. It really I give it Liberia for everything it's worth. They really are cleaning the country up. They really for 4 years I've gone there. It's really made a big change. This past March out there was totally different, man. It was really nice, really nice, real clean.
You can make some money recycling. Clean up, recycle.
Word, bro.
Yeah, you're making money if you have. I tried to get this this recycling electric plant built right now, but the guys I was dealing with a bunch of clowns. I said, look, if you bring this thing here, right? First of all, bring the equipment here first, and then me and my friend Chris Jackson can negotiate for you. They wanted a fucking signed contract, right? Saying you are guaranteed to buy a certain amount of electrical units. I said, no, what you do when you get that, what they do is after not producing anything, this is how Charles Taylor got hooked on this. Like he signed something and he had to friggin' cover the money. Because once you sign an agreement that you're guaranteeing them that you're gonna purchase a certain amount of electrical units for them to invest, right? They could take that and sell it to somebody else, and they don't have to produce anything. They sell to somebody else, say, well, you have an agreement to produce we never got electricity. No, well, we want payment,
Hey, Kyle, I know you're mad about that train they're building in Angola, but that's going to produce a lot of jobs for the people,
Angola's got jobs. My point I'm trying to make is this. It's not even about Donald Trump. I just think that black people in America, my generation of Pan-Africans are the weakest black people on the fucking planet. We should be over there in all these countries, right, making our presence known.
But this sister right here
Donald Trump should not be doing anything in Africa unless they said, wait a minute. And the Pan-African Black Nationalist Committee, instead of getting online, talking a bunch of shit like Afro think tank, Donald Trump, this, all this. Instead of saying, look, this guy's the president of the United States. For all his work, and he signed an agreement with a sovereign state, right? Now, how could we remove put to save face, save that? How we do it? We show that not only that we have connections on the ground, that we got people on the ground, and we got people willing to go there and work, whatever like that. So therefore, we're in a position to negotiate, as business men. But we didn't do that. All we're gonna do is sit back on the internet complaining about what the white man saying. Yeah, all we do is these people jibber jabbering on the internet. You ain't got nothing established. We don't even have an office established in Angola. We don't have an office established in the Congo. I'm trying to establish also office in Liberia, so we at least have something. Black man in America got to do more. All of that, and the world's just gonna pass us by.
And it's I think the guy's from Guyana. He's in Ghana. He's building houses too on a beachfront house.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I like him too. But the thing is, I'm just not really big with the housing thing. Look, the bottom line, I'm like this. People are like, I want to have my dream house in Africa. I'm like, why don't you go to the country and rent a flat or apartment for like a year or 2 years, right? Why do you need to build a big house when find out how you fit into the country first? Get a feel for the country. You don't need to go to a country and save your money. Have some residual income. Establish yourself. Like I said, black people said Kala must be struggling financially. Says somebody probably can't go no place. At least I can prove that I can go to a country every year. How many people could pull out $10,000-$12,000 a year to go to a country? When you do that, then you talk to me. And I'm not like somebody that got a village to go to. I got to go in there and pay my way in the country. I'm not like somebody go back to their own home country and they got a village. They don't have to pay nothing. I had to pay my way when I go to Liberia. I finally got a property, not a property, but I got a rental property in Liberia, which I'm a little more established, so it won't cost me as much. But don't tell me about like this. I can go to Liberia in September if I wanted to, but I don't want to because of the rainy season. The only reason why I won't go to Liberia in September is because it ain't rainy season. That's it. I go to Liberia I can go to Liberia like 3 times a year, but the only time in Liberia I can actually go is during the dry season. I will not go to Liberia again in the rainy season. I'll never let that happen again.
Jeez.
You have mosquitoes is the most dangerous insect, the most dangerous thing on the planet. Mosquitoes. You do not want to get malaria. You do not want to go through that shit. I was paralyzed. Houses, no infrastructure. Yeah. So
you have a lot of African Americans just moving to South Africa and all through the continent. So I guess
South Africa is more developed. More developed than West Africa. It's just the truth. They're more developed and everything. And all that, you see South Africa, you see African venture partners. I like how they were able to go and be in the South African global business community. There's no global business community in Ghana. What the hell? It's like, dude, man, where are you going everywhere? These people in South Africa, at least South Africa is a first world country. You go to South Africa, open up an office in Cape Town, you can do anything. You can get the investment groups and financing. Another biggest thing in Africa is financial capital and resources and whatnot. Providing money, capital. Seed capital. That's a big business right there. But you can't do anything in West Africa because I don't know. It's just not developed.
But it gotta be. It has to be a lot of money in Ghana because that one brother he built like 100 units.
People go to Ghana. Almost everybody I know in Ghana is broke. I don't see nobody. Everybody there is struggling.
Yeah, between that guy and that lady, that's 500 units. That's crazy.
They always say they bought 500 units. They like that. But the one thing they'll never tell you is this: how much money I made. They'll never tell you that part. They'll never tell you, okay, this is what we're making. This is what the investment returned, whatever like that. It's just a lot of it's vanity projects. People do it because they have a deep love for Africa, and we want to see Africa develop. That's all it is. And they don't care. I don't think they even care about making the money. That's the thing about Africans don't understand what they got with Black America. We go to Africa, not even thinking about the money. We just want to help invest and whatnot and build. I don't see nobody making money really. Carl, you have never proved anything you say. There's obviously a reason why you did not barely any filming in Liberia, parts of Liberia. Dude, because I have a private life. Don't understand. I'm not gonna put everything. When I'm in Liberia,
So Tyler, they
I'm
want
trying
you
to
to
get
be a
away from you
blogger now.
Negroes.
They want you to be a blogger now for them.
Oh hell
Yeah,
no!
that's what
Oh
they want you
hell
to
no!
basically do. Be a blogger. Oh yeah, it's Tyler, man. You know what I mean?
Oh
I'm
no!
in
I'm not gonna. I'll
Liberia.
be out there every night. Oh,
I'm
look, when I'm
on, I'm
in
on
Liberia,
Caesar's
I did a
Beach.
couple shows and whatnot. But the bottom line, my life is my life. I gotta have something for
They
myself.
already cursing you out about the Afristan. They didn't want you to blog. Get out of
The
here.
hell out of here with that shit. Yeah, they want me to fucking go out there and tell my whole business and whatnot.
Yeah.
No, man, okay. All you need to know is I had a blast. Yo, the best restaurant in Liberia is Club Maserado. Have you been there, Dave?
I ain't been there yet. I gotta go there.
Oh
I
my
gotta go
God,
there.
man!
I
You just
heard I
think
heard
how
it's right by
Liberia
the
was back in the '70s,
I
man.
heard it's right by the executive mansion, right?
Exactly, it's right in back of the executive mansion.
I gotta check it out. Gotta
Yo, it's
check
hard
it
to
out.
get to, right? But when you go there, the way it is, you're like walking on these planks, like those things you in Ghana where you walk across like a little bridge. It's
Yeah.
like a little bridge that take you from one side to the other and whatnot. When I was coming out, these white people were coming out.
It's called Monkey Bridge, Colin.
Whatever they call. Anyway, I saw these white people coming out as we was coming in, right? And they was coming out. I was like, yeah, they was looking at me like the old dress in suit and tie when I get to NGOs. I don't know what they're paying for. But yeah, we went in there. Oh my God, man. They got a fucking night. So many different bars in there. They got a hibachi grill. You pick out your fish, It's expensive, but you pick out your fish and whatnot. And I had like 2 snappers and whatnot, with rice. Oh my God, that shit was fucking good, man. The ambiance, everything like that. I got video. I got to put some of the videos up online. The videos were freaking
Man,
nice. It's like
Liberia is
right on
sweet,
the water
man.
too.
You make me
It's
want to
right
go
there on
back
the
to
water
Liberia
too.
right now, man.
You
You make
seen
me want
that?
to
You
go
seen
back
that?
right now.
You should show that documentary, Little American Liberia. That was cool too.
What documentary?
It's called Little American Liberia. That was
No, what are we talking about? America's Stepchild?
yeah. I think it's some Arab type dudes.
I don't know. Like I said, a lot of people basically make videos like Liberians. I think it's unflattering. I only like Liberian videos were made by Native people or American Liberians. A lot of people get it wrong. Even African Americans who go to Liberia, they fucking get it wrong. They don't know shit about the country, And so they have their own preconceived notion about the country and whatnot. And so
I'm looking up Club Maserado.
Club Maserado is a nice fucking restaurant. That is nice, man. I'm glad I took Isabel. That was like one of our last nights there, That shit was nice. My wife was dressed so freaking fine. We were both dressed up. We went out, man. It was just like really nice, real nice, like out, real nice out, So,
We got something.
and the
Like
Calabash, all the most major restaurants are on the lagoon or the water on the beach, overlooking the beach.
Does a black person own it?
Club Maserado, it's probably a Liberian. I know the Calabash, that's the best nightclub and restaurant in Liberia, right? That's owned by a Liberian brother, that's a Liberian brother owns that shit, And also club the Sea Breeze, Ocean Breeze Hotel is owned by a Liberian dude, right? This guy basically lived in Clearwater, Florida. The guy's only 33 years old. He basically got an exclusive.
Ocean Breeze is a franchise, Colin. He just paid for the franchise and then built it.
What's the franchise?
Ocean Breeze is a franchise of hotels.
Well,
And
it doesn't matter. He still owns it, though. So the whole thing, the thing I'm trying to say,
he operates it. He doesn't own it.
Hold up. What I'm saying is this. So whatever. He's making the money. Anyway, the bottom line is, his name is Wilson. I meant to meet him. I was supposed to meet him when I was there last year, but I didn't get a chance to schedule this because I was supposed to interview him. For Bomani. Anyway, basically, he got an exclusive beer for Chang beer from China Liquor, right? Exclusive kind of Liberia honors distributes patent and what's it called? Not patent, trademark, distribute. He got a license to distribute the Shangjing beer, whatever like that, and liquor exclusive, right? The Lebanese and everybody else got to buy from him. You got to pay him a royalty. That's why he got exclusive to distribute that liquor and beer in the country, right? Guy's only 30 something years. He says he wants to build his hotel like clear. Want to make it like Clearwater Florida. He wants to have yachts and marinas out there. And well, I was telling the guy that owns a college, I said, "Yo, man, you got to do that shit, man." He said he wants to turn Liberia into like Miami and friggin' Clearwater, Florida. Like a lot of people, Liberia love Miami for some reason. I didn't even know there's Liberians down there. They love Miami, and so they're trying to make Liberia like Miami, because there's lots of coastal lagoons and stuff like that. So they try to make like Miami.
Why is there like no conflict with all the Lebanese on the west coast of Africa? Why there's no like conflict between?
The Lebanese do their thing, right? They do their thing, right? And nobody like that. There's so much opportunity in Liberia, right? That Lebanese are not even a bother. The real opportunity has been the Liberians, Lebanese do their thing, right? Like they own most of I love like Lebanese because they own the Stop and Shop. Right? Look, when it's hot in Liberia, you can always go into Lebanese supermarkets, right? And you're like, AC. You go near the freezer, open up the freezer, right, Dave?
Yeah, man.
The Lebanese can't go no place.
You're in America again. It's just like you're in America.
Oh, it's like,
oh man.
I love my Liberia. I love going to the traditional market, but goddamn, this shit feels good. Don't do nothing to the Lebanese.
Got restaurants in it and all of that.
Yo, check this out. Oh, the hub is shut down, right, Dave?
But how did they get that foothold? How did they?
They've been there since like the 1960s, And the bottom line, a lot of Lebanese been there for generations, man. I'm cool with a lot of them. They're cool as hell. They're freaking cool as hell, man. Like they're real down to earth, man. Lebanese are real cool over there, down to earth. We always kick with Lebanese or not. They're cool as hell, man. You had no problems, man. Every time you see them, they will dap you up, whatnot. What up, bro? It was cool as hell, man. They get down, man. They're cool. See them out in the club, whatnot. So they'll buy you a drink, whatever. Cool as hell.
So they were there before the Civil War.
What?
They was there before the Civil
War. They stayed. The thing about the Lebanese is, while a lot of people fled, they stayed.
Damn.
They stayed. They were like, man, we got too good over there. And like I said, they bring a lot. Look, the city builders, right? And I would love to see a Liberian own that, but the bottom line, the Lebanese city builders is how everybody builds a house. City builds like our Home Depot, The Lebanese run that shit, And the bottom line is this, my boy Dion went over there, he went there, he checked it out. He says, he says he wants to do a business so he can get them cheaper toilets, And he's in construction. My boy Dion's in construction. He says, I like to sell them toilets because it gets cheaper. He said the toilet's a little expensive, but the bottom line, you want a house remodel, whatever like that, you basically just go to city builders, man. Everybody's like, cool. They got marble.
They can handle your whole contract. You
can get a whole house remodeled and built. City builders, man. I'm sorry, man. I believe in Pan-African and everything like that, but shit, we need shit built.
So they're an integral part of the community now.
Oh yeah. They're not going nowhere. We need them.
Going nowhere. If they go somewhere, the economy is crash.
The economy crash. The bottom line, they're doing stuff that we're not in the capability of doing right now. You would have to get look. The difference is, even though you might have some black people, Liberians in the West, will they take 5 or 6 years without seeing a profit? To invest in the business long term.
A lot of those companies are doing money laundering.
Who cares, Elvis? I don't give a shit.
Front for terrorism. 2 years ago, a lot of them got put on a sanction list. Was indicted by the U.S. government for money laundering.
Elvis, is there terrorism affecting us?
Some of them. Who is us? You say us. Who is us?
Terrorism affected me. As long as they blowing me up.
Yeah, not you, but the country got sanctioned because they would do diamond trading for Al Qaeda. You don't know the history of the country. Even some of the top Lebanese names like George Haddad, they always put on that list.
Every last single diamond. Like I said, my boy Ross told me. He said, "Look, he had this white guy that came in and got in a diamond trade, right? This guy he had these big plans and everything like that. The guy made money, so much money off one diamond load, whatnot. He just disappeared, man. He was like, he was tricking off his money, whatnot, and he just partying, whatnot, drugs, whatever like that. And he just made the money. He made a whole bunch of money in the bounce. A lot of them know he's staying in long term. That one guy that built the part owner of the power plant, Nimba, he's half Israeli and half Liberian. You know, that guy David, whatever his name is. He basically lives in Israel and whatnot. He got a lucrative diamond trade and thing, but
Being the guy that partner was with Ford Thomas.
yeah, yeah. But the bottom line is he basically is responsible for the fact that Nimba has constant electricity. You don't see fucking blackouts at Nimba. You don't do it. You know, Nimba has the most power in Liberia. You know,
so they're pretty much just Liberians then. You know.
So look, a lot of them marry Liberian women. It's like one thing you don't see.
How can you say that? Lebanese can't be Liberian by the proud constitution.
I'm not saying they're Liberian, but they're down. Like Liberians are cool with them, you know, on the ground, cool with them, you know, like, you know. And like I said, bottom line is this: I'm done fighting them. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm done fighting them. But
you always capitulate to people who you think are more powerful than you.
No. I'm not capitulating. I'm just saying the fact of the matter is, we had
you want to tell it to them. You want to be friends with them and show that you're friends with powerful people.
I'm just saying that, given the nature of everything that happened in Liberia, or whatnot. The Lebanese were able to come in and establish themselves.
But Elvis, they helping the country. If the Lebanese leave right now, the place is going to collapse.
Yeah, well, they hold.
Look, I'm not stopping them from doing business. I'm just saying you got to understand the nuance of what they are and what they're doing in the country.
They should know, Elvis.
Can they run for office?
No,
of course not. They can't even buy land.
They own they own every Lebanese. They'll tell you. They got a politician in their pocket, you know. That's how it goes. You know, they say, "Hey, look, pass this through," whatever, like that.
But that discrimination can lead to a war. You know, if
it's not discrimination. The African Americans who fought the country did it that way because they wanted it to stay a black country. So that's fine. I like that idea.
So the whole thing, Lebanese don't have citizenship. Like I said, you got some Lebanese trying to change it, but the Liberians themselves, and first they tried to argue that it was American Liberians that did that in exchange, but it's more native Liberians feel that it's the only
Kala.
That's a form of prejudice, though. Was
it a native people that wrote the Constitution, Kala?
What do you say?
Was it a native people that wrote the Constitution?
I'm saying that's the one part of the Constitution that native people love. You know?
Oh, that's the one part.
It's the one part that they love. They always say, "No, the Constitution says only Negroes." Oh,
look, we're not against the Constitution. Look, we love the country. We love the idea of the country. Our only grievance was that a lot of people didn't get the same chance, you know, as others to be involved politically. That's the biggest thing. It's not about hating the idea of the country.
Elvis, can we agree that there was a lot of American Liberians that were disenfranchised, that didn't have power and stuff like that? You know. Same thing, you know.
Of course, you take somebody like Marcus Matthews, who have American Liberian blood, also.
It had nothing to do with American Liberian. It had to do.
Oh, okay. Now you're bullshitting. That be calling man, damn.
But I'm saying
no one said Elvis. No one didn't walk up to you and say, "Elvis, you're native. You can't do this." No.
Okay.
You know for yourself.
You know what systematic racism is, Carla? Do they come and tell you since you're black you can't have certain positions?
Elvis, right? You have to understand something, right? A novel was one of the chapters was based on Prince King Massaquoi in the 1920s, who was a Garveyite. Had it not been for the situation of Firestone, he would have been elected president back in the 1920s. King
So basically, like Africa treats the Lebanese like how we treat the Indians. They just own all the little small businesses and
Liberians have the small businesses. Lebanese have most of the modern businesses. You got some Liberians that got some nice stores and whatnot there. But the bottom line is this: every time you down Tubman,
so let me just tell you,
3 blocks is a
1776. Yeah. For example, right, one of the staple food in Liberia is rice. That's the food that everybody eats with pretty much any other stew that they cook. So to be a rice importer, you have to get a license. And in order to get a license, you have to show that you have $500,000 in asset. Most Liberians don't have that kind of money. So usually, even most Lebanese don't have it, but they work together like a cabal or a cartel, and they bring money together and they corner the rice market. So a lot of them make a lot of money from being rice importers. So they use that money to then start supermarkets and other businesses.
I'm sorry, Jebba. who's now producing Liberian rice, and Liberians refuse to.
I just said rice importation, Kyla. I didn't talk about people who growing
But
rice.
Liberians are now moving towards producing their own rice.
That's fine. That wasn't my point. My point is that
the violence. They let the Lebanese import. Let's grow our own rice in Liberia, and then you don't have to import rice no more.
Kyla, have you eaten country rice before?
Well, the bottom line, I eat rice in Liberia. I don't know what it was country rice.
Okay, that's the point I'm making. The people that grow rice are growing country rice.
Different brands of Liberian rice. I love them all. So
I'm sure you've heard about buckwheat, right? You heard about buckwheat?
Yeah, I heard it was a character on Little Rascals.
Nah, that's a form of rice. Buckwheat is a form of rice. The brown rice, what we call buckwheat, is the brown rice.
I only like white rice. So I only like this. But yeah, like I said, when you drive down Tubman Boulevard, every 3 blocks is a Stop and Shop, and the bottom line is that thank God they're there. Because when you want a cold soda in the middle of nowhere, you want a cold water like that, you want to go and feel AC, whatnot. They're right there, right, Dave? That's like.
Dave just Carlos ad-lib guy. Right, Dave? You're Carlos.
No, Dave got his own mind,
All right.
But they can't vote. They can't run for office.
Nah,
do they
they
feel
can't be
oppressed?
citizens. They can't. It's not the country is like Carlos says, right? It's a haven for black people. It's supposed to be a haven for black people. So they put in the Constitution that people of non-Negro descent cannot be citizens. So even some Africans get mad at African women or Liberian women who have kids with these Lebanese because that's like a loophole to get a stronghold in the country by having Liberian kids.
That restaurant that used to be Leela Brown's is called, what is it called now? Leela, so it's called something else now. The guy owns it as a Lebanese, but his wife's a Liberian. But most of the Liberians work there, so Leela Brown's partly owned by a Lebanese guy. So I'm gonna play some Monrovia Drive. You want to know about this is Liberian night tonight, man. So let me play some Liberian video.
Club Montserrat.
City I love. I don't care what nobody say, man. If I'm in Liberia, I feel at home. I don't know what it is. I feel at home. I'm halfway across the ocean. I feel at home, man. I don't feel any place. I feel like that when I'm in New York too. New York and Liberia, the only places I feel like I'm at home. Waterside's a little rough. Waterside's rough. Keep your phone in your pocket when you're driving through here because you will get jacked.
Tyler, you know who made his music?
I don't know.
How you doing Liberia, man?
Where are you? Waterside. Nice people, man, but keep your phone in your pocket. Don't be outside. Three dudes that come up on the motorcycle, right? You see 3 dudes riding on the motorcycle, right? Roll your windows up. Because what they do, they put one person outside, go out and smack you, right? The other one jack you.
You know what dialect? You know what dialect this lady is singing in, Carla?
What?
You know what dialect she's singing in?
I don't know.
Dave, you say you're Liberia. You know what dialect she's singing in? Nah, she's speaking Vi. This is Princess Fatu Gayflow for our Lord.
That's beautiful.
She's one of our cultural ambassadors.
I'll be back there in January.
You watching cinema? You watching cinema? This song is beautiful, but it's about domestic abuse. Fatumata is getting abused by her husband, and the woman in the community is telling her that she should leave the man. He's abusive, so they're giving her reassurance that she can leave him.
Like Puerto Rico a little bit.
It's a tropic. Most houses in the tropics look like this. It's a tropic. You see, well, most of the people, countries like Brazil, Jamaica, Liberia, Costa Rica, all these countries look the same because of the tropics. Certain type of architecture, stuff like that. This is Benson Street. That's the old Masonic Temple.
Those are the free and accepted brothers.
That's right there, the embassy. Right there, that's the embassy. That's the embassy. Don't take pictures while you're there. They'll arrest you if you have your camera out anywhere in the street right here.
That's the U.S. Embassy.
The people guard the. Yeah, it's the U.S. Embassy.
He cannot beat you. He cannot cuss you. He cannot yell at you. Tyler, the thing about you know about Liberia, but you don't learn about the culture of the native people. The white people are one of the most beautiful people in Liberia.
You think, man. I love you. Look, I know.
Okay, where does the white people come from? That's an easy question. You should be able to tell me. What county do they come from?
Cape Mount.
Yeah,
and so there's a lot of white people in Caldwell too.
At least they got.
There's a lot of white people in Caldwell. And they're mostly in Cape Mount.
But they have electrical grid, so that means they got 24-hour electricity.
Where?
It's an electrical grid.
No, you said who? Who got electrical grid with 24 hours?
I'm watching the street.
The whole country has electrical grid. It's on the electrical grid.
No, there's an electrical grid, but it's just the current. It's not consistent because there's not a lot of megawatts being produced.
Hold on.
For consistent current.
Like I said, they haven't had. LEC has been doing a good job in not having any blackouts or whatnot.
Tyler, it's seasonal. Rainy season. Listen for a second. You don't know. Rainy season, we have more stable current because the hydro has more water in it and it can produce more electricity. So then why don't you say that? What do you mean?
Hold up. Most people in Liberia realize that, right? Even in dry season, right? That you're gonna have LEC for most of the day, but you gotta have a backup generator. I have a backup generator in the generator house. You have a generator, a LEC. LEC goes out, just hit the generator button, the generator comes in. That's how people learn to cope. At least now they got this thing with this biometrics, right? Biometrics, right? Where you could basically prepay your thing and get credit and pay for your electricity with your card.
Let me just tell 1776 this, right? You know why most of these houses look dilapidated? It's about the weather, right? We have a lot of rain in Liberia.
First of all, these houses.
So a lot of these pinks, they tend to be one after a year. You got to almost paint every year.
These houses were built back in the 1920s. These houses are that old,
That's the
built back in the 1920s. So you got to really look at house buildings that are 100 years old. They're still holding up. All this time, I never drove in a KK. I'm gonna make it my point of driving one of those next time.
Yeah, it sort of look like the Caribbean.
It's a song that's called Musulu.
Yeah, like I said, this is rainy season right here. This is why I do not want to go to Liberia during rainy season. I cannot deal with fucking shit splashing on me and shit like that. Nah, I can't do it. I can't go there rainy season.
When it's raining, you get tired, man. I'll be sleeping all day.
That's what I do. If I rainy season, I'm in the house. I ain't going nowhere.
All those houses were built like 100 years ago.
Yeah, it's old. It's an old city, man. This is the oldest. This is the oldest section of the city. Now, over Congo Town and Sinkor is pretty new, pretty modern. You know, I think he's headed towards Sinkor now.
You know, our season is actually a disadvantage to us as a people in terms of development. The rain it wears down the roads faster. You know, in America we have like maybe a month or two of rain, but for the most part, it's either sun or fall.
Liberia was built on the impossible. It's like think about it, they had to build a country in like most of the year raining and shit like that.
Yeah, like a rainforest kind of environment, which is crazy.
It was amazing how this country even formed in the first place. You know, that's what I be looking at. Like, damn, that means tell me the people were really serious about establishing themselves.
And you said you had that new development by the airport. You were talking about.
Yeah, I'll play that. That's in
Marshall.
I know a lot of lynches in Maryland. A lot of people named Lynch in Maryland.
Well, what does that mean?
This is head towards Camp Johnson Street, you know.
That's Liberia. That's really Liberia there, Kyla. It's not as developed. It's not as beautiful.
That's the older section. What I'm saying is this,
the houses have.
I'm gonna put down. Hold on, I'm gonna put down.
But the houses have structural integrity. All it really needs is some like paint and
facelift. You know.
Yeah, it'll be good.
Yeah, and the street needs to be paved, street lights.
Yeah, that's all common.
All of those basic things, and decongest the area.
Elvis, that all takes money. You know, Liberia.
Of course, that's what the country. When people say we're rich, that's why I always argue about.
That takes and all you need is a major political disturbance, like an uprising, whatever like that, to throw whatever little development in Liberia off the friggin' rail. That's why I don't want to see nothing happen.
But for the country to go through a war and the houses to still be standing, that means they're real strong.
Yeah, it is. It is strong. That's what I said. It's like this. It has Sinkor.
No, the thing about it is those houses are built with all concrete, 1776. So concrete lasts longer than like stucco.
Home Depot houses, all that.
Okay, this is Sinkor. All right, you want a Sinkor? I'm gonna show you that other house I'll talk about.
Yeah, Sinkor is one of the most exclusive residential area, Carla. It's almost like our Beverly Hills. Whispering winds bring the remembrance. Look, we have a traditional Liberian song, and now this person is playing some kind of Western music.
I know this is a Liberian lady. I'm cool with her. I think I met her in Liberia.
Is this Filomena or who is it?
She does tourism. This lady right
who is
here,
this?
she travels the world. Hey, yo, remember I told you about city builders? Hold up. Remember I told you about city builders?
That city builder right there, the orange building.
That's city builders in Sinkor.
Oh wow! So just like Home Depot.
Yeah, city builders. That's city builders right there. You know, so the Lebanese control that, but the bottom line is more power to them because all the modern houses, most of the houses in Liberia, man, they got brand new sinks, faucets, floors, everything like that. Thanks to city builders, you know?
Damn, they took the color at Home Depot and everything. Damn.
Yeah, they got everything. Everything you need to build a modern house, all the structure and everything. They're the ones who order the piles for these buildings to be built and everything. City builders build that, everything. Everything that comes in the country to build, city builders import. That's a Royal Palm Hotel. My friend owns that. Royal Palm Hotel. I use that ATM all the time.
Those are opportunities for African Americans who got money. They can go there and compete with city builders. The thing about it is the shipping. It's the shipping lanes. If you have good shipping and you can do a good margin, most Liberians can't go to China and buy goods and bring it and sell it for cheap. So the Lebanese have a chokehold because they have shipping lanes.
I seen a Hyundai dealership.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get back. Hold on. There's the Boulevard Palace, man.
That's
That's where we're
Boulevard
having our
Palace.
meeting at. That right there on the
That's
bottom is
in Congo Town.
consulting. Hold on, the consulting agency, the international, International Focus magazine, right, is right there on the bottom, right there. They rent the office right there. So was with the International Focus Consulting Group. Boulevard Palace is nice. This place is nice. This is the only place in Liberia I'll get on the elevator. This is the only elevator I trust getting in Liberia. Everybody else, I walk on those.
Have you ever been to the Farmington, Carla?
Yeah, the Farmington. Yeah, the Farmington. Yeah, I slept in the Farmington one night, couple of nights. Yeah, that's nice. The Farmington and the Boulevard Palace is the only place I use the elevators in. You know, the Farmington. That was like a few years ago. You know, Boulevard Palace, nice, man. That's nice. The upstairs, the food, the pasta. Oh my God, man! It's just really cool. You know, you got. That's why I remember the interview I did with Ambassador Hyman. This is where I shot it at. You know, I had a studio up there. I shot it right there. That's where I shot it.
Boulevard's real nice.
I used to live in this community when I lived in Liberia.
They got a Hyundai dealership.
Yeah, you got Mercedes-Benz dealership there. They got a Volvo dealership. They got a Renault dealership. They got a lot of stuff to sing for, you know. You see showrooms all kinds of vehicles in showrooms, you know. They have a Hummer, you know.
The LG showroom.
Hummer, but they got Hummer dealerships there, you know.
They got Sharp, they got LG showrooms, they got all the different showrooms. That's my favorite color houses in Liberia. That light gold, yellow color. The house I lived in when I was there, that's the same color they had. Liberian people love that color, man. They like that yellow color in their houses.
Caribbean has that too. Like, a lot of Caribbean have that color.
The videos make me homesick. This video make me homesick.
Oh, God.
What's Steve
pretty nice.
Oh, Steve wants to come over. I don't know where he been all night. He and Kwame. Hey, Kwame with a little PYT.
I try to make Steve. My problem with Steve is, you see how 1776 have an opinion.
Ever wondered what your home looks like from space?
Something says, Elvis, you have an opinion. I don't agree with almost nothing you say, right? But I respect the fact that you have your own opinion, right? You have your own opinion, you know. You have your own perspective, you know. Steve, all he does is sit there and disagree with everything I say and say, "Oh, I don't."
Not true, Carla. Not true, bro. Steve just checks you when you think you're being unfair.
No.
Or like Dave, who agrees with everything you say.
Have an opinion. You gotta. I don't agree with everything. Somebody has an opinion, you know. No open gut, yo, check us out. Yeah, there's no open gutters in Liberia. You don't find that, you know.
Nah, there's open gutters, Carla. Come on.
No, there's no open.
In
gutters.
places like Rehab and Pingsville, there's some open gutters.
Elvis, you go to Rehab, they clean that shit up. They dug that shit up, right, and they seal them up. You know.
Okay.
There's no open gutters in Liberia no more. You know, they got sidewalks there now. You know. So the bottom line, that whole area from the airport, they want to give you an impression from the airport to Monrovia is going to be tight, you know?
But the only thing I really can't understand is like the Lebanese, like to be in a place for that long, can't vote, can't run for office. Like,
are you advocating for white people's right in the black country, bro?
No, I'm just saying it would be like, you know, like I said about Camel Girl, how she came here and became a congresswoman overnight, you know, just like the dude in New to be someplace.
Liberia's not stupid, you know, they're not going to let that happen.
No, you got to understand the reason why the country was established, right? The people who was fleeing white, you know, supremacy, white oppression, and wanted to have a land
for your address and get a 360-degree satellite view of your home.
There are little movements. People like Musa Bilative, some representative of trying to change that law. A lot of Liberians won't be in favor of it, though. In order to change the constitution, you have to do a national referendum. The entire country has to vote on it. The last time they tried to do the presidential term,
because I haven't seen a black guy win a.
Hold on, let me say something. That yellow building background is a Pan-African plaza. Liberia was supposed to be the Pan-African capital of the world. This is where all the governments in Africa were going to meet and decide the future of the country. You know, that's a Pan-African plaza. Kwame Nkrumah was there. Idi Amin was there. in the 70s when that. So the bottom line, that's the Pan African plasma, you know.
I had a dream last night. Did everything I never
But coming
do.
up, you're gonna see Monrovia City Hall building. Note the architecture, the stone buildings, right? The stone buildings. You're gonna see the remarkable architecture coming up.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, so it's stone architecture.
We hear you, Steve.
Only in Liberia.
All right.
Only in Liberia, you'll see black stone when it's cut, it's white on the inside. That's the only Liberia is the only country that has that stone off this coast. You know,
It's almost like obsidian.
what?
I say it's almost like obsidian. Those, you know where they get those stones from, Kala? Those are rocks in the middle of the ocean. People go in there and they cut those black rocks from the middle of the ocean. Not in the middle of the ocean, but like on the beach.
Only in Liberia do those rocks exist. You know,
Oh,
only
obsidian.
in Liberia those rocks exist.
It's not really obsidian, but it's it's black like obsidian. It's really rock. It's not granite, but it's I used to go swimming and you can sit on those rocks in like the middle of a beach. They're pretty. There's a lot of them all on the beaches in Liberia. You can find them there.
Liberia is blessed by having stone masons. In the earlier they took that stone and built the country.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful building.
That's Monrovia City Hall.
Liberians don't come up. Just gotta get rid of all
Videos
this.
That's a healthcare. Yeah, I want to go in there after they were hiring.
You want to work? You want to work in that collar?
No, I feel like I would lend a hand to something, man. If I can work remote and they give me an office, I'd move there.
Cause these are dream rules. This is
Hey, Carla, whose video is this? Or just a random video?
This is fair use. This is a guy. This is my sister, Alicia, whatever. She's a Liberian lady, but she travels the world. She promotes Liberia. She was promoting China, right? And everybody got on her. She's like a Woody Meyer. She's like a Liberian Woody Meyer.
Woody Meyer, funny dude.
She's like
Delicia Life? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, she's like a female Woody Meyer. Nice girl. Nice kid.
She got some good videos.
She can make all the problems disappear. She can tell you the things you want to hear.
You been watching the show, Steve, or you just came on?
I just got here. I was here earlier, but then
never get wrong, it's always
That's the thing with Africa, man. We don't like to do pavement outside of the main road. We get a lot of dust roads. We gotta pave all of that shit up, man. You going by the road, you get all the dust on the road because it's coming from the the side of the road.
You notice how everything. You see the tower. You see the tower in the background. Liberia has.
You see all the dust on the side of the road? That's because the other side of it is not paved. That building right there was the LRA, the National Revenue Authority. I think you just passed it.
All the gas stations.
What's a gas station? A Total gas station? The French company Total?
That's a good thing. If you look, if somebody had the money, if they built the gas station in Grand Cape Mount up into Roberts, there's no gas station between Monrovia and going up to Robertsport. So you're dead ass if you fucking run out of gas.
It'd be nice to put a Wawa, right?
Yeah, you can put a Wawa right there. That'd be a dream to put a Wawa and a rest stop right there.
A Wawa is a gas station on the East Coast?
Yeah. Wawa's a gas station on the East Coast, like Royal Farms.
Yeah, we don't have it over
Somebody
here.
makes that the idea of building a bunch of Wawas and Royal Farms up and down on the way to Cape Mountain, Liberia. They make a fucking fortune because everybody goes through this. And once they pave that road, once they finish paving that road, oh my God, Cape Mountain and Robertsport is gonna boom. It's gonna be a world center of searching,
Eve
What was that? A prison with
is a vast universe.
barbed wire? That was a prison.
What?
It had some barbed wire. Was that?
No. Usually those are residential places, or
almost every residential house, right, has barbed wire.
so people can't climb over the fence and come take your shit.
Damn, man.
So every
Yeah,
house, every
and
house
it
is
used to
barbed
be
wire.
like that, you know.
One of the reasons is you can't have guns in the country. I think they passed a law that you can now. It just happened like last year. But you usually can't have guns to even protect your house. So a lot of people try to protect it by putting like high fence and the barbed wires and things like that.
76, they ain't used to build like that. You know, that's after the war they started putting the barbed wire.
Shit, I'd rather get shot than get caught in barbed wire, man. Shit.
You see another issue in the thing. There's no sidewalks really. You know.
There's no sidewalks anywhere in Africa, bro. It's not really sidewalk culture, you know. Now on this, hold up, downtown they got sidewalks. In downtown area they got sidewalks. You know, you'll see that in a minute. Downtown,
everybody got moved out
Wall
of the
Street, you see the Providence Baptist Church in second. Downtown. Man, this must be a dead day. Usually it's packed right here. Holy shit, that's clear, man. I think usually right there you can't even drive. It's so packed, man.
You know, driving on Sunday.
Might be, man, because you're in a weekend, you can't get through there, man. Like it's choked with traffic, man. You know. So get ready, get ready, get ready. In the background is the central bank. That blue building is the central bank. My eyes off you. I'll make it like every day is your birthday. I want to spend my life with you. And now it's time to celebrate. 'Cause we're running out of time. So cover your eyes. 'Cause I have a surprise for you. Baby, it's your birthday. That's the old pavilion, Centennial Village. Now it's like a that's actually Unity. That's the Unity Pavilion, you know, built for celebrate the unity of the country, you know.
Yeah, that's Unity Hall.
Yeah, so.
That used to be Unity Hall.
There's Providence Baptist Church. You see it in a, you can't see it hardly. That's Providence Baptist Church in the background right there.
Don't look too bad. Just throw some paint on the building. They'll be all right.
We need more street sweepers to clean the streets. That could be a business, man. Buy a few of those.
They were basically arresting people for dumping trash, man.
Yeah, buy a few of those street sweepers. You can get money from the government. Clean the streets in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening.
He wants to invest in his own. He told me his group he wants to invest in his own sanitation business. That's gonna help him. You know, so. Just want to call myself all day. Let me show you what I got in store. So get ready, get ready, get ready. Baby, it's your birthday. Baby, it's your birthday.
Yeah, somebody's saying that the streets are narrow. It is. The streets are almost like a one-way street, right? Doesn't have like a good, nice two-lane.
One side right here. And the other side's right here. You know, they actually.
No, I'm saying what it looks like it's one way because it's how narrow it is. And then you have a lot of cars parking on the side of the road. It makes the road even smaller. You know, a lot of regulations in that country, man. And enforcement too. Steve trying to come back on, Carla. Let him back on.
The country has good bones. Like the houses are tough, though.
You ever play in the Visit Africa of 1776? Maybe once.
Yeah, Ghana looks pretty good, man. I'm gonna definitely visit once.
Yeah, try to visit, man.
I had the opportunity to go to Liberia one time.
Oh, really? Yeah. How so?
Yeah. Me and my dad was doing some construction work for a lady, and she had some properties over there. And she wanted us She was gonna pay for us to go over there and go do some work, but my dad said he ain't too familiar with the the codes and everything over there. But yeah,
Oh man, he just ain't want to go to Africa. He thought he was gonna probably kidnap him or something, bro.
nah, that's not the reason why he didn't want to go. He just and plus like he got a lot of stuff he got to do here. So
Nah, he was scared.
no, he won't. I promise you, he won't scare.
He
He
probably got
promise you, he
kids,
won't.
got family to take care. He don't want to be away from his family for a long time and shit
Right.
like that.
And now that I think about it, like I told him about it, I was like, man, we should have went. And he was like, yeah, but he got a work crew he got to look after and everything else. So
That's one of the things I wish. I mean, we have some people, but we want more professional, different styles of architecture. Like it's pretty basic. The architecture there is pretty basic. These boxy
It's
houses
old.
with
It's
a roof.
old. It's old. It hasn't had a facelift in 60 years.
Yeah, so we need more, different style of architecture there.
It's like I said. It's like we drive through Liberia. It's like you drive. It's like what I love about Liberia because I'm a '70s freak. I feel like I'm in an old kung fu movie from the '70s. That's why I love Liberia. I feel
kung
like I'm in an
fu.
old movie, man. Like I'm in one of my old flicks from the back of the day.
You ever go to Philadelphia, man, like downtown, you feel like you go back, you went back in time, them brick houses and everything. It's got that same.
Hey, Elvis, what do y'all call those those little motorcycle cart things? Like in
Yeah,
Nigeria, I
the
think they call
keke.
KK drive.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
that's the
keke
same as
too.
Nigeria. Okay,
Yeah, I think they call it kick. There's a little different. We call it keke. Keke. I
I
think they
believe
call it
they.
kick it. So it might be a little
Oh,
different pronunciation.
okay.
I know the insurance on that stuff is high, man, because you fall off, shit.
Ain't no
They don't
insurance
even
on
have
it.
insurance usually. The government just started putting
$10
regulation for insurance on it.
Wow.
No, it's actually safer. Most people actually use bikes, like regular, bicycles. Not bicycles, but motorbikes. Those two,
Y'all gotta take all of that shit
but
off.
not in the cities. Usually in residential areas. That's the main
If I was
form of
up to me, I would
transportation.
Gotta take all of that shit
restrict
off
where
the street.
KKs go and where motorcycles go. The pen boys are pain in the neck, man. Dave, remember this video? I sent you with the dudes hanging
Kyler,
on.
all of that has to be eliminated. They have to eliminate the cacas and the bikes. It's
Hey,
too
Dave,
much.
I basically recorded that. Remember that video I sent you when I was in Liberia? The dudes hanging on the back with skates on, driving the car.
Yeah.
I said, look at this, man. Our videos hate these motherfuckers. This was so fucking funny. They was in there for a long time, almost way down Tubman Boulevard, hanging on the back of a car. I said, only in Liberia, bro.
They need to eliminate all of that. When Liberia get the economy up, more jobs are created. All that stuff on the drop. So,
yeah. I think Liberia's on its way. I think it's on its way. I really do think it's on its way. I think the people. I tell you what, the people are amazing. For what little they have. What other one I love about Liberia? For little they have, man. And I admire them that the people seem like they're way more mature than people in America. Yeah, you talk to a young guy and he knows about politics. He knows about the world. He has a view and not. It ain't all hip hopping and bebopping. You can talk. I like talking to younger people.
Only thing that's scary about Liberia is that African spirituality. I was watching.
Oh
I
man.
was watching.
Most
I was watching the funeral. I
Oh
was watching the
man.
funeral
Yes,
for.
dude.
I was watching the
Started
funeral for
out.
Samuel Doe, and this guy was in some tree trunk dance. I said, "Nah, man, I be
Oh, you
scared
talking
of
about
that, man."
the charades?
I'm like,
What do they
"Nah,
call them?
man."
They call them the charades or what? What are they?
Man, if they would get rid of that, I would
What do
go,
you
man.
mean, Steve? What do you mean charades?
No, what
Nah,
are they? What do they call? What do they call those people? Like
I don't know. He was
the
dancing like some
like
Hold on,
tree
hold on.
they
trunk.
Let me hear Steve. Go ahead, Steve.
they're in like them little like straw outfits or bush outfits. I don't know what to call them, but
Yeah.
like what do they call them?
I don't know. I don't know what you mean. I'm not picturing what you mean.
Oh man, you probably gotta look
Like
it up, guys.
they're not called anything specific. Like they're just cultural troops. Like they wear the straw outfits. It usually is symbolic for being close to nature because that's where the magic and things happen through nature.
Oh, okay.
So most people use it. But you have certain
Yeah.
societies, like the poor society for the male from the Mendes side, and the Sanders society for the ladies from the Mendes side of the
Oh,
country.
okay.
but most groups will use those scroll. Even in Congo.
Masquerade, not charade. Masquerade.
Oh, the masquerade. Okay, yeah, those are the people.
Yeah.
Those are the people that wear masks. You know, what in Liberia we call them the country devil. The country devils are the people who come out and they wear those little. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, those are the masquerades or the country devil as we call them. And they're dancing, they're twirling, they're spinning real fast. And yeah, you can't see their feet because the grass thing is covering their feet.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, those are the country devils.
Yeah,
that's what you're talking about. 1776.
Yeah, man, that gotta go, man. They gotta anoint that place, man. Man, just anoint a beach and a hotel for me, and I'll go, man. But nah, I don't want to see no country or city devil. You know what I mean?
Are you so afraid? Have you ever experienced anything metaphysical? 1776.
God put me in the physical, not the metaphysical.
I'm saying, have you ever experienced anything metaphysical?
Dragon Ball Z, none of that.
I never personally experienced anything like that, but I have heard people talk about certain things.
Yeah, so I don't know what you're afraid of if you never experienced it.
And then General Butt Naked, how he was flying around, like, man, that shit was crazy. That's it, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get him to come on the show one day, but you know the thing with Kyle, he never lets people talk. So I want to bring a lot of guests on his show.
You gonna get General Butt Naked? You know?
Yeah, he's my tribesman. I've had an interview with him before. We've talked before.
Oh wow, Kyla, that would be interesting. Yeah.
But Kyla won't let him talk. I guarantee you, Kyla won't let him talk.
To have General Butt Naked on the show.
Oh yeah, I will have him on the show. I do.
But Kyla, last time Elvis brought a guest on the show, man, you didn't let him talk.
Yeah, I did let him talk. Yeah.
No, you did, Kyla.
Kyla would not let him talk.
Yeah, I would have nothing to say to Butt Naked. So what would I talk about? You know, I would just say, well, thank you, Mr. Butt Naked.
But yeah, if you could get him on the show,
don't go have me for burgers, man. You know. Yeah.
What are you gonna talk about with this guy?
No, he would just explain to you. I mean, he's repented. He would explain why he did what he did.
That's bullshit. I don't think he.
Hey, people change, man.
That's for you.
Like
Elvis, I see you in between two buns on a big sandwich on that. What
does that mean, Carla?
No, he eats you like you're SBC Elvis.
Okay, Carla.
Listen, Elvis. So are you saying like he's a Christian now?
Yeah, he's a Christian. You know the thing about it, the reason most people believe him, right, is because he got converted in the heat of the war. You know, the tribe even got angry with him. They even wanted to kill him because when they needed him the most, he walked away. He said he had a spiritual, interaction with God, and he just left. You know, because the thing about it, he couldn't even speak English. He came from Sino as a kid, and at 6 years old, he took the priesthood of the tribe, and he only spoke, his traditional, dialect. And this entity spoke to him in a dialect. It's like, why are you slaving? Why are you slaving when you should be a king or you should be a priest? Why are you slaving? Mm-hmm. And it said, repent and die, or stay and die, or repent and live. And it disappeared like 12 o'clock in the afternoon in the hot sun. And he just walked away, and everybody couldn't understand what was happening to him. So, but when he was fighting, he was a terrible god. People feared him.
Oh, okay. So 1776, he's our Christian brother now. Then.
Yeah, whatever, man. Hey, everybody can backslide, man.
He went to Manaba in Cameroon. He went to Sokoto in Nigeria. He evangelized all over. And when he said these things, people who know African, spirituality, they knew what he was saying was true. They knew all the things that he said was real. So he really was in that whole thing. He wasn't just faking, but he's been an evangelist now for the last 20 years. And one of the things that he did, of all the warlords, he actually personally went to all the victims that he could remember and went and apologized to them. A lot of them didn't want to, hear his apology.
So he had an actual, a true change of heart.
Yeah, a true change of heart. That's why a lot of people believed him. And one thing he did, which is an automatic death sentence, he went on public in a TRC in front of the whole world, in front of the nation, and told all of the sacred and secret things that he he was a part of that. That's a big no. You get killed for those things. So
So
he did
yeah,
that.
hey, 1776. That man had a change of heart.
Yeah, man. Shit, but I only got
I
one
don't believe
ass.
it.
I only got one ass, man.
Okay.
Shit.
Okay.
Why do you
But
think
if you
somebody
can,
try to eat your ass, bro? Pause.
I don't get that
Pause,
either,
man.
man. Out of all the
Pause.
parts of your body, out of
Hey,
all the
you
parts of
know,
the body, like.
I don't believe butt naked. I think he's.
but
I
hey, the
think.
thing about butt
Hold on.
naked, a
For me,
big dude.
no. I wanna say something. I think he ran that route because he didn't want to go to jail. For me.
Nah, bro, the war was still going on. The dude, that thing happened to him in the
Man.
1990s, like 1995, before the war was even over.
I think he. But of course, you could predict. Okay, this war's about to be over. Charles Taylor's about to go to jail. So yeah,
That's not true, Dave. Because listen,
you
when
know.
he left,
I think
we
it
hadn't
was a
signed what we call the Rome Accord. The Rome Accord gave amnesty for most of the people who participated in the Liberian Civil War.
I want to say this: guys like this feed off blood. This is their living. You understand me? Hey, 1776. You understand me? Guys like
Yeah,
this, they're gonna relax.
No,
yeah.
African goddess. He
Listen to
wasn't a
what I'm
street.
saying. This is
Hold
how
on,
they
Dave.
live.
Hold on, Dave.
This is
1
how they
second.
move.
Hold on.
Mm.
African goddess. He wasn't a street boy. He was purposely bred to be a traditional priest. His father was supposed to inherit the priesthood, but he was too worldly. He had material things. He had wealth. So he was married to a woman that was not from his ethnic group. So they had to get a specific woman for him, and then they had they conceived Joshua. His name is Joshua Milton Bly. They conceived him. And really, he wasn't even supposed to be a warrior. He's supposed to be a priest that was going to carry out rites and rituals. But when the war became too hot for the crown people, he had to leave his priesthood and get into the
Yeah.
military. And that was a defilement of his
Elvis,
office. So in order to appease the gods, he had to do human sacrifices to appease the gods. That's
That's
what he
fine,
said.
man.
What happened? What happened with Samuel Doe funeral Friday with butt naked and yakka?
Yeah, he was dancing. His little.
Explain that situation. These guys
You
was
were on the
making.
show with me, Dave. You saw what I said on the show, right? I said that.
Hold up. These guys was making personal threats to each other.
That's what I said. I said I'm disappointed with him because he's now going back to his old self,
making war threats to each
trying
other.
to use his old fearful ways to make threats. He was just saying that Yeke, continues to disrespect and abuse the president, insult the president. And now that he was in his county, which is not really his county, but there are people anyways. Because Bud Naked, Joshua Bly is from the Sapo people. He's not a crime man. He's from the Sapo people, which is an offshoot of the Crowns. The Sapo people are the Bodios. They're the priests of our tribe. They're like the Levites. They're what we call our traditional scientists. They can get in touch with the gods. They can do perform rites and other things like that. So they hold the priesthood to the tribe. So he comes from that group of people. So he was just trying to intimidate another lawmaker. But Yeke Koluba himself is a traditional man. The name Koluba means the holder of in the poor society. Those are the people who kind of take care of the devils. They kind of tend to the traditional devils. They call them devils, but they're like the masquerades. That's Steve would call them. They tend to them. They tend to their needs. They change their clothes to put their clothes on. They cover them up. So they have a traditional role in that society. So Koluba is a traditional man himself. Most politicians are, they have to be in both worlds. You got to be enshrined in the traditional thing because you get a lot of attacks traditionally if you're not a part of that society. So a lot of these politicians are part of both worlds. They might be in the church, but at the same time they're covered and protected by the traditional spirits themselves, so that nobody else can attack them and kill
Yeah,
them in the spiritual war.
that's some wild stuff, baby.
But it would be interesting if you can get him on the show, though.
I could. I mean, if I run after it, but I don't want to take the time and the effort to do it for Kyler. Kyler's always an asshole talking shit. I don't want,
Hey,
yeah,
yo,
it have to be somebody who.
Brian, you bring butt naked on the show. Ain't nobody gonna talk.
Yeah, I'm telling
Oh,
you.
nobody's gonna show. Everybody's gonna be too afraid.
He
Yeah,
got the
but like
whole line.
the way Kyler like to overtalk somebody, he'll fly, he'll
Yeah.
choke and fly back.
Nobody gonna talk that night. We all gonna hear butt naked story.
Yeah, but he had a Constantine experience. He said like he saw like the cross and everything like that. You know, but that's it, man. That's shit, man.
So 1776. You think time of war? You think butt naked gonna be butt naked again, or he gonna be a pastor?
Man, listen, man. That dude's a big dude. Dude ain't no 150, man. That's a big dude. And he turn your ass to deli meat.
Nah, man, he got a big old belly now. He he married the daughter. He married the daughter of the former president of Liberia. Just what is his name? Moses Blah from Nimba.
All he got to do is kill 3 chickens, and he gonna have a 6-pack, man. That shit crazy, man.
That's not how it works, man. He's living good now. And one of the things that he also did, a lot of the boys who parents he killed, and a lot of the kids who he fought against in battle, he had a bigger compound for them. He helped them learn trade, so they all lived together in the compound. People whose lives he negatively affected, and people who he even fought against as enemies, they all lived together. He's been helping them, sending them to vocational school. I mean, he really did a lot of work, honestly. Of all the people who fought that war who was notorious, he's been one of the ones that actually did some missionary work and did some work, to kind of, redeem himself. Only God can redeem you spiritually, but physically he's been trying to do a lot of things to redeem himself. So a lot of people kind of think he was genuine in his repentance, but now he's talking more militarily and militantly. So
He's
it's like, are you backsliding back into your old self? What's going on with you?
Yeah, you don't want to backslide, man.
Like I said, 1776. These guys live and breathe off blood. It's only a matter of time for them to get a relapse.
But why everybody there tinker with the dark arts, man? Like, what's that?
Not
about?
everybody. That's not true. There are a lot of good, strong Liberian Christian. They're just people, and the thing about it is, it's occasionally, right? Like in times of war, in times of great peril, then people really, delve deep into those things. But usually they get into it mostly like once a year for, festivals and things like that. It's not a normal thing. But there are a lot more Christians in Liberia. It's like 86% Christian, like 15% Muslim or something like that.
Yeah, man. Yes, indeed, man.
Bring Steve back up, Carl. He's in the back. See, I like Steve because he's always inquisitive. He always want to learn and ask questions. Why you keep falling off, man, Steve?
I pressed the wrong button, bro.
Somebody Primo in the chat. He looks black, but you guys to look closer to the camera. Put your face near the camera more. I gotta see you clearly.
Somebody trying to come up. Who's that?
His name is Primo, but I can't really see him.
Oh, we see Primo in the comment section. I think he's an African guy. Yeah. He might be like that.
All right, I'll let him up. I'll take a chance.
Oh, he's already up there. He's a black dude. You can turn your camera up, bro. We see you.
Right,
what's up, man?
What's on your mind?
No, I'm Gucci. I want to learn, and I wanted to address 1776 for a lot of that bullshit he was talking about.
Oh Lord!
Oh Lord! Here we go.
No.
Here we go. Knock down, drag out.
I'm gonna let y'all go, and I'm gonna be quiet. But I want to be up here in case he say some dumb shit like.
Oh my God!
Everybody got to regulate something.
Hey, I'm in the dark just because it's late on the East Coast. But nah, fam.
Primo looking like a fake Benzino.
What he been saying to get it to you, man?
Hey, Primo, I'm half Latino. Hey, I was in Tanzania with JT. I was during that whole shit. So during the pandemic.
Oh, you were Cuddy and them, huh? JT, the bigger figure.
I know them niggas, but I wasn't fucking with them niggas.
Okay, all right.
No, I fuck with JT though because JT said that shit straight. He took care of everybody he was supposed to take care of. He was trying to do real shit. But Kala tell you, man, it's an encompassing process moving abroad, bro. I'm more of a Central America. I lived in Honduras. I live in the Dominican Republic, and I'm just here to learn, bro. So let me be quiet, and y'all go until 70, 76, say some dumb shit.
Nah, I mean you can speak, bro. I mean if you have something that you want to address him on, you can address him, man. We ain't really talking shit. We just chit chatting. I mean, what did he say that got you mad? I know he said a lot of stupid shit. What did he say?
That
That
black
got you?
skin comment, probably.
His past streams and his glizziness, bro. He was just glizzy in the white folks too much, bro.
You turn everybody off, bro. You turning
He was
people
just
off.
like, what the fuck, bro? I'm with the CT shit. I'm with college shit. He was just glizzying too much on the behalf. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? If you haven't traveled, get you a passport, bro. Have you ever been anywhere abroad, bro? That's the first question I have for 1776. Where have you traveled, bro?
I've been to Jamaica. I've been to a couple Caribbean islands. You know,
He gonna go to Africa next.
What's your ethnicity, if I can ask?
I'm just African American, Black American. I don't use no FBA or nothing like that. That just came out after COVID. But I don't understand how everybody how you can be something that happened after COVID. You know, when you advance today. You know, so
what
I just say
possessed
Black.
you with this white man's mentality that you got going with the shit, bro?
It's not a white man mentality. It's just, you know,
It's a civilized mentality. 1776, right?
Yeah. It's just civilized. You know, one thing about Western culture.
What about this? This 1776 is 1847. 1847, where Hillary Teague proclaimed to the whole entire world the existence of the Republic of Liberia. I think that's our reality.
But Liberia basically plagiarized 1776, natural rights,
no.
freedom, liberty.
Yeah, to an extent, though.
Yeah, look, I don't think so, because the Constitution of the Declaration didn't. I don't think they in the Declaration he actually mentioned the British. They said play ourselves as a natural right, whatever. Like they didn't. The Declaration of Liberia, they specifically mentioned the United States as the reason, the oppressor of neglect. They said, look, this country. They condemned the United States for hypocrisy. You claim you basically are hope of mankind, freedom, and all like that, but yet we were in bondage. And then when you dropped us here, you couldn't do the decent thing and protected us. We went in. He said, he goes, you neglect those coasts. But he says, but since we're not, he said, what we're going to do is stand as men and just take this little piece of land that we have right now. We're going to declare this as a safe haven that nobody's ever going to oppress or bother us ever again on this soil. That's what this purpose of Liberia was. That's my truth, you know. I don't know about the white man's truth.
But you got Primo is more of a respect thing for advanced, stable, orderly civilization. I respect Western civilization, the cleanliness, it's just civilized. I just respect that it's civilized. You know, it's not no glizzy and it's none of that. You know,
no, but I got the tone from you, like kind of like when Kala goes on his tangents and like CT go on their tangents. I agree. I don't want to live around no niggas, like for real. When you get the bag, bro. You know, I'm a professional nigga. I just you know, I don't want to live around like I grew up in both. I went to public school and I went to private school. I went to public school and then I got a scholarship because I was able to play ball and all that shit. And I graduated from college.
Where you went to Fordham?
No, I went to Maryland.
Oh, that's what's up. You're a Turk.
Oh, you guys in the same state, or maybe not in the same state. But you guys.
I'm in PG County right now, bro.
Did you play for Lefty Drizel or?
I played for Ralph Friedgen.
Oh, you play football. You play for football.
I played football in the 2000s.
So you played with EJ Henderson and all them.
Although I recruited Vernon Davis. I know Vernon and his brother that just died. Rest in peace.
Yeah, y'all won the Orange Bowl. Y'all won the Orange Bowl in 2000.
We lost. Florida beat the shit out of our ass. We lost the Orange Bowl.
But y'all was 10-2. Y'all was 10-2 that year. That was like one of the best years, y'all. Yeah.
No, side tangent. Maryland has some of the best athletes in any sports and some of the best minds too. Maryland is a low key like Ivy League school, bro.
Yeah.
No, but some of the things you were touching on too much, like fucking white shit, like. Bro, you know where I'm from, and so you know PG County. This is the richest black county in America, bro.
Yeah, Mitchellville. Mitchellville. You got some prominent black
Boy,
areas.
I'm in Hyattsville right now, bro.
Okay, yeah, that's Hispanic town now,
Yeah,
man. They took
I'm
that
in
over. That's
sí,
Little
habla tío.
Africa.
Mi
That's
nombre es Primo. Sí, yo sé. I'm in Latino town. This is like
okay.
it's all MS-13 around here, bro. But that's what I'm just
That's
saying.
that's
Like,
what I was telling Kala, like around College Park, a lot
yeah,
Hyattsville, man. They just what year do you think they came there? Like 2010?
hell no, the 90s, because you had Langley Park, like University Boulevard, and all of that shit. The Latinos have been in DC for years, but they didn't start to take over, like you said, until the early 2000s, late
Okay.
90s. Same thing in LA.
Damn.
Where you in the Maryland area, bro?
Yeah, I'm
Where
in
you at, bro?
Cecil County.
Oh, so you in Western Maryland?
That's Northern Maryland.
But you understand
Yeah,
that.
it's a small state. The west, the east, the north.
But that's what I'm saying, bro. So we doing good up here, bro.
I said that on the first show. I said like from Annapolis to PG County. Like I get on
Minus
Kyle
Baltimore.
about
Minus
yeah,
Baltimore.
but Baltimore's getting better. They're improving a lot. Fells Point, Canton. Like they're doing a lot better than they were in the '90s.
Hell yeah.
But that's what I was telling Kyla, because Kyla has a victimization mentality. And I told him from like Delaware to North Carolina, black
Dude,
people
I
were
live
doing
in that
good.
area. What do you mean a victim man? Where do you get at? Anybody, just because I'm interested in Africa don't mean I have a victim mentality.
No,
I
he's
know,
talking about some of the narratives that you say.
What?
No, but 1776 is going off of some real left, like white shit. I say that
That's
we
what I'm saying.
right.
I'm not trying to be white like 1776. That's different.
Yeah.
This guy,
You were like, I don't want to be around none of my people. Like you was going off
No,
of some wild shit.
no, I said I like a rural setting, a suburb. I'm not big on no city life. I like
I agree with you on that.
Oh, bro, if I can get out of here, if it wasn't for the jobs, I wouldn't be anywhere near in this vicinity, bro.
Yeah.
They get some good jobs around there.
Hell
a lot
yeah,
of
there's
government
jobs
jobs, a
around
lot
here.
of government.
From the
A lot
federal
of
government,
government.
and then the overlay from the federal government, people working up here, black people working and getting money up here in DC, bro.
But Maryland's the third richest, I think, black.
Yeah, Maryland's one of the richest states.
Yeah.
black people in
Yeah.
the.
No, I know that. I know that because black people been there so long. So
yeah.
Same thing in Virginia, man. Virginia is good for black.
Yeah,
Right,
Colin, no, he's not far. Yeah, Colin, no.
Yeah, so Virginia, this whole region right here, Maryland, Delaware, Southern Delaware, from Dover down. So Dover down to like
Kyle, I want to ask
we thrive up here, bro.
Kyle, I want to ask you a question real quick.
Yeah,
do the black people in Maryland in America, do they correspond with a lot of the black people in Maryland in Liberia?
Yeah, I can play your video. They had a reunion. There's a book called On African Shores, right? Written by a white guy, right? There's a book about the Maryland experiment. It's called Maryland in Africa, right? And a few years ago, Marylanders on both sides, Americo Liberians and just Black Maryland, and they have been reconnecting Maryland. And because in Maryland, Liberia, you have Baltimore Street, Harper, and all that stuff like that is symbolized of Maryland. Maryland, Liberia is probably the most advanced civilization the Western Hemisphere ever seen, because it was so advanced. It was like on the African continent, it would surpass Cape Town, they said, and Johannesburg, the white settlements in Southern Africa. It was way ahead of that. These are highly civilized black people, Maryland, Africa was a jewel in black civilization,
Yeah, because I know Maryland was its own country at one point.
Yeah, it was own country, yeah. So it basically developed, it became a prosperous, John Brown Westbrook, who's Jamaican American, settled there and became its governor, So yeah, Maryland's beautiful. Yeah, the people of America, to answer your question, yeah, Maryland and America have sister city projects going on. They're connected back and forth. Yeah.
Maryland County and Liberia has some of the most peaceful beaches. They're more tranquil than like beaches in other places. So it's really nice for residential, areas where you can just look at the beach and it's peaceful. It's really nice. It's a beautiful, beautiful area. And Harper, places like Harper and Kip Palmer's, those are already well developed and beautiful places.
Even through Delaware, like Rehoboth Beach and Dewey Beach, we got the beaches on the East Coast. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, that Rehoboth Beach in Delaware
Yeah.
is beautiful. White sand.
I don't know about that shit.
Beautiful, yeah. Going down to Route 1, Ocean City, Maryland. You want to talk about therapeutic. That's the most beautiful ride. That 113, then 1 going through Ocean City, Maryland. Oh my God. The eastern United States. You're gonna live any place outside of Africa. It has to be eastern seaboard of America. This is this best place in the world to live. You know.
Yeah, so
Black, right here in the
you
East
know,
Coast,
but I said, 1776. The reason I love that year is because I think the Declaration of Independence is one of the most brilliant texts ever written by a human outside of the Bible. I mean, just it's a liberating document, followed by the Constitution.
But those documents weren't written for you, bro.
Yeah, but that's what
we weren't written into. We weren't written into that.
Like Kala said, they were so brilliant that they never mentioned race. You don't find race nowhere in the Constitution or the Declaration of Independence. Talks about
because they didn't consider us. That's why.
They said that these rights came, unlike the European Union, the Declaration of Independence said that our rights come from God. It wasn't given by man; it was given by God. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's a beautiful document. Now if you want to put race and you want to put traumatization and victimization, then you can say it's a bad, but it's a beautiful document, well written. I just think it's a beautiful document that every country really should base the foundation of their countries on. Look at Liberia, how that country was able to follow the Declaration of Independence and make a decent society for the last 100 years. So it's a beautiful document. I don't look at that race 90% of the time. I just look at the document.
No, race should never be the focus, bro. But the only thing I'm saying is you can't overlook race, like the systematic racism. Like I don't never talk race, bro. I'm a professor. I work for Metro here in the DC.
Oh man, that's a great job, man. I was looking into that, man. That's a nice job. Yeah, that's a nice job.
People in PG County are living. People where Kala they living, bro. Black people are living and eating good, bro. Like you can't.
That's what I was going to.
Yeah.
Kala sometimes gets into like a victimization mode where he trauma bonds with people outside of this region, and he cries and he laments. But I said, for millennials, like we haven't felt like hard racism, like for real. So, but college generation, the Generation X, they destroy the community, and then they cry about the community being destroyed.
I agree. I agree with you, man.
These
They
black
started.
people in PG County. These black people in PG County are living within golf. Man, I have to punch in the code to go see my girlfriend so I can go play golf, bro.
Yeah. PG's upscale. Mitchellville, Bowie, Bowie. I mean, all that is upscale, man. You have aristocratic Negroes out there.
Exactly. Man.
Like to live in PG, Montgomery. Montgomery has a lot of Africans out there, a lot of well-to-do Nigerians. A lot of clubs, Ethiopian clubs, and everything. So you gotta have some,
the Ethiopians get mad because I'm so
the Ethiopians, man.
They think I'm Ethiopian. They get mad because I don't speak Ethiopian to them.
Yeah, man. The click society, man.
Silver
but they
Spring,
deep out there.
The what?
The click society. They deep in Montgomery County.
See, that's a lot of that's a lot of diversity. A lot of people.
What is the click society? What is that?
Oh, the Ethiopians. They deep out Montgomery.
A lot of people don't have the African diversity we have in the DC. We got Nigerian communities, Ethiopians.
Yeah, that's why I was telling
Ghanaians where they all stay to their own communities, bro.
Yeah, like I had some suya chicken, man. Like there ain't no need to go to Africa if you in this area. You're gonna see Africa.
But you only experience that in these kind of areas.
Yeah, but you got a lot of high class Nigerians out there. Live in mansions. You got to have money to live in Montgomery County.
Hell yeah, bro.
Shit.
And don't go to Virginia, like Northern Virginia. Kala knows what Northern Virginia is.
Oh, Northern Virginia. That's where all the politicians, man. All the politicians, high. You can't live in Northern Virginia if you don't at least make $250.
Yeah, you gotta have a bag, bro.
A big bag.
No, but 1776. I'm glad at least we got to this point because I'm gonna chew you up later because you were saying some other shit on those other streams that was totally. You're more like you're more balanced now and shit.
Like saying he
What's something
can't
that
wait to
stuck
heaven
out
to
to you the most?
like saying he can't wait to heaven to get out of his black skin and shit like that.
Hey, Primo,
This nigga
what's
switched
something
his
that
tune up. He changed his tune up now, bro.
what's something that stuck out to you the most that 1776 has said?
He was saying some real. Was this? Did he say some shit about the pillars of Mount Rushmore or some shit like that? Or that was somebody? I think that might have been somebody else.
Yeah, that was somebody else.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was that white dude, black skin is amazing, that said that Mount Rushmore. When he thinks about Mount Rushmore, he thinks about his kids. They fed them, they taught him how to eat, shit like that.
Got
Hey,
the
that's
elite
why I asked
European
first. I didn't want to
DNA.
tribute to him with all that shit. Man.
Yeah, that was
The elite
immense.
European DNA, man.
Yeah,
He was saying that all the people on Mount Rushmore was his heroes, and he would want to be his father.
Nah, that wasn't me. That was who was that? Pam Mulatto or
Nah, black skin is amazing.
Black skin is amazing.
S-I-N.
Yeah.
That Negro is warped. You kind of warped too, but I guess sometimes you can calm down. But that nigga is on full go at all times.
Oh man.
He got a shadow band. I don't know. He must have said something egregious on there. But
Good, he got his channel banned. Need to get these apples out of here
I live
too.
20 minutes from George Washington's plantation, man.
yeah, like but you know
Well, in Mount Vernon.
Yeah, Mount Vernon, they still call it the plantation.
But did you see George Washington black kids, man? They all got that big head like George Washington. They light skin. They look like a light skin. They all got that big ass head, man. Look just like George Washington. Big old head, man. I said, damn, man.
Hey, that's another
Black.
myth. When they thought we just took on white people's names like our slave. Some of
Yeah.
them are slave children, bro. These people were slave. They was doing that shit, bro. The debauchery. They was fucking our black wives and our black woman mothers and sisters.
Yeah, man. But yeah, they look just like
But according to
George Washington,
1776, if you know, he said that if he had to choose between them coming to America and being enslaved and him staying in Africa, he would choose them being enslaved. Right, 1776.
I think that was the one that got me, bro.
Nah, you didn't hear that conversation. I mean, we asked that question in the back, and then I brought it up yesterday.
Yeah. He didn't hear that conversation.
But the question was,
it came out. It came out though.
Yeah, we I brought it back up yesterday. The question was, would you trade living in the United States and live in Africa if your ancestor never had to go through slavery? Or
how would you ever know?
No. What the question is that he said that he don't want to be in Africa. He's glad that he's in America. So I'm trying to tell him, well, will you be willing to be in Africa right now and living in Africa your whole life if it meant that your family, your ancestors never had to go through slavery in America? He said, nah, he would choose to be in America and have his ancestors go through slavery because that brought him to where he is now, which I thought was
That's
crazy.
true, bro,
He said
man.
that.
Bro, man, Kala said if he ended up in Angola, he said that no, he wouldn't want his people to go through slavery. But he said if it was Nigeria, then he said that.
We say that, but we would never know the difference unless it happened to you. Some people had no choice. We would never know the difference until
But I'm saying, you know what slavery was, right? You know what your ancestors went through. You know, for those whose ancestors were enslaved, you know what they went through. I mean, to take away that pain and to take away that just to be in Africa, I'll take that choice any day because it's not the end of the world to be in Africa.
I would as well.
It's a complex situation because the trauma of being chased by an African, you running 100 miles an hour and an African is chasing you, hitting you with a coconut, pulling you to the beach, white man. You kind of like, damn, that's a lot of trauma they went to, man. And then they got African spirituality. If a chicken look at you, they kill you. There's a lot of trauma they went through, and they escaped that. So you never know.
But that it's nowhere close to the trauma of slavery and the brutality of it and the humiliation of it. It's nowhere close to it. So that trade-off doesn't even add up.
1776. Have you ever read the slave narratives from people that got taken from Africa and how they felt?
What's that? What's his name?
Talking about the Ebo guy?
Yeah. I read
couple excerpts from
I
him.
think his name is like eloquent.
Yeah, he has a funny name, one of those
Like a
African
Portuguese name. Yeah, I think
names.
eloquent something.
I just think like our ancestors went through so much trauma because, like I always say, white supremacy can only stand with black collaboration and black incompetence. If it wasn't for black incompetence and black collaboration, white supremacy would never exist. Slavery would never exist. Not, the state we're in
Not
Africa.
true. Supremacists can exist anywhere if the group is the majority and they have the majority of force in terms of military. So supremacy is everywhere. In other countries, like in India, the Hindus, people who practice a specific religion, they're the superior, and they have a superiority complex to non-Hindus in India. You go to other countries, it's similar to that. So white supremacy is not just because of black collaboration. It's number one, they have the numbers, they're the majority, so they can impose themselves on you
Impose their
just
will.
by that.
Yeah.
Number two, they have the military might. They can also impose themselves and be superior to you based on military might, numerical might, economic might. So don't try to blame black people. It's not because of black people. That's why you have white supremacy.
Supremacy exists because of black collaboration and black incompetence. If
Not
black
true,
people
bro.
have unity,
I just explained it to you.
right? Look. Every time, look at Angola, whatever Kala say. Blacks have always collaborated with Western powers to create the system that is. If black people had unity, slavery would have never existed. None of the things we complain about would ever exist.
Okay, so say Africa, for example, right? After the slave was sold to the whites when they were in America, right? Who collaborated with them to impose slavery and to maintain slavery for all those years?
But what you said, if they was never sold, slavery would have never.
Nah, once the slave was in America, right? Who were the black people that collaborated with them to impose slavery and maintain it for all those hundreds of years that black people were enslaved in this country?
No.
But listen, man, when they was playing Fabulous Breed and running and chasing our ancestors all through the jungle, man, smacking them, slavery would have never existed if Africans saw other Africans as brothers. It would have never existed.
I might agree with that idea, right? That it might have never happened if other Africans didn't sell other Africans. Sure. But when you say that white supremacy only exists based on the collaboration of black people, I disagree with that. Because white supremacy went to Asia and pretty much oppressed the Asians in China and Hong Kong. The British went to Africa and Nigeria and Ghana and oppressed them. Without them being sold into slavery, they came to them and oppressed them in their own homelands. So white supremacy don't necessarily have to be collaborated by black people.
Patrice Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, any great African leader, Nnamdi Ezekwe, all those guys was put in that body bag by another African, right? Right? Today, even in today's world, right?
Who killed Nnamdi Ezekwe?
Huh?
Who killed Nnamdi Ezekwe?
One of them generals, as soon as
nobody killed Zeke. During the coup of Agoya Rumzi, he was spared. Nobody killed him.
And then they said they killed the guy, stuck his eyeballs out. That savage shit, man. That's crazy, man. And that's blacks doing blacks wrong, man. And I don't like that.
You just have a negative perception of black people, man. You think everything is black people's fault. All of their suffering, they're complicit in it. You never look at the white man for what he is.
Just like you could say, is always a black collaborating with another person to do another black man wrong. That's what I've seen throughout my life.
What do you think about this, Primo? If you got a thought on it.
I hear you.
Are you getting me? I'm saying, what do you think about it, Primo? Give us your take on it.
About what? No, I'm listening to you guys. About what in general?
So the idea here is 1776 is saying that without black people collaborating with white people, there will be no white supremacy. white supremacy, and I'm saying that's not true. What is your take on it?
What do you mean? We collaborated. It's divide and conquer from day one, bro. What are you talking about? He's right.
No, I'm saying during slavery, right? When black people were enslaved for hundreds of years, you think it was they were only enslaved because other black people were collaborating with the white man?
Not only, no, it's mostly fact was they had like I agree with what you said earlier. So I agree. The military might is everything, bro.
But
you
look, Primo, on plantations in Mississippi, South Carolina, Georgia, you had African slaves outnumbering white people 100-1.
Yeah, but then you had white plantation owner outnumbering black people with guns by like 15-0.
Exactly. What are you gonna do when that
Man, the gun. What did they have? Muskets back in the day.
Yeah, that was muskets.
Yeah, it must be
They had muskets. They had the ability to call in like battalions to, not battalion but militias to come and catch the slave and put down slave rebellions. They had security, the security apparatus, to subjugate the black slaves. So you couldn't just rise up and think that you can take over a plantation without anybody coming in for reinforcement. That's not how it works.
On plantation,
the law of the land is everything, bro. The law of the land at that time, who has the military might is going to be what lays the law of the land down before you can get to anything else, bro. They got the military power, bro. What can we do until the revolt is stymied or pushed back?
But like Steve would tell you, plantations were far apart. That's why like Nat Turner Rebellion, they weren't able to catch him for a minute, man, because you have plantations 40, 50, 60, got people snitching on you. You on plantation with Elvises. They running back to the map.
But I heard that most of us were not even on big plantations.
You're the one that said that you can't live with the white man, so you'll be the one that'll be over there snitching on the black folks because you thought the white man is the best referee. That's what you said.
Hey, yo, but 1776.
Yeah.
Man, but I read somewhere, I don't know, could be false information, that most of us were not even on big plantations. Most slaves were on, smaller plantations with maybe
it depends where you were.
Yeah, it depends on where you at, but
Maryland was into horse breeding. They were into like livestock. They was into harvesting corn.
Had some revolts. Then you had the Gullah. You had the Florida Seminoles.
Yeah.
You had all kinds of black tribes that was fighting against that shit, which really turned the tide of the Civil War. Fuck the emancipation. People fighting, black people fighting is what turned the tide of that shit. It wasn't
definitely true.
The president did.
Yeah, but like I say,
white supremacy is
undergirded by black collaboration and ignorance.
Yeah, I agree with 1776. And to address Elvis, even when they went to Singapore and
I do agree with that to a certain
Hong Kong and places like that, they had collaborators there too. There were people. Same thing with India. Okay, there were local chiefs and princes and kings and stuff that collaborated them and helped them get colonial control of those areas. That's just kind of how it worked. And it's like, you see it time and time again through history, with the colonizer. But what gets me is I don't really feel bad for for instance, like I said, well, Mexico lost their land to America. Yeah, but Mexico was inviting in, these white settlers and stuff to come in and colonize Texas and stuff like that. They've been doing that for years. They have been
Are you out of your mind? Do you know how Mexico got conquered by the conquistador?
Well,
they got conquered by force. They didn't invite anybody into their lands. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about Mexico.
Yeah,
they invited
the Spaniards
from America. No, not the Spaniards. When the Spaniards were gone, the Mexicans, when they had California and Texas and all that, they were inviting in white Protestant settlers from America to come into Texas. And then they got mad. Then they got mad when those people rebelled and they went to war with Mexico. But you invited these people in. It's you know what I mean. Is I don't know, man. I don't know. I think the only people who get it is the Liberians because they didn't let themselves be colonized like that. But it's like these people they time and time again they go to different parts of the world and they're invited in. It's like they I don't know, maybe they have like
That's
this
fact.
charm or something and
Fact. They never
people
want
let
to
them
force you
in, and then when they get
about
to a
it.
certain point they take over, and then they be surprised that, oh, look what they did to us. They took you. Look, you invited these people in, man.
Facts.
You know, and I don't. You know,
I gotta agree with Elvis. White supremacy would still exist without black collaboration. It would still exist.
Not at all. Europe is really small. People really don't understand that the so-called white man is what, like 5, 6, 7, 8% of the world.
They are militarily superior, brother. They had ship with cannons on it. They had guns. Most of the things that we didn't have in Africa. So they would have always had supremacy over us militarily, and as such, they can impose themselves on us. So it's
They
not
have
because
it
of just
now, but not
collaboration.
then. They have it now, but not then. When they was conquering or the slave
They
trade
had
was
it
going
then.
on,
What are you talking
they
about?
had
You think
basic
we had ships that can cross the ocean from Portugal and Spain all the way to the
basic
west coast of Africa?
muskets. Basic muskets. That's all they had was basic muskets.
Did we
You know,
have
they had
muskets?
cannon. You didn't have muskets, but you can rush somebody. Like
Oh, okay, all right.
sometimes in ancient war, a musket was like a hindrance, man. A saber, arrows, they got handed a lot of losses by the Native Americans and even
But
the
the
Zulus
point
in South
is
Africa.
though is that the white supremacists will still exist even without black collaboration.
If
Now with black collaboration, they were able to do a lot, but like I said, it would still exist even without it.
when the Europeans had invaded West Africa, if all the tribes came together in one unison, there's no way white people could have did what they did. It was a collaboration between different chiefs and
I agree
different
with you, but
European
who's saying
powers.
they wouldn't come back with with another plan and whatnot? They want something, they gonna get it.
You can look at modern times. America invading the Middle East. You have collaboration between different Middle Eastern countries that allow America to have bases to do what they're doing. There's always a collaboration effort, man. You know,
I think we might be arguing two different points. I'm not saying that the collaborators didn't help white people. I'm just saying that white supremacy was still exists, even if people did not collaborate with them. They would still try to,
yeah, actually, that's not true. Because if without the collaborators, they would have never got into a lot of these areas. And the thing is that they didn't even really penetrate Africa. The only places in Africa where they really penetrated was like the real southern part where it's temperate. But they basically had to do deals and set up like colonial administration in like West Africa and places like that, but they couldn't settle there in like really big numbers like that.
and that's why I put 80% of the blame of slavery on the African, because the African penetrated the interior, caught the slave,
80%.
drug. Yeah, the white man was just really look. If you ever go to Norfolk or any place with ships stay at the sea, right? They can't come up to the shore. They have to stay away from the shore, right? So you have to bring a small boat in to the beach, right? The African did 90% of the work. They chased, they beat, they drug, they slapped, they kicked our ancestors and hauled their ass to the beach. And
Bro,
then
when the British went to India with their Gatling guns and they went there with all their superior military might, those Indians couldn't tell them shit. They killed them, they subjugated them. A lot of them tried to rebel and they got crushed.
If all the
So it's about the
Hindus
military might. If you have might, you have the right to subjugate other people.
and you have to always have a foothold. You have to have people on your side. You just can't invade a continent like India and Africa
I
without
agree with you,
collaboration.
1776. But my point I'm trying to make is that even if people listen, like even if people did not collaborate, white supremacy would still exist.
Yeah, because people can collaborate, but if you don't have the military might to impose yourself and to take over territory and to subdue people, you still won't conquer them. So the military might is the most important. The collaboration is secondary.
But in the 16, 17, 1800s, when slavery was at its height, at its zenith, right? Those pirates stayed with the ships. They didn't go in the interior Africa. Because they would catch malaria and smallpox and all that type of stuff. They stayed at the beach. It was the Africans. They was trading other Africans for Twinkies and cookies and whiskey and
They had Twinkies
nigga
back then,
nonsense,
man.
man.
They had Twinkies
You know,
back then.
Yeah, you're conflicting the slave trade with white supremacy.
Shit, who went into the Congo?
Exactly. I think that's why I say we're having two different arguments.
Yeah, white supremacy is not just from the slave trade. We're talking about right now the system that we're currently living in. The slave trade, yes, the Africans were complacent in the slave trade, 100%. But right now, as we're living in this country, white supremacy is not dependent on the collaboration of black folks.
Look at Equatorial Guinea, right? The president of Equatorial Guinea signed a piece of legislation with Exxon to give them 90% of the riches and give his country 10%. Is that the white man who did that? It's the African. Look at Nigeria with BP.
I mean, that's not even the truth of it, anyways. But second of all,
the only African country that speaks Spanish. Yeah, but I just wanted to point that out.
yeah, no, they're not the only African country. There's another African country that speaks Spanish too. But second of all,
language.
Yeah, second of all, they didn't have the know-how. That's the thing about knowledge, right? Knowledge is wealth within itself. If Equatorial Guinea wasn't going to give them that deal or give them a favorable deal, they can go in there and take the oil out themselves. It will become useless to them. If you don't have the knowledge on how to utilize your natural resources for your benefit, it's useless. So those guys who have the know-how and equipments, they have to come in and bring it in, and they have to get a favorable deal because without them, you can't even get the oil out to refine it, and to sell it for money.
And what did I say? I said black collaboration and black ignorance leads to white supremacy.
I just looked it up. That's why I say like we having a different argument. You talk about collaboration, right? When I just looked at the definition of white supremacy, it said it's a belief. So what I'm saying is, even if people do not collaborate, that does not white supremacy. White supremacy is a belief that they are superior, that they should rule over other groups of people.
Steve, you got a radio around you when you're on the phone. It's like you got a static radio sound when somebody's on the phone.
I think it's like my mic keep messing up. Like, I'm gonna leave and come back.
Somebody got Rice Krispies in the background.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's Steve. Steve probably got a radio next to him or something, or a microwave or something.
The key to defeating white supremacy is simple: black unity. If black people unify all across the world, white supremacy will be done overnight.
But that's never going to happen.
Well, then
it sounds good, but still, the key thing is how can you beat them militarily? Because even if we're united, we all come together and hold arms until we're united people. If we don't have the military might and we can't defend ourselves against them, they'll still have the supremacy over us because they can tell us, "I want you to do this or that."
Is my mic better now, or
what people have to do is use their media to keep pointing out our different called wedge issues.
They go Kala for Kala was going.
Yeah, so that's what they'll do. They logical warfare.
Is my mic better now? What's up?
Yeah, it's better.
Oh, okay.
But I'm saying though, don't you think without military power, black folks can never truly compete with white people?
Like Marcus Garvey said, they basically went over us without even firing a shot. Their propaganda machine is so great and whatnot. They control everything we see and everything. Like I said, we didn't have enough sense to even. We got all these content creators, right? We got hundreds of black content creators. We should have had our own platform, which we could filter out all their bullshit. Africa needs its own internet platform. We should all the whole entire black race should get rid of YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, all that. Build our own platforms where we're only talking to each other. Then you got a chance,
And listen to what Kyle said. Kyle is making. Kala's making it.
Walter Maya was doing that.
Walter Maya's on YouTube, you know.
But that's what I always say. I always say that.
Kills the whole thing, you know. So.
Hey, hold on, Carla. Can I finish making the point I was trying to make earlier?
Good.
Okay, 1776. The point I was trying to make is that white supremacy is a belief system. So even like it's just the belief that they are superior to other groups of people and that they should be in control. Like it doesn't matter if people collaborate with them or not. They were like that doesn't take away the belief of them being superior to other groups of people. That's the point I'm trying to make.
But the belief is going to be substantiated because everywhere they go, you always have a collaborator who works in their best interest. Western governments wouldn't be strong if you didn't have collaboration in Asia, in the Middle East, in Africa. If you're working with them,
I agree with that. I agree with you on that point. I agree with you. But even if they did not have collaborators, they would still believe that they were superior than other groups of people.
No, they will be stuck right in Europe. That's where they would be at. Listen.
That is not true. They left Europe and conquer other places around the world. The British Empire, the greatest empire ever, left Europe and conquer all of those countries. Willingly or unwillingly, they got conquered.
Steve, when the pilgrims came to New World and they was about to freeze, didn't a Native American tribe bring them turkey and corn and shit like that helped them get strong to get their ass whooped the next year? So that's collaboration. If those Indian tribes, instead of collaborating with the pilgrims, you would have never had America, but you always have collaborators. You always have those Elvises.
I understand what you're saying, man. But I'm just
Elvis brought a big ass turkey to him. Elvis brought a big ass turkey to him with some cornbread and some
1776. I'm not the one who said that they're the best referee, and I can't wait to get out of my black skin, bro. You're the one who worship them and think that they're the best thing since sliced bread. So come on, man.
One thing about why I admire them, they run the same play, different snap count all through the world. Western countries don't even switch up the play. They run the same fucking play, different snap count, and they conquer everybody because we're too stupid not to know the play is coming.
No, because of case in point, Iran. When Iran didn't play ball, what they do? They went and got that massive ordnance, a penetrator, the mop. And drop 12 of them on their heads.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
Steve, if all the Muslim countries, regardless of Shia or Sunni, all the Middle Eastern countries come together as one state instead of individual little countries, no way, no Western country would be able to conquer them.
Not true. They don't have the military might. Even all together, they don't have the military might as the United States.
Elvis is right.
You had one country with all the technical knowledge, it's always collaborators, man.
You never want to bring the white folks just by simply being who they are. You want to give credit to the collaborators, and that's the reason why they're doing what they're doing. Come on, man.
Now, I'm not like the 17th.
Can I say this?
Go ahead.
Let me say this. As far as this was going on, I think World War III actually started in 9/11. But as far as what's going on with this new shit in Iran and them attacking their nuclear facilities, this new World War III is not going to be the same axis and the same powers. Everybody's going to be against America except for fucking like probably England and Israel. The whole world is going to be against America this time.
All the sons of England would rise together. Australia, New Zealand, everybody. all the sons of England will rise up, man.
That's the European countries are going to come against the United States with this new shit that they're doing, bro.
Nah, bro. They have a covenant, man. They're never going to go against each other.
Yeah, never.
No, Israel.
They would talk against it diplomatically, but when it comes down to brass tacks, they're going to be on the side of the United States, bro.
Facts.
The British, the Germans, the French.
All of them are.
You're going to have those, but what I'm saying is that you're going to get more of the rest of the world that has a.
Nah.
All that matters is all the countries that got nuclear weapons in Europe is going to be on the side of the U.S. The rest of the other countries ain't shit. They ain't got the military might to oppose anyways.
What else? The only person I can see is Russia not being on their side.
Right.
That's about it. because Russians are Mongolians. They're not really.
They're a mixture. Yeah, they're a mixture of
Yeah, they're a mixture.
That's
Siberian.
going
They're
to
a
be a
mixture.
problem because you could put a nuke and then send 3,000 Chinese motherfuckers in this motherfucker on foot if they don't got
What?
a Navy carrier nuke.
No, but China, people give them a lot of credit. Unfounded credit.
Yeah, China has
not
never
ready.
been tested, bro. There's never been a
That's why I
war.
said no naval
They only
carrier.
have two. They only have two
It's going to be
warships
too
and
late
one.
for the rest of the free world for
But
America.
China has two submarines that make a fucking bunch of noise. Like you can hear the
Okay, all
submarine
right,
coming
bro.
from fucking miles away.
China can't even take over
Well,
Taiwan. They've
that's
been
not
the
true.
first
Like
to take over
if you
Taiwan
look
for like
at
50 years
but if
now.
you look at
Yeah, but they
China's
got a billion
like
niggas on
military,
foot.
right?
That's what
Well,
I'm
hold on.
saying. After the
If
nuke
if
drop, we're going to send them a
if you
billion
look at
niggas in
China's
there.
military, right, the way that they're building up their navy, they have a modern navy now. They have modern destroyers, modern submarines,
He's coming with some other shit. Yeah.
modern. They got stealth fighters now. They have aircraft carriers now. They pretty much are equivalent with the West now. They got
But they
and
Oh, you out of your mind? You think
that's
yeah.
you can be equivalent without testing it out? China's never been a war in the
Yeah,
modern day
they
and won
they
any
are
wars.
testing it out,
Yeah,
and see
so
We
that's
haven't
why
seen their
I have.
capabilities in actual practice, bro.
I hate to say agree with Elvis. That imbecile has actually made a good point, man.
What's wrong with you, man? You just like when they insult you, don't you?
I just said you made a good point, man. Shoot.
you
Well,
say you
that was
made a
an
good point. You
imbecile, man.
imbecile. Yeah.
I don't even want to be too mean to you tonight. I'm in a good
Hey,
mood.
bro,
I
the
just ate
axis,
some
that's what I
jello.
meant. The axis of evil is going to be a whole different fucking thing in this World War III.
Yes, man. But
America's not going to have the allies they think that they have, right? It's going to be
hey,
America,
brother,
Israel, and a couple of countries in Europe.
America only needs 5 allies. They need France.
That's
They
what I'm
need
saying, bro.
Britain.
Do you think they can win with that?
Germany.
Yeah, they got nuclear weapons, bro. What do you think? Who's gonna beat them?
Who gonna stop?
Drop a couple nukes on these small little countries here, they'll be done for.
America has like 25 warships. They have a bunch of nuclear submarines that can blow you up from under the water. Just
Yeah, they have
everywhere.
those massive ordnance penetrator that can go into mountains and blow your shit up on the ground.
They got
Come on,
stealth
man.
B-2 fighters. They got all types of laser weapons. I mean, America.
That button, bro. That's the other thing. You got to press that button and you be
But
responsible.
we have a gentle nuclear weapon too that will just
China and
what we
Russia
call
can
a
defeat
tactical
the whole
nuke.
West.
They call it a tactical nuke.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
I mean,
China and Russia can beat the whole West.
Yeah, but
Well, Russia could defeat the whole world. They got a bunch of nuclear weapons, so that's why nobody really fucking with Russia. But China, man, we don't know about China, dog.
But that was my whole premise of that point. That one country, imagine what they can do with everybody else with troops on the ground when they're going to put them after the fact.
Troops ain't gonna be on the ground. We have robot soldiers. We got
drones.
We got a lot of shit that people don't understand.
So let
Man.
me just say that. Let me stop you guys with that. Is that, like I said, you need to go research Chinese Navy. It's like pretty much the U.S. Navy can no longer safely just go wherever they want to go in the Pacific anymore. They have to take a lot of things into consideration. They have to be very careful. Now, everywhere they go,
hey, brother,
they're
Chinese?
tracked. They're followed and tracked by Chinese submarines, Chinese.
I mean, what's wrong? Do you know the U.S. how powerful the United States Army is in Dama? You just talking a bunch of BS, bro.
You know what I mean? So
China ain't got nothing on the U.S. Army, bro.
So
the U.S. has
the Chinese submarines are so loud.
Elvis, did you not see Chinese GPS how it helped the Houthis? And
is that Kwame?
Yeah.
But that nigga was in hibernation. He just pop up like the candy man. Somebody must have said his name 5 times in the mirror or something.
Listen.
Nah, I was listening. I'm like,
I want to about that 14th Amendment thing, man. He's saying,
I want to ask the question.
Kala, how y'all let a independent do y'all like that, man? On the
who you talking about?
Random independent, whatever.
Oh, you
random
talking about that Spanish guy? We ripped him. What were you listening
No,
to?
not this. So a random independent, the black dude.
Oh, random. That dude was a clown. You know what he is? He came on. You know how people do this? I don't know much about the topic. They would start off like that. Well, I don't know. Then he gave the strong opinion on it. I feel
They're trying to rock you to sleep.
You got awful
The dude bamboozled you, Kali. He acted like he was ignorant, or he's really
Yeah, they're trying to
knowledgeable.
rock you to
He
sleep.
tried to act like I don't know what's going on. Did he try to put the slip
Yeah.
shit in there? I'm like,
He
dude,
played possum.
you know? Yeah.
I'm
But
not
hey,
gonna
guys,
lie,
since
man. I was listening. I'm like, damn, he ripping you out of the
No, he wasn't ripping. Like, he was just
shreds.
saying a bunch of stupid stuff, and then every time we correct, it was like, "Let me speak, let me speak, let me speak." He's like another Nagmeezy.
I
You
think
Hey,
you
know?
mixing
Kwame.
up. I think you mixing up Ditso with
Yeah,
uh.
Kala was whipping on Ditso, but he couldn't handle the other dude, man.
No, I tell you that the guy gets
I ain't gonna lie, Carla, that other guy, I think he got you, man.
Jonathan Miller ripped the
he
whole.
make his point. Oh, the point is, like I said, like the one guy was saying, he came. He said, "I'm coming from California, right? Okay." And if anybody looks at California, Black California, right? Black California finished because of the last generation of Mexicans and illegals coming here, chain like that. He didn't answer that thing, you know. He didn't answer that, you know. So I don't know what his problem. Then he started actually agreeing with what we were saying, you know.
And Colin, you kind of made the same points he was making as far as the
Yeah,
the 14th.
he called in to argue, but he was actually agreeing with what I was saying. You know, that's what I'm saying.
Like I heard you say, like the 14th Amendment isn't specified for black for African Americans.
Well, I said the 14th Amendment just said because African Americans would not there was no claim. Like, had John Hanson, who came here, Liberian and Senator Ambassador, was the emissary that came to Liberia, came to America in 1862 to accept the diplomatic relationship with America. Had he wanted to get Lincoln's support of sending African American after the Civil War was over to Liberia, right? Had he been successful, right? Lincoln could have said, "Okay, now African Americans are now citizens of the Republic. We're going to pay for that." Lincoln was assassinated, right? So they went on with this thing of what do we do with these black people in America, right? The history would judge America if you have a people that fought for the Republic. Remember something. People still remember the fact that what staying on America's history was black people have fought for the American Revolution, right? And 8,000 black men who was fought for the American Revolution was turned back and said, somebody said the movie about the Patriot, I gotta see that,
I love that movie.
I can't lie, man. You got it.
They
Colin,
said
you got to give it to the Mexicans, man. They found a loophole through the 14th
Hold
Amendment.
up. Mexican, like I told the guy Ditto today, I said, look, you are playing with fire, right? You guys are coming into our communities, right? Because they don't come. Somebody made the point was good. They don't come into white communities taking over. They come into black communities because they feel that they have a right to replace us, And what I'm saying is, all over Black America, soon black people are feeling cornered, and they're going to strike back. It's going to be literally.
Carla, what do you mean by that? They feeling cornered. You think they're going to do something?
Black people, I know my people. It's going to turn violent. I know.
But it's got
man. I'm gonna keep it real.
Through God's grace, Abraham Lincoln died. But if he had stayed alive, man, we would all be in Panama or Colombia, man. Seriously.
If you said through God's grace he died, bro, is that what you're saying about
Abraham Lincoln was going to deport every black American.
Lincoln went
to happy he died, man. That's crazy.
Haiti, Costa Rica, Panama,
Liberia, all that, man.
Like he wanted to get rid of us, That's what
he
wanted.
Yeah, he was going.
Damn,
he was
black
going to
people talk about Abraham Lincoln was the first black president.
But that's a good thing, 1776. Then you want to go back to Liberia and form that nation and be part of it.
Right.
Listen,
free man with our own land.
Listen. Until
Uruguay is one of the best.
Frederick Douglass said the reason why we can't leave America is because basically he was saying black people have no capability of building a sort of society that America.
1776 second that opinion, Colin. He seconds that opinion, bro.
What?
So in other words, basically you say black people can't build railways. We can't build telegraph lines. Liberia disproved all that.
It's the curse of Ham, Colin.
Frederick Douglass hurt my heart when he said it was better to fight racism in America than go back to Africa that's uncivilized.
But you got to understand, man. Frederick Douglass seen some of that general butt naked shit, man. All that flying and discipline. Like sometimes that shit.
Frederick Douglass was ignorant, man. Come on.
Frederick Douglass was a slave that escaped.
That nigga daddy was white, bro. He had that white blood in his brain, man.
He had an elite European DNA, so.
Frederick Douglass was Boule before there was Boule.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
that
he
was
was
that.
handpicked to be a leader because they knew he was temperate.
Him and Booker T. Washington.
Him and Booker T. Washington didn't even want
Yeah.
black people moving to Kansas.
Yeah.
Booker T. Washington too.
They were
He
against
was
us, the Great Migration. They
Booker
were against
T
our
was a servant
They didn't want us no place to decide.
I love Booker T. Washington, man. You know that book, Up from Slavery, is a seminal book. That was one of the first books that I read. Man.
1776. You'll love Martin Delaney.
But black people listened to him, right?
Booker
And
T
the
would have
Land
switched on
Conference
every
speech,
field,
and
nigga.
there was a few years later, there was a massacre where hundreds of black people were killed in Atlanta. Listening to him, you know. And black people said, "Nah, man, we can't listen to this no more." That's when the
but what Booker T. Washington said is get your money up before running for politics. He said to get your money up.
His ideology left black people politically powerless. We had no political power. He said, "Don't argue for that. Just argue money." And in fact, we were completely vulnerable to white people attacking us. And that's exactly what happened, you know. So.
No, but Booker T. Washington was just
a great man.
He was a builder. He was a builder. He built his university. You know,
That's what I was saying.
He just said that we shouldn't delve into politics until we built a strong monetary base. You know, he said put that. Neglect that.
So right after that, right, white people took all those towns black people built and looted them. So you can't build nothing you can't protect.
No, but Booker T. Washington said like the hand. We're separate in all things, but in case of national defense, we can clench a fist.
You agree that Africans should have ballistic missiles there? You can't if you can't build without protecting it.
Let me say, and it's what 1770. The bottom line is this: you could build all you want, but if you can't protect what you build, you can only keep what you can hold.
But Booker T. Washington was a Freemason, so he had protections through the lodge for the communities that we built.
All Freemasons are shady to me, but
Yeah, Booker T. Washington was a 32nd degree Mason, so he had protections for his stuff.
Freemasons, some of the smartest people.
Was he sublime? Was he a sublime master?
Huh?
All Freemasons are shady to me.
He was a grand master.
Majority of Freemasons is
Was he
Christians.
the most sublime master, the most worshipful master?
Yeah, you know, if Booker T. Washington went to Liberia, oh my God. You know,
I think to be a traveling man,
We got a Booker T. Washington Institute in Liberia. BWI.
Tuskegee in Liberia.
Yeah. Like Booker T. Washington, people said he was a coon, but he was just playing the long game, man. He was acting like he was submissive, but through that, he built the hospital, the VA hospital. He did a lot of stuff for black people all throughout the country. A lot of the HBCUs, you know, had his money behind of it. He did a lot for African Americans.
He was a great man. He did a lot of stuff like that. Fact of remains is we have a bigger problem. We're in a country where we was in a country that basically was killing us left and right. We were basically destroyed. Whatever we built was destroyed.
I want you to address this Z person in the chat. You got to read the last few comments they made.
He's talking about black people invented West Africa, invented America. This guy's a clown. I don't know who he is, you know?
Think that's true? Anybody think that's true? He said that even though they had built it already, and there are documents showing before slavery, that's why they were enslaved. So black people had already built America before slavery. That's why they became enslaved.
Okay, but this is how you could defeat him, man. If black Americans was here, that means they lost a war, right? And there would be peace treaties. There would be different documentations to.
There's no peace.
He sounds like the dudes that say Egypt is in America and the Grand Canyon.
I always say that.
There's no peace.
Yeah. And then you wouldn't even, if you was here before, that means you lost the war and you wouldn't even qualify for reparations, you know? So it's like a stupid thing to say, man.
Yeah, he sounds like the Egypt is in America.
They never show those documents. They are kept top secret and hidden from us for a reason.
What about